only one survivor left. Rimnam Village completely taken over by the Falcons as they make their nest here. We can expect a bit of a rotation afterwards because the circle did move to the eastern side of the map.
Eastern and completely southern, and that is the reason we end up seeing teams here. But Falcon now have another trouble in front of them. The ones who they are sharing the overall rankings with, that's going to be loud in front of them. Takuri, the last one who is in the deep waters, will also be found and fished out. And with that, DRS are out. But right now, with the boat maker being called, the fight breaks out between Falcons as well as Loud. Loud Snickers, they want this fight. They want to get back and make sure they stabilize their position. As we said, SCA versus Brazil, they want to make it Brazil, but it's not happening. It's a quick exchange. But BZP, he manages to confirm on Pina. That's a very crucial opening to taking out the CQC player.
He also spotted the rotation of Guaksha, so Limit is not going to let it out of sight. Nix actually fights Limit, the backstab. Perfectly done, and BCP back up on his feet. Loud Snickers outdoing Falcons. Keroro on the run with the launch pad. BZP not able to find the track. And Falcons escape with their tails between their legs, but not fully clipped yet. Pina was brought back, but Loud Snickers now take control.
What a fight that was to hold it off and BZP to put Limit over there. If he did not find, because Limit was already helping his teammates out with the sniper, and that is the reason taking out bits and pieces of Falcons worked out for Loud. First take down the CQC player and then go for the one in the long range made wonders. AGL on the other end, sneakily, they have been pulling up eliminations for themselves, 7 eliminations, and I think in the top 4 so far that we've seen teams, AGL are the ones who are very consistent, safe and sound, and not troubled by any team so far.
Same as BRU, right? Both of these teams have been chilling a bit. We say that they have been taking it slow, but then when you look at the eliminations, AGL actually has 7 eliminations off screens, and most of it is just picking off stragglers and catching teams.
Adim sehat ke?
Most of these teams.
Aurora mati ke bapa? Aurora dah mati.
This is why we still
tahu lah, awal dah tumbang. Baru game first.
Less for Demon's Pride.
Game yang pertama, iaitu game yang ke-7 lah. Game ke-7 hari yang kedua.
A good chance that they run into GD again, who has been giving them some problems yesterday.
Ganda Dynasty. Yesterday has been a problem for their own. Hopefully they soon recover. But right now, Demon's Pride, they spot a problem in front of them. That's going to be Loud. A quick run with a boost in the vehicle they took, and they take the compound right next to Demon's Pride. 3 players, Jazzy, Aswab and Madara, they have to figure an approach because Loud have been looking louder than ever here on day 2 for the top 4 spots.
Absolutely. And it seems like Demon's Pride are thinking about standing their ground, but there could be intervention from Evos who are right behind them, just silently watching this go down. We see the UAVs being sent out. And I think Loud Snickers are doing the good.
Awal mana awal lah dia nak buat macam mana.
Whoever's in those buildings becomes the one that is trapped.
Nasib dia lah.
To feel that pressure.
Yeah, today I think Gun Dynasty, while they did not feel any of it yesterday, it is about qualifications, it's about keys at stake, it's about making it to the final, and right now even Titan Esports Club on top of the silo start putting players down, doing the damage, and Evo's helping out over there. Unfortunate, one of the eliminations was stolen away, but they still have the eyes on the Falcons. The verticality has changed. Falcons are on the ground, whereas Titan Esports Club are on the roof right now.
Yesterday we got very generous circles, but I think today things are going to only get worse.
Look at the final circle.
I mean, the circle's right out in the open, right? It's like if you are not good, if you are not comfortable with these CQCs out in the open, if you are slow in the decision making, that is going to be the difference maker. And I think it's a very good time to put our teams to the test. Who can survive a circle as brutal as this?
Yeah, an open circle, and if you're able to stand your own, especially in game 1 of day 2, that gives you a lot of confidence moving further. And that's what Team Apex Gaming have done. They've started off great, but right now they have a challenge. All gamers global want to find an opening. Plethora of throwables being all tuned towards Team Apex Gaming. Flash freeze, nades, but now counter activity coming in from Team Apex Gaming, trying to push down AGAL. Shoto in the forefront using the dash, wants to find an opening, but AGAL are not giving space.
And they took out the UAV as well. Medic gun to Hugh Shoto.
Jangan masuk, jangan lupa tepi-tepi, geng.
Tip of the spear for TAG lies in his hands. Barrow's getting flanked out. Sahujan almost getting the takedown. That could have made a world of difference here, but it does put AJL in a dangerous spot. Right forward is Cypher that manages to break this fight wide open. TAG down 1, second one on the ground. KD gone now. We'll have to dig deep and find something. But AGAL That will be the one that prevails.
That was brilliant caliber and holding position played out by AGAL. They held that ground even though they were at a disadvantage at the edge of that peak. They were still holding it off against Team Apex Gaming. Would have had an opportunity, but I think that being a little spread out became a disadvantage for them. But right now, spreading themselves around, we saw already this rotation coming in from Lau, the smartest one. They're ahead of Demon Sprite, and now they have vision. And Evos are also being troubled by Loud, and now even Demon Sprite Trap already getting closer. He's already found an opening on a swap. Jazzy, he's also down. Trouble now for Demon Sprite, last man standing, and the net from Trap. The M79 strikes death for Demon Sprite.
And off-screen, Team Falcons also dispatched by BRU, and now they turn their attention over to AGAL. Nameless did get popped early on, but it should be a recovery. Titan Esports still has Blade around. And is he sharp enough to cut through the ranks of the Goliaths in front of him? Out in the open. This is going to be tough. No utilities, 2 glue walls, and only 5 medkits. As BRU will also have to make a break for it. Once more doorway out of this. They exit straight into the line aside of Loud Snickers and potentially Evos.
This is what should not happen on your day 2 where you're looking forward to qualification. All the top 4 teams are still surviving. Buriram, AGAL, Evos and Loud. It's only Titan Esports Club all the way at the bottom who has the last player standing, and he doesn't have any position in the zone. So a lot of points which could have been acquired for teams for qualification are being missed out. Blade will be spotted, quickly taken down by Cypher, and we come down to the last 4 teams, and all of them are in the top 4.
Wasana takes the nade to the face, but getting top back up by the therapy. The support system always solid there. Get high, getting sniped by Cypher. But BRU focus on Loud Snickers, and that's a fatal mistake. As Loud Snickers and AGAL work hand in hand for the elimination, and now they turn on each other.
AGAL, they are inside the circle. Yosha gets taken down. Cypher wants to put BCP down in the truck. He's not been able to do, but finally that strike coming in from Dew, and Evo's Divine helping out as well. Nyx becomes the last man standing as Evos go out. Cypher has already spotted him, wants to whack him out, but Nyx, he's trying to isolate this fight. He brings it down, players are falling down, and eventually it'll still be AGAL. They had the numbers, and they get their very first booyah.
Very first booyah in the group stage, and even without it, they were in the top 4 spots. So imagine when you give AGAL such a big boon.
Sorry geng, lambat sikit saya on. Agak boyah, yeah, dia boyah rezeki dia. Aurora tak tahulah kenapa geng. Saya pun tak tahu nak cakap lah.
Unintentionally working together to get rid of BRU, but then AGAL found a perfect engage onto Loud.
Tak tahulah nak cakap Aurora punya penangan.
After the fight, being at the edge of the zone, it could have been their booyah as well. They've already pulled so many yesterday. It could have been an added or third today.
Yep.
But AGL's position, we spoke about it, even in a position where they had to climb up the
calon-calon win AWC Ajal belum. Dia tak gabung dengan grup B. Grup B ada Brazil. Brazil tu yang padu tu. Payah now nak dapat tiket red carpet. Kan dia pergi Paris tak ajak. Come on lah. Saya sekarang dekat Paris. Payah kan nak dapat kan. Macam mana. Dia orang suruh fight point tu je lah. Nak buat macam mana? Kita try lah fight point tu. Try. Tak boleh. Dia kena tengok kat PC ke baru puas hati. Dia kena tengok kat PC ke baru puas hati sebenarnya.
But I would say, right, this goes back to the potential of our secondary scenario.
Kita tunjuk yang ni lah.
Then might as well let them go through.
Barulah puas hati sikit lah. Yang ni kan.
The teams who are chasing for the qualification to grand finals play tomorrow. An extra 10 games, but I guess without these heavy hitters being a big threat, it makes the chances slightly better.
It makes the chances slightly better if you think about the survival stage, but as you looked at the performance right now, the bottom dwellers, the last 2 who were there, even Titan Esports.
Aurora belum boyah lagi.
The top 6 teams, meaning they're acquiring placements.
Tahulah Aurora buat apa.
And they're trying to get themselves out of that.
Aurora belum boyah lagi. Zal, thank you buat TP Zal. Ada rezeki kita pergilah Zal. Apa nak buat Zal? Kan? Tak mampu gak kita nak ni pun.
there's always that safety net, I believe, for any Free Fire competition, right? If I can't take that top spot and qualify, the bare minimum.
Gagal dah dia boyah.
And so if you can't aim for top 4, aim for
Dah
top
dia
10.
boyah nombor 1 lah. Ini match standing, bukannya overall.
Because look at Gun Dynasty, they were barely able to get 2 points in this game. That tells you day 1 and day 2 can be completely drastically different. It cannot replicate the same performance, and that's what even AGL to get their very first booyah.
Ada jap lagi boyah tu.
Tells you that teams are
Agak mengganas Jap lagi kita harap Aurora boyah kan. Betul lah bot kan.
their trophy, their key
Bobot
from
ada.
this
Thank you yang mana teman ganda petang ni.
This group was a group of teams that basically
Jap lagi boyah tu sabar. Kita doakan yang baik-baik.
failing their arms, they're trying to get some haymakers in.
Noh, tang belakang datang macam tu
Mindless brawling, they decided, okay, that kind of hurt a little bit. We got to slow down. And the teams that actually made it work are the front runners. AJL, very patient. BRU, very patient. Laos Snickers, very patient.
Dia menganjing siap nak pakai pen tu.
Yep.
Kau ajar dia
Top 4 teams surviving
Nak
till
pakai
the very
pen
last,
dia.
and also being the last 4 surviving teams, that patience, that holding game on, actually playing
Saya
the
tak tengok
survival
sangat
and
tadi
knowing that they don't
sebab
have
saya
a lot of
terlewat.
time to go
Saya
out.
on live
That
tadi
is
saya tu relax
something that
dulu.
we were talking about. If they miss their performance today and if Falcons rise up the ranks, they might get pushed down. We
Boleh
already spoke,
sabar,
yes, they
kita
have
tengok
high number of
lagi.
eliminations, but that's not the-
Aurora dia
that's not
tengah
the
try
best
tu. Dia
play that
tengah
helped them
try
out to
and
directly
try and
qualify if
try.
they don't put up a decent performance today.
I would say that they do have a safety net with the points they have, and let's see.
Ini malam last untuk diorang. Ni PWS ke apa? Bukan. Ini EWC. Esport World Championship. So bermakna semua game ada dekat esport ni.
Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower.
Nah,
Now
bukan
imagine
PWS ni.
built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Kalau chase dah
What
habis.
an intense opener. AGAL secured the first booyah of the day. We are now back on stage with Mekon Chita Caroline, and of course, we have Yunsul here. That was exciting, right?
Yes.
What a game, what a match. I mean, what even is that last circle, Yunsul?
That was crazy. That was really intense. Imagine we have 5 teams,
Mak
very strong
baju
teams
eh.
compete with each other. And last
Macam-macam
week,
gaya
only
dia
one
orang pakai baju.
survived, which is AGAL. And
Info
so incredible.
bocoran bonus
We've been
bang.
watching them since
Bocoran
yesterday.
bonus
Finally, they got their
Tak ada
booyah.
apa lagi
I was
bocoran.
waiting for that for the whole day.
Bocoran
Yes, and
sekarang
amazing is that AG actually,
kita
scored
akan
the
ada
highest
balik
elimination
Naruto.
points the other day
Yang
in
tu
one
mungkin.
game, and that was
Lepas
the
tu
fifth
kita
game
ada
that
Blue Lock
combined
sekarang ni.
victories.
Esok
Surely
Blue Lock
we're
keluar.
able to be doing that again today.
Amoy comel
Hopefully,
Amoy
let's see what we
comel.
saw in the first game. I think
Lain
things
macam
are
awak.
looking
Lain
quite
dia awak
promising,
tengok
right?
Yes, from what I can see
Rambut
from
pink tu
yesterday,
siapa?
they
Mana
have
rambut
been playing
pink?
Very stable. Even though there is no booyah, but still,
Mana
as
rambut
you
pink?
said, the elimination points was on point, on peak. They were doing so best, and today, finally, after game 1, they got
Tadi
one
tu
booyah, but
perempuan tu,
still, the
tu
first
host
place
juga.
is
Host daripada
booyah
mana
for
tah?
esports,
Yang comel tu.
which is 149 points,
Lupa dah
but
daripada
first
mana.
ranking. Well, this is our stage hit for the after game 1. Thank you, Conchita, and thank you for your listening. Let's head back to our casters.
Thank you very much to our lovely angels, Yunsu and Conchita. We got a lot more in store here at the Free Fire at EWC 2026. Again, Paris can only get more and more love.
dah start dah game kedua.
As we quickly drop into map number 2.
Okay, game kedua, geng. Good luck untuk Aurora. Aurora, let's go.
And AJL have started off strong with a booyah. So let's see if they can keep that train going.
It is Solara that we drop down to. And another opportunity for the teams at the middle order as well as at the bottom. And you can already see a
Aurora
quick swap
nombor
because
8
of how
sekarang.
Brighton Esports Club played. And we mentioned this. They need placement points. They instantly got it.
Hai, agak-agak. Aladdin.
And now,
My
they are in a
brother.
great spot.
Buat apa tu my brother?
We cool. We complete each other's sentences. But I will say that whatever we sort of like set up yesterday.
Nak nombor Amoy tu boleh? Boleh, nanti saya minta kan. Boleh, tak ada masalah. Lagi awak nak apa lagi? Saya cuba adjust kan. Nombor je.
top 16s to hunt him down. Aswab instantly brought back. TEC now joins the fight. That is a team that we've been watching out for at the start of day 2. Najat in the fray of things. Rahat also coming in and Blaze slicing through the ranks.
Tengok Aurora kali ni dia padu sikit. Kau tunggu kau tunggu. Ini Aurora mesti padu tu bot. Bobot relax lu bobot. Wih, satu tim rata Awal. Nak ajak pre-club ni. PDX. Okay, PDX rata okay dah tu.
A very unfortunate early exit, completely swarmed
DC.
by multiple teams in the earlier stage.
DC mana?
Whether it's desperation or a change of pace for some of the bottom dwellers, it has been working out in
DC
favor
mana?
of teams like Apex Gaming,
Adam.
Demon's Pride, Titan, DRS. I mean, even for GD able to pick off a couple of stragglers on their own.
Mana-mana je.
It does come at a cost
Buat apa
for
kat
some of
DC?
these who are just
Lain
half a
macam
second
awak ni
slower to
Adam.
respond.
Awak lain macam ni Adam.
They did spot AGAL, but they take the fight to Titan Esports Club and Najad is taken down. And it is the wisest
Adam buat
call,
apa?
I feel right now. Coming in from DRS.
Nobody WC lah. Oh, marilah kat sini je lah. Dekat live boleh. Oh, borak-borak.
But DRS, they are on a charge. They want to go for a hit. Hadu was backing off, uses the chrono and is now safe and sound. But at least this gives away the position of where the players from Titan Esports Club are. But it's only
Dekat live je lah kita borak-borak.
the direction revived and are healthy.
Tak boleh
He's actually getting pressured as well. Forced to take the zip line away. Takuri actually getting tagged in the meantime, was brought down. But this was sort of like the demise of Paradox Gaming. A very quick, painless one.
Dah
They
macam.
take the bottom spot. Aurora still in
Bukan,
this game.
saya
Plus,
tak
in
boleh
the
nak
side,
tu.
if you're a Malaysian team
Kalau saya
opponent
duduk
here,
dalam DC Kang,
Blake just
suara awak pun bukannya saya dengar. Sebab saya dengar suara game ni kuat gila.
Rahat call in for reinforcement. Aurora this time stand their ground and will not be taken out by AGAL in the earlier stages. Jun up the stairs, Cypher barricades himself safely, and Axo with the follow-up. Cypher.
Okey, Aurora bantai Agal tu. Ratakan terus Agal tu.
Flight mode right
Go!
now, jumping in air. If he gets
Aduh,
spotted,
lari dah diorang. Aduh, depan
and
tu.
Aurora, they need a game like this.
Masuklah
They need
terus.
what happen on Solara, where everybody's focused
Macam tu.
will not be able to. At least they will
Kan dapat tu.
there is still
Anjay.
chance for AGS. They don't have to be worried about it. They needed
Kan
these
kena tu.
4 eliminations.
The good news for
Weh.
Aurora is that they are not
Weh,
close to
siapa
bottom
lagi
two.
datang tu?
But bad news is that they technically only have 5 games to play because game 1 they didn't really get anything done. So the
Okey lah
catch-up
tu
game
dapat tu kan.
There's a lot more
Kiko
urgency.
Kiko Zen thank you buat tapping-tapping.
compared to the rest of the teams.
Tak nak borak-borak
One of the
ke?
teams that is in no rush at all is
Saya
Eagles.
isap rokok jap.
And so far playing on Solara, it's one of the maps that they are slightly more comfortable in. Loud Snickers playing a Vitis X. Completely found out in the
Attack
open.
saya Im
Loud Snickers with the first point.
Milo Milo duduklah sini dan diam.
Are playing
Keluar masuk. Tak nak tengok Ajal kena ni tadi.
sure they stay the top 4 way that they
Ajal
are
dah
in.
kena kill tadi tu.
That they make it to the final as well.
Itu
They
amaran
have seen
pertama.
the counterparts from Brazil.
Ya,
MSL
Milo
also.
macam tu.
They're keeping their toes
Bah,
matched up and I think that's
janganlah
what they
bye
want to do.
Long,
And if
sian,
it's a
saya
majority of
seorang
all
kat
Brazilian
sini.
teams who made it here to
Long,
EWC,
thank you.
all the way to the
Terima
finals,
kasih pada
there is a big
PC.
chance for them to walk away
Sekejap,
with
saya tak buka
being
cam ni.
world
Saya tengah isap
champions.
rokok jap.
It's a lot of pressure also because when we look at
Terus bye je
I want to say from the early days until
Aduh,
now,
tinggallah
you would
saya.
expect teams from
Tinggal
Thailand and Brazil, if they
aku
qualify to a tournament, they're expected to all make the grand finals.
keseorangan.
It is
Okey,
one thing
baik.
to show that, and especially for Loud, who has been on the big
Tiada
stage, they've
lagi
missed out if they're not, they
alung
don't
di
have 100% attendance, but when
sini.
they're there,
Ah,
a lot
gitu.
of
Siap
eyes are on
lagu
them.
gitu.
Right, aside from Fluxo, like Loud is the second. team that
Jun, kau
so
buat apa
wants to
seorang situ Jun?
make it to the final
Weh,
and
dia nak
beat
langgar
the
e-boss
match.
tu.
But it
Dia nak
has
langgar
always been
e-boss.
so close.
Kau tengok
Aurora also
Gulak Zwes. Pantai Zwes, lasit Zwes. Lasit. Bam! La ilaha illallah. Apa tembak angin tu gila.
That's a shot for you.
Aduh.
He was back in action as Ziel spotted. Aim God puts him down.
Alah Zwes.
Can he put the chopping block?
Rata lagi lah Aurora kalau macam ni.
Found out damage done, head speed lost. His position completely compromised. It's just a boulder. And
Nasib baik ada orang sambut.
I don't see a vending machine to help, nor a team to help.
Ui, nasib baik ada orang lain kacau. Alah Zwes kau menembak. Sakit betul hati aku. Apa benda lah tembak angin. Orang tu dah last seat dah kot.
But again, Demon's Pride, who are also hungry for some points, they ended up being the intervention that Aurora desperately needed in times.
Aduh.
This is what I was talking about. And you see
Kecoh betul lah.
now fighting for elimination.
Tembak angin, geng.
The top 4 teams are already getting their best.
And that is the best part right now of this lobby.
Nasib baik tak rata tadi. Nasib baik Hazel dapat balik angkat tu. Aduh, fokus sikit Zwes. Siapa hashtag 12? PDX, Paradox.
Good ratio there. Even TAG finds himself on the feed.
Tak fokus dia menembak.
Quick reminder at the end of
Tak
this,
payahlah tengok piala tu.
have their keys fed into the crusher.
Dah ada 6 kill tu. Sayang kalau rata tadi.
Such great accessories.
Aurora
That's
tak.
the nature, the brutality of a competition. Let's see
Hampir-hampir
this
dah
because
tadi.
Game 1 was brutal.
Tadi tu dia dah hampir-hampir nak rata dah tadi. Nasib baik lah. Ada orang cover, ada orang attack third party kat situ kan. So EVOS tak jadi kejar dia. Kalau tidak tadi, hai. Aurora. Zwes buat apa? Apa EVOS tu dah last seat dah. Dah last sangat dah. Dah sikit gila. Dia tembak boleh tak kena. Dia orang over sangat. Map ni kecil. Memang open. Betul. Dia dekat tempat open pula tadi. Nasib baik lah. Rezeki lah. Belum rata lagi. Oh, TEC pun rata dah. Okay. Hui, sayang tadi. Kalau tidak, dia boleh langgar EVOS tu tadi. Map kalah hari lagi open. Map kalah hari. Dia open tak apa tapi besar. Solara ni map dia kecil. Dia compact. Nasib baik ada more maker. Betul. So bila enemy lain datang, EVOS tak jadi kejar Hazel tadi. Kalau tidak dia nak kejar dah Hazel tadi. Hai, ya Allah. Tak sempat dia nak pergi angkat. EVOS tinggal seorang lagi. M-God. Okey, dapat balik coin. Dapat balik coin. Lord bantai DP. Lord bantai DP. Rata DP. M-God tu tak ada orang nak ambil ke? Lord kuat lah. Kuat. Dia orang punya tactical dia orang kuat. Defensif dia orang kuat. Bila dia orang kena attack macam mana dia orang nak buat. Dia orang kuat kat situ. Ya betul. Noriza, thank you. Terima kasih Noriza Berla. Wih, sedap nama dia. Sedap nama tu. Macam nenek saya.
As of now, I think that's the mantra for them. They're unable to find.
Aku dah berdebar dah tadi. Tim apa paling kuat bagi kanda? Kalau dekat AWC ni apa ni? Brazil pun kuat, Thailand pun kuat. Kuat-kuat lah semuanya. Kuat-kuat. Cuma dia orang kena main tu pakai IQ yang tinggi. Tak boleh main ikut suka-suka je. Buriram ni kuat juga ni.
It's also a first timer on the EWC stage as well. Finally getting what people say they deserve over their counterpart back in the region.
Bahaya tadi, ya Allah. Tak boleh lupa aku Zwes tu. Aduh. Dia kena perform . Kena fokus tu kena tinggi. Jangan confident tu terlebih tinggi. Biar fokus tu tinggi. No, EVOS rata. Siapa yang rata ni? Tinggal 9 nak. 2 tim rata ni. Ajal. Coin tak ada nak buat apa tu. Ambil dia ni. Ambil Ajal tu. Ratakan dia dulu. Ya betul, tak ada rehat. Dia orang penat juga. Tapi itulah, dia orang nak sampai ke sini bukan mudah tau. Bukan mudah dia orang nak sampai ke pentas dunia ni. Jadi bila kau dah layak, jangan sia-siakan peluang yang ada. Mungkin peluang ni datang tahun ni je. Tahun depan tak ada dah. Mungkin macam tu kan, siapa tahu.
of DRS as Guasha finds Pratik. Point number
Ah,
7, number
sebab
8.
iklim.
Resilience.
Faktor
DRS,
cuaca.
they will just have to try and
Salam
fight
Kanda,
for
game ke berapa ni? 2 dah.
Not
Cami.
enough firepower.
Cami relax lah dengan Kanda borak-borak. Ini kau orang borak dengan Kanda tak ada pun. 3-4 orang je borak. Okey lah, ada juga orang nak borak. Laut kuat esok saya sokong laut lah. Habis siapa nak sokong Malaysia? Kalau korang orang Malaysia pun tak nak sokong Malaysia. Kan? Masuklah dalam, dah tahu ada danger. Dah ada peti tu, masuklah dalam. Aku tak main duduk hotel. Diorang 3 hari dalam aircon saja, main demam. Oh, ya ke? Ajal kata bebek Milo. Bebek kata sudah tim awak tu. Sudah kata dia. Apa ni lalang ni? No, AURORA. Mall pula kau memang tak ada rasa matahari, betul? Apalah AURORA. Duduk diam-diam boleh kan bawah tu, kenapa kau pergi langgar dia? Tak tahulah nak cakap. Lain macam Brazil, betul? Brazil padu kan. Nice try lah map ni. Boleh lah tu, okey lah tu. Tapi dia jatuh balik nombor 8 nampak tau. Jangan tau, point dia tak banyak tau. Korang kena ingat, nombor 11, nombor 12 malam ni penentuan. Nombor 11 dengan nombor 12, siapa yang tersingkir? Kalau korang direct macam ni nasib baik PDX dengan DP dah susun. Kalau PDX dengan DP ada lagi, dia boleh kejar lagi tu. 63 point tu bukan banyak pun. 63 point tu tak banyak, geng.
Gatling gun being placed, the minute turret could be trouble. Riptide Rhythm on the other end coming in from Falcons.
Senang-senang je dia orang nak potong sebenarnya. Sebab tu dia orang hari ni kena kejar sebanyak point yang boleh. At least dapatkan 100 point dulu ke. Point tipis. Bahaya. Tahu-tahu kan korang turun 9. Tahu-tahu kan korang ini dah chance lagi untuk turun nombor 9. Sebab apa? Sebab DRS ada. Target 110 dah selesa betul. DRS ada lagi. 2 point je beza. Nampak tak? Persaingan untuk 7, 8, 9 tu dekat-dekat gila. Termasuklah 10. Berapa game total ini? Dah game kedua. Dia orang ada lagi 4 game. Kalau direct duk tusun macam mana? Macam mana dia orang nak buat? Habis. Tahu pun. 11 dengan 12 habis. Hari ni balik.
Can he find a confirmation? No, again, glue walls being blocked on any approach coming in from EVOS.
And Rasha himself, 6 out of the 7 eliminations this game for his team. Him and Apex completely separated.
Parken dah selesa tu. Dah. Buriram paling selesa. Parken pun dah selesa dah. Tapi dia orang kena fight lagi. Ada survivor round. Dah okey lah duduk nombor 6. Besok dia orang main lagi. Besok survivor round. So besok penentuan. Nak kena jadi 4 yang terbaik. Tapi masalah dia malam ni kau kena fight habis-habis ni sekarang ni. Sebab poin yang bawah tu 11 dengan 12 tu tentu dia orang akan kejar punya. 11, 12 malam ni singkir balik awal. Balik lobby. 10 game tak, besok 10 game. Malam ni dia orang main 6 game 6 game ni penentuan. Kau tengok Buriram. Relax masuk. Tak ada tempat pun dia nak berlindung. Ada sikit-sikit je. Lagi petak 10 game. Tahu tak apa, lagi penat. Being given one more glue wall as he did ran out of resources, but BRU decides that they can't bomb rush this. In fact, it's TAG that responds onto Falcons. Rashak gets freed up and now he books it for the building where Loud and DRS are perched at.
Launch pad being used as well. BRU now arrives on top of the roof. The reposition enabled by the chaos. BRU now in prime spot.
However, Loud are taking away those eliminations, stealing it away. Damage being done by Buriram, but Loud...
Shake compound je. Confirm. Last zone memang dia orang akan shake compound ni. Tapi kau tengok Loud punya game Kau tengok Loud punya game. Confirm dia punya akan turun. Dia akan keluar daripada compound dia tu bila team dah tak ramai. Kau tengok Dia awal ni dia akan tahan je. Ibo santai betul. Falcon dah rata nampak. Okay, Ibos rata. Kau tengok Loud macam mana gameplay dia. Oh, Buriram win tu. Buriram ada zone. Buriram dapat zone. Kau tengok Loud macam mana dia punya main.
Captain Jonah, BRU under pressure. Wasana responds from long range. They need to keep Jonah alive, and Jonah is the anchor that cannot.
Kami datang nak rayakan dia sila. Boleh. Waalaikumsalam.
AYUH gets taken now off screen by Trap, and BRU able to retreat to a safe space. TAG now needs to catch up.
Just like how out in the open Buriram made their rotation.
Kau tengok Loud macam mana main. Dia ambil zone. Dia peduli tim-tim lain yang tengah perang. Sebab apa dia orang target nak boyah je. DRS rata. Lot belum kalah. Belum. Nampak dia orang relax je. Dia biar dulu Buriram dengan TAG lawan. Dia tak gelojoh pun. Aurora tadi kongsi compound dengan Loud dah bantai pergi langgar Loud tu. Buat biadah apa kau pergi langgar Loud. TAG naik ni. Itulah. TAG memang dah dekat atas lah. Atas kita. Nampak dia orang relax je kat situ. Mana dia orang menyorok nampak dia orang tak ada fikir pun nak attack pun. Bertahan je mana yang boleh. Nampak tau. Dia bergerak pergi bawah tu je lagi dapat lah. Nampak. Nampak tak? Nampak Loud punya game. Buriram naik atas. Boyah Loud ni kejap lagi kau tengok. Sebab Loud ada dinding. Orang lain semua dah open. Loud dia ada dinding lagi boleh nyorok. Tengok dia orang tolak BRU. Betul. Nampak? Dia orang punya sabar tu. Dia langgar. Nampak? Loud boyah ni. Betul. Dia orang sabar tu. Dia orang sabar permainan dia orang tu. Apik gaming boyah Nampak orang sabar macam mana. Salah step Loud. Tak apa. Dia orang nak cakap dia sabar tu macam mana. Berapa lama dia bertahan. Aurora tadi baru je Loud tu pancing dia sikit, dia dah pergi masuk attack. Aduh. Jangan nafsu. Sayang sebab peluang tu tak datang banyak kali. Tadi baru je tim apa tu, Loud tu usik dia sikit je dia pergi usik. Dia orang pergi langgar terus. Loud tu saja je berapa lama dia tahan kat compound tu. Bila korang ada kat bawah, dia try lah pancing korang. Dia pancing sikit, dia tembak sedas dua je. Aurora terus pergi langgar. La ilaha illallah. Habis dah. Aduh. Tak nak share compound. Itulah pasal orang tu tak kacau pun.
Incredible stuff here.
Orang tu pancing-pancing je. Memang Loud style dia macam tu. Dia akan tembak sedas 2. Lepas tu dia akan glow wall.
Once we got into the top
Dia akan
6,
tahan.
AG is a prime candidate for that booyah. And this is what
Sebab apa? Sebab member dia dah ready dah nak langgar korang. Kalau korang attack dia.
The volatility, but this final sequence, TAG, I could rewatch this all day.
All day, all long. Brilliant out. Yes, they tried
AURORA
to
4 orang kat
but it did
compound tu.
not work out as brilliant as they wanted.
Kalau lock pancing kan dia basah dah. Tak ada dia. Benda macam ni kau tak boleh. AURORA daripada semalam macam tu. Dia akan langgar. Tak boleh. Dia orang nak langgar tak. Dia orang dah duduk top berapa boleh lah langgar. Santai. Lepas ni santai dulu. Jangan terlalu nak langgar.
Hello everyone, I'm Carol Bombshell.
Kalau boleh langgar, tak apa langgar.
To have this company here by my side, Nameless from AGL team. Thanks so much for your time.
Mungkin diorang tertekan nak cari point kot kan dia. Boleh nak cari point tapi tak guna. Kau cari point macam tu. Kau nak point tapi lalas kau rata. So dapat tak kau point tu? Tak dapat kan? Lagi kau terhenti kat situ.
ก็เมื่อวานนะครับแบบว่าหลายครั้งเหลือเกินที่เราเกือบจะได้บูย่าเนี่ยแต่ว่าไม่ได้สักทีนะฮะแต่ว่าวันนี้เนี่ยเราได้ปลดล็อกที่ได้บูย่าแรกแล้วเนี่ยฮะรู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับครับก็รู้สึกปลดล็อกครับแล้วก็รู้สึกว่าทีมพวกผมพร้อมแล้วครับที่จะเป็นแชมป์ Yeah, I feel like we have already
betul lah Dam. Patutnya dia orang fokus je zone tu. Fokus je dulu, tak apa.
That's definitely the way to talk. Okay, so after
Fokus zone dulu.
here in the 5th place and in the 30 in the global finals, you are getting closer to win an international tournament. And to, of course, together with your whole team, does it feel like this is the moment to get over the line?
ก็ในปีที่แล้วนะฮะเราได้จบไปทั้งที่อันดับที่5นะฮะแล้วก็อันดับที่3นะครับใน global tournament นะฮะในปีนี้เนี่ยเราขยับเข้ามาอีกขั้นหนึ่งแล้วที่จะได้เป็นแชมเปี้ยนนะฮะรู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับก็รู้สึกว่าปีที่แล้ว
betul.
ไม่มีผมครับ
Semalam kau perasan tak ada host dia, ada Halkum. Kau ada tak perasan?
Because last year he not in the team yet, but this year he's here already, so everything should be fine now.
Okay. Are you sure? All right, I trust you. Okay, so
Kalau kau perasan kejap lagi, Kanda ada Halkum. Kanda ada lah, kita lelaki.
All look very strong. Who do you think is the biggest competitor right now?
ก็ตอนนี้นะครับมีหลายทีมเลยที่บอกว่าเป็นตัวเต็งนะครับไม่ว่าจะเป็น MIBR นะฮะแล้วก็อีกหลายๆทีม
Nanti kita tengok kejap lagi ada. Ada lagi dekat Nestera ke Kalari? Ada lagi? Ada.
ฟุกโซแล้วก็เราครับ Yeah, I think it's gonna be Fluxo and Laos, which is like the most competitive.
Bukan Kanda.
Only Brazilian
Atau?
teams? Okay, I like your answer. Thanks so much for the interview. Good luck in the
Team
next
X7 kalau main
matches.
tabrak
Rest
je.
of the day.
Korang dekat
And
Malaysia
let's
boleh lah
see it.
tabrak. Ini main
From
dunia.
Nameless from AGL team.
Orang rasa korang juara tabrak sangat kan. Dekat sana lagi ada yang tabrak. Kanda perempuan kan baik jujur anjay. Perempuan pula. Okay, kita lepak sini. Boleh tengok komen korang kan. Okay, lepas ni map apa?
At this year's Esports World Cup,
Pergi main screen Indo baru rasa macam si ha.
all the coverage you crave.
Indo tu boleh lah. Screen dia orang boleh lah. Korang nak langgar-langgar.
And for the first time ever, a completely unfiltered behind the scenes
Macam
broadcast.
mana nak masuk 4-4? Macam mana nak masuk KG4?
I don't think he ever saw that coming. That was
Masuk je lah. Apa masalah?
means you're getting the real coverage.
I think that was
With raw opinions.
Bukan komuniti FM Malaysia tak kuat. Bang Kanda tak main sekali ke? Saya simpanan je
From
spek.
broadcasters
Saya
who don't
jadi
even know they're
reserve
being recorded.
Dia bukannya dia tak nak support. Sebab dia tak nampak lagi. Macam ML. Kenapa ML dia orang support? Sebab ML jadi juara dunia. Itu sebablah dia support. FF ni belum lagi jadi juara dunia. At least kalau macam sekarang kan. Kalau contohlah AURORA boleh buat nombor 2 ke nombor 3 lah. Contoh dia. Mungkin dia orang akan pandang. Mungkin dia orang akan pandang.
We're gonna get fined. There's no way that this is gonna work.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Mungkinlah dia orang akan pandang kan.
Okay?
Ini kalau pergi kat dunia, kita balik awal, macam mana dia orang nak pandang? ML dulu jadi juara. Memanglah dia orang pandang. Kau tengok Indo, kenapa dia boleh bawa penyokong-penyokong dia pergi sana? Mungkin dia punya presiden. Sebab yelah, dia orang dah juara tahun lalu. So tahun ni dia orang nak pergi bawa member lah. Macam tu. Bawa kawan lah tahun ni. Macam tu maksud dia. Bawa penyokong pergi. Tak apa. Presiden support. Macam tu. Sebab apa? Sebab dia orang bekas juara.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see them play because even to set the expectation from yesterday. Lucifer did mention that they have
tak ada player, cerita dia tak ada player.
But also in the last two games they plummeted. So hopefully this is a different story right now. Starting it off
dekat sekolah pun dia orang buat ML je. Sebab apa? Sebab tak ada player. Mungkin ada player FF dekat sekolah dia orang. Mungkin tak ramai sebab tak ramai. Kalau ML kita tahu mana-mana ceruk pun ramai. Jadi sebab tu dekat sekolah pun ada. Dia orang buat tu. Supek, nanti ujung minggu ni Supek turun dataran Kulim layan FIFA World Cup Final. Ada baju-baju. Petang tu ada game e-sport juga dia orang buat. Lepas tu ada main penalti dekat stadium Kulim.
Was amazing. Yes, they were in a bit of a compromising situation. They got lower ground, but they managed to make
player
it work.
FF selalu kena pandang lain, betul. Asyik berdrama je.
14 elimination points. This is the consistency that we need, and of course we expect.
Tak habis-habis drama je. Tak habis-habis pepeng je. Siapa nak layan?
We especially were talking about Neptune is their positioning, right? Yesterday at one point it looked like they were just getting gifted, but you can't say gifted when this squad is continuing to just be consistent in their location and their placement during
Aurora nombor 5. Total point 10. 7. So nombor 5 takkan 3 point.
Everyone is in position, or as soon as the next phase covers the following one, that's where they will be able to rotate onto the edge of that circle. So it's a good strategy for Loud Stickers right now. I think even
Kenapa Aurora?
To do the same thing.
Oh, tadi Aurora nombor 8
That's when they met AJAL and take them down.
Yeah, and what's interesting for me was that battle
naik dekat
between,
top 5.
was it tag against
Aduh, pening.
Was trying to do something at the very last minute, but unfortunately
makin mengejar, yang bawah makin mengejar.
And that was actually kind of shocking to me because Buriram United Esports, we all knew day one they were amazing, they were super aggressive, they set the tone, but something went wrong today. I haven't seen the same Buriram.
Harap asyik tengok live kan dia. Asyik sibuk kat sana. Mana Dan dia nak tengok live ni.
We're expecting a ring around the Rosie, but I guess they didn't find Rosie at that point, and they met against each other, and Tag was just on that high ground, took down Buriram United together with Loud, and great elevation though has been done. Though it is Tag who initiated it, we were expecting that Loud might be able to go in quick, but
agak-agak lepas ni okey lah. Kita harap-harap lepas ni okey.
They were literally all over the place, up and down. The movement was very dynamic, very amazing, very impressed.
And for Buriram, I kind of want to go back to that one because this squad, maybe they set too much of an expectation yesterday, would you say, Conchita? Because they did end up getting 3 booyahs yesterday. I don't think any of us expects them to do that again today.
Yeah, well, again, it's not just yesterday, but it's Buriram United Esports.
Korang santai jap boleh? Kan dia nak mandi sekejap boleh ke?
Do come here with a lot of preparation and vengeance and redemption. So
kan dia nak makan jap boleh Cami? Cami tolong tengok live jap
they can exceed even the expectation that we give them. That is why today I'm actually not feeling it yet for Pura Muda Esports. I don't know what it is, but yeah, I think they could do so much better.
Hari ni 6 game lagi. Diorang kena main 12 game.
Is to show them what have be a threat on the board. And Brave United, like yesterday was just a booyah. Now it's just the numbers.
Tolong Cami Anda nak makan jap, lepas tu kan dia nak mandi.
Elimination in the second game, despite of not getting that booyah, total points rather, the 10 elimination at second game, despite of not getting booyah, they're still in that number 1. But again, some teams are creeping in slowly, and they're making way on what Brave United managed to pull off, studying their opponents and then bringing them down.
Yeah, especially with what we've been talking in regards to the gaps. If you're just tuning in, if this is for some reason the first time you're watching Free Fire at EWC 26, let me just remind you what's going to happen after these matches are done for Group A. The top 4 will be moving on to the grand finals. And let's take a look at those top 4, because right now EVOS is that cutoff point. You can see 139 points. They do have a healthy gap there to Gun Dynasty, Team Falcons as well. This is one team that I think we were expecting to step it up in the second half, especially coming up soon. Maybe that will be the turnaround for that squad, because they do need to make up points.
Yes, but I don't think 5 points is that healthy, actually, especially with the rest of the game that we have. I'm just not sure that this is quite safe yet for EFOS, so they still have to try somehow to be more consistent, at least in getting those points. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, look at that century mark in terms of elimination for Pura United as well. And a lot of teams are trying to do the same thing. They're trying to follow the path that BRU has been playing, but it is difficult right now. Most of them are just playing it with placement point, positioning wise, but BRU just understand what they need to do right now. They are countering. They're going against the flow.
Yeah, but it's also getting ridiculously dangerous for Paradox Gaming. I mean, let's take a look at that. 48 points. They fell behind Titan Esports Club in just 2 games today.
I mean, there's one thing about Paradox Gaming. Hopefully they let go of the aggressive reign, because I think that's where they're failing. Back in the regionals, they're the most aggressive team out of Africa. Now they are, that's going against them. Like, your aggression, especially with teams who have all eyes on you, then you will be the target in most instances. So they just tone it down a little bit, play with placement, and then towards the end, if you get that booyah or close it, then that's where you'll have that confidence to get all those eliminations.
It's so close too, and those teams towards the bottom, I mean, we just saw what Tag was able to do before this performance. Yes, they have had some good performances, but they were still there within distance of those teams towards the bottom. The last 2 will end up getting their keys crushed here at Free Fire at EWC 26. Now, can they possibly get a booyah? That's what we're gonna be looking at, especially those teams towards the bottom, because they got absolutely nothing to lose. They know what's at stake, Conchita. Either they get a booyah or they go home.
But one thing that I do realize today is something has shifted between all of the teams that are playing in the A group. Yesterday, it was all about aggressiveness. It was all about showing up, showing strength. But today, they are playing it a little bit more strategically. They are trying to be more consistent in terms of collecting elimination points instead of just, showing up with a bang.
You gotta get those elimination points.
Yeah.
You wanna get that booyah. That's just what we're after. I mean, yesterday we even had a competition in regards to those booyahs, and we've been seeing the comments that you guys have been posting on social media. You guys actually heard us use that hashtag EWC, and if I'm not mistaken, we might be featuring some of your guys' stuff right now. I'm intrigued to see what which teams are gonna be biased towards. We're totally not biased whatsoever here on the desk.
So not. We're supporting everyone.
It's not like we want all the top teams to continue to do great and take that performance. But you can see it right there towards the bottom. X-Tunin says Trap is the best bomber in the world, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, let's see though, because there's a lot of bombers being in here. And this is something that we were talking in the background as well. Though there are a lot of chances of the M79 grenade launcher to be used, not a lot of them are pulling it off. And not even every team is putting in the Steffi to prevent all those grenades. So I hope that we see those great bombers right now being capitalized, because there's not so much of going against them.
It wasn't just Lucifer having the confidence in tag. The fans are out there with the confidence as well. Whether tag will qualify, which by the way, right now they're looking like they will be qualifying to survival unless they continue to have some more booyahs. Then maybe we have a different narrative here. They will play like beasts today.
But I so agree, because then again, this is the Esports World Cup. Of course, we have to play our best. We have to give the best mentality, the best performance. That is what we expect and nothing less. So yeah, that's exactly what we want from each and every single one of the team that is competing today.
I love this prediction there towards the bottom. AGAL, Loud, or Evos. They didn't want to pick one. They're like, you know what? Let's throw 3 of the best teams out there from Group A and see which one actually ends up winning the championship. And I don't blame him, because right now there's so many teams being able to step up. We're looking at Demon Sprite on the screen. I know Pakistani fans were expecting a lot more out of this squad that is the champions from Pakistan. Can they possibly do it? That is the big question mark. What are we going to be looking for them to do different? I know we've been talking about the playing styles that we've been seeing out of their squads, maybe playing a little bit too passive, maybe being a little bit too aggressive. Neptune, what are you looking for Demon Sprite to do?
Well, we know that for Demon Sprite in their region, they can be aggressive. They can be tactical as well. But again, there's a lot of teams who has read that already, who has been like years ahead of them.
Yep.
So Demon Sprite just needs to stay in the edge right now. Use all the utilities that they have, especially those binocular skills. If they want to get a safe spot into the next phase or each phase of the circle, use those R-funds, use those binocular scans, so that at least you'll have a clear view of whether you're heading into danger or just in a safe spot. But that's only that. Not only that, there's also those launch pad that is available depending on the map or which map we're playing in. If I'm not mistaken, the next map would be in Kalahari. So this is where those hook guns will be important. Their entry and exit would be much quicker compared to just walking around or running around.
One of the teams that Demon Sprite is currently hunting down is none other than Titan Esports Club.
Yep.
Conchita, what do they
course.
need to do to make sure they don't get hunted down and end up on those bottom 2?
Of course. I mean, the trend that we've been seeing, not just from today, but the match day yesterday, is that you don't actually have to secure a booyah. You can just consistently earn placement points, that elimination points. So I think that should be the objective that Titan Esports Club is focusing right now, instead of trying to, get into a fight, a huge fight with any other team. Just try to make it more safe, more strategic, because I think if we're comparing skills and individuals, they do have what it takes to endure the game, Neptune.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Thailand Esports Club, I think they need Blade to be as sharp as ever. It needs to be...
Wait. Just gonna take a second. Can we please go back to that player? Because he was just relaxing. He was in the mood. If I'm not mistaken, that was AJAL. And they were saying that now, after the performances that they saw, they're looking to be the champions. They're feeling that confidence, and boy, are they. Sorry, Neptune, we had to point that out. Now you can go back to it.
It's just chilling like a villain right there. But anyways, going back to the point, I mean, Blade needs to be as sharp as ever. Get all those eliminations in, get that information on those rush. But again, it's not those careless rush. They need to be strategic. Kalahari is one of those wherein they can capitalize on their snipers to find their position first. But again, it's one thing it's a good thing that we are now on day 2, because they can review what happened in day number 1, especially in this map of Kalahari. And well, despite of not having that much of a gameplay in specific maps, at least they have a general idea of where the other teams are dropping or rotating.
Let's take a look at the overall once again, just to make sure everybody's aware of what's happening right now. Gun Dynasty, I feel like today we really haven't seen the Gun Dynasty that we saw yesterday.
True, because not only they haven't secured a booyah, but the points that they keep on getting the other day, that is something that we haven't seen today. I think that is exactly the problem with the way that the other teams are playing. They're no more showing aggressiveness. They are playing it more smartly, and I think that kind of messed with Gun Dynasty's plan and strategy. Yep. So it's time for them to adapt now, because actually they were one of the team that were very disruptive the other day. Now they are the ones who has to follow the rules, quote unquote.
Yeah, exactly. I think the day number 1, they have that element of surprise.
Yeah.
Gun Dynasty just brought in the big Gun Dynasty.
Ooh!
See what you did there. there.
Yeah, well, it's his uncle in me. But anyways, going back, so they have this element of surprise. They were not caught off guard from yesterday. They have a lot of potential of elimination. But now, give these teams a day's rest, a day's chance of studying your opponent, and this is what you happen. Like, look at Gun Dynasty. They only got, what, 4 or 2 points out of game number 1, and then only 6 points on game number 2. It's not looking good for them, but it's a good thing that they managed to stack it up from yesterday.
And right now, with the team being in 5th place, they are about 15 points away from EVOs. EVOs did start off good in regards to some of the placements, but we haven't really seen the booyah out of EVOs at any point. Remember, these are the defending champions of EWC, especially for Free Fire. Can the pressure end up getting to EVOs?
I think there's a possibility that, yes, the pressure is on. They are feeling it right now because just the other day I had a conversation with some of the casters and they do tell me that I think it's going to be very difficult for EVOS this time, just looking at how they're doing at the regional, how this year has been for them. But deep inside, I do believe that they know exactly what they're getting themselves into. I mean, we can actually see the maturity coming from some of the players, especially Rasha. We saw how he did that one-man show thing, right, at the previous game.
Yeah.
He handled that really well. We didn't see him as a teenager. We saw him as this a veteran that is just know exactly what to do and can handle any situation. So hopefully, if we're talking about pressure, as the reigning champion, they should have had that nailed down.
But then again, I mean, if they're just reliant on Russia just ending it, that will be the situation over and over again. He's the last man standing. The rest of the squad will just be waiting to be revived if they can be revived. And that is getting tougher and tougher. One good story, though, for EVOS is after that game number 2 from yesterday, they are getting double-digit points, all throughout up until today. So that's the trajectory as well as the consistency that we're looking for. Booyah will capital them a little bit higher to make them secure the top 4.
And for Team Falcons, you got to remember, for Team Falcons, they're currently in contention not just to be able to be the champions of Free Fire at the EWC 26, they're also in contention for the club championship. So they want to be able to get those points. They have won in the past here for Free Fire. Which team and which player from Falcons would you like to see step up in this last matches for Group A?
Well, Limited 7. Limited 7 is one of the best snipers that we have in Southeast Asia. Team Falcons has been using him as a threshold when it comes to snipers. But it seems like he is being hampered right now. Again, this current meta is a meta of the snipers. The current update is the update for the snipers. And even Limited 7 is not stepping up. Only the other teams are the ones who's stepping up. So I don't know what strategy is in there, and we're not even seeing him in those close quarter combat. So hopefully he'll be able to step up, lead the squad, because we know the frontliners will be able to cover him.
Yeah, for Falcons, I mean, we saw players yesterday being able to step up, and I'm hearing that we actually have an interview with the Falcons. So let's see what they had to say earlier in the day.
Hello everyone, right next to me is On Fire from Team Falcons, and I also have Kay for our Thai translator as well. Alright, hello On Fire. So this is our second day, and I think it's gonna be very pressure for Team Falcons because you guys must get into top 4. Have you guys prepared for anything?
ก็วันนี้นะถือว่าเป็นการแข่งวันที่2แล้วนะฮะแล้วก็ค่อนข้างเป็นการแข่งที่เป็นวันที่ค่อนข้างกดดันเป็นอย่างมากสำหรับทีมฟาลคอนนะเนื่องจากว่าฟาลคอนจะต้องขึ้นไปถึงท็อป4ให้ได้นะฮะได้เตรียมตัวยังไงมาบ้างครับ
ก็เล่นไล่ยิงแบบวันแรกแล้วไม่ได้กดดันเท่าไหร่ครับ
Actually, there's not that much pressure for us. Like we're gonna play like the same as we played yesterday on the first day, so we're gonna go hunt everyone down one by one.
Okay, I understand his perspective, but overall, yesterday, we can see a lot of changes in the roster. So what happened? Are you guys trying to test as much as you guys can during the tournament so you guys can do your best at the finals day?
ก็เข้าใจนะฮะว่าต้องการจะทำอะไรสักอย่างเมื่อวานนะแต่ว่าเนื่องจากว่าเมื่อวานเห็นมีการปรับแผนการเล่นค่อนข้างเยอะเลยอยากจะทราบว่าทีมฟอลคอนต้องการจะทดสอบอะไรบางอย่างหรือเปล่าฮะหรือว่ามีแผนอะไรอยู่ในใจไหม
ก็ไม่มีนะแค่บางคนยังน้องในทีมบางคนยังกดดันนะเล่นไม่ได้ก็เลยปรับเปลี่ยนกัน
Actually, like it's just like some of the players in our team like are not get used to the playing on the stage yet, so it's like it's a bit of pressure to that player. So, but everything gonna be fine.
Oh, okay, I understand. Okay, so one more questions on Fire. I heard this will be your last season in AWC 26, but also in Free Fire. I'm not sure, so I'm asking. So, do you feel any pressure, or do you feel happy when you're here in Paris?
ก็อย่างที่ทราบกันนะฮะว่าปีนี้เนี่ยจะเป็นปีสุดท้ายของฟรีไฟร์อาจจะหรือเปล่าก็ไม่มีใครทราบนะฮะแต่ว่าอยากถามว่ารู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับผม
ก็นะ
ก็อย่างที่ทราบกันหลายคนทราบกันนะฮะว่าปีนี้จะเป็นปีสุดท้ายแล้วของฟรีไฟร์หรือเปล่าก็ไม่มีใครทราบได้นะฮะเราเลยอยากถามน้องออนไฟร์ว่ารู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็จะทำให้ดีที่สุดครับไม่รู้ว่าจะมีอีกหรือเปล่า
Well, as we have no idea, like no clue at all what's gonna happen to the Free Fire, we're gonna be here next year or not in EWC, but we're gonna try our best.
All right, thank you so much on Fire, and I'm really hoping that you guys can rock back today because yesterday was not kind of smooth for us, but who knows today they can jump back really fast. Thank you on Fire and sending a lot of lucks to Team Falcons today, and thank you to Kay as well. Thank you for your listening, and now let's go around, shall we?
I like that for us. Okay, we're not biased at all. We're just a little bit biased sometimes.
See, I'm not the only one.
You're not the only
We're
one.
not the only one.
Yeah, well, let's see now. Well, I think it's time to see if Falcons maybe is going to end up getting a booyah. Let's send it over to Lucifer and Husky.
Team Apex Gaming, after getting their booyah back home, their fans feel like this dream which was surreal is now come into play, come into action, and now that will rally everybody to look forward to making it to the finals. And with that, we start our match 9 here at Esports World Cup 2026 Paris. And it looks like Group A, which was supposed to be the group of death, is also becoming a little bit of a comeback for some of the teams to get out of the chopping block.
There might be still some big separations between 6th and 7th spot. Falcons still being the gatekeeper there, but Team Apex Gaming has proven that those booyahs, they make a lot of difference. They shoot up to the 7th spot. But when we look at some individual stats, the Wonder Kid Rasha still tops the chart with the most eliminations at 36, Trap and Sci-Fi sharing 33 apiece, which means that these key players are always going to be the biggest difference makers, like what we've seen in the first 2 games. But now we head into Kalahari, and I'm looking at one team to take it back home, and I hope that that is going to be EVOS.
You hope for EVOS, the fans hope for their favorite teams as the fight breaks out. Demon's Pride, they're still at the chopping block. They've not made their move. Paradox also the ones, and it seems like Enrique is in trouble.
A bit of a tap dance there, Enrique. Still heading up for safety. Paradox. Are there any resistance? Jazzy has already chased down Enrique. So first blood achieved by Demon's Pride. Paradox with the instant revive. Madara with the chase down too. That's sneaky gone. 2 for Demon's Pride, but finally some clapback.
But it's not a pick, it was just a knock, and therefore Demon's Pride will still be happy. They'll be getting 3 eliminations at the end of this fight at Foundation, but there's more that they have to pick up in case they don't want to be eliminated. Those keys are dreams to a lot. And coming out from Pakistan, just one dream is theirs to stay alive, go to the survival stage, and it's not going to be easy because now in front of them there's Loud. And Trap is the 2nd best in the highest eliminations just after Russia. So it's going to be even more tougher. However, his teammates are not close by.
I mean, as we get closer to the halfway point of Group A, things are starting to feel a lot more surreal by the second. Especially like you said, the dreams, right? These dreams come at the cost of someone else.
Uish, baik.
EVOS, despite having more of a
Baik,
tougher
Kitty
game two, we didn't hear
Chu.
what Conchita said. The survival instinct of the Wonder Kid kept them alive for longer than they should have. Just, you know, humanly possible. Trap with the pickup of the Madara.
Sorry, kan dia
Team of TAG that had a booyah in the
200 minit
something
Kami
up
ada lagi,
in the
Kami.
who wants to follow in their footsteps. As KD God that gets chased down. Suez on the case.
Jami ada lagi, ada. Thank you Jami bantu ganda. Tak baru lepas makan.
This is
Nak mandi
not
pula lagi.
the result they would have expected after getting a booyah instant wipe out, but Aurora also needs something to say for their fans. out of Malaysia.
Aurora ada lagi.
It's not an easy run that
Ni
they've
game
had
ke
so far.
ni
They're
tadi
winning
macam
these
ni
stages and
yang
finally
tadi
coming out. They want to make a wave and they do it.
yang
Maybe
ketiga
Kalahari,
lah kan.
Neptune mentioned the hook comes coming in. The game is going to be faster. The sniper's going to try and battle it out, and the CQC will be undefended.
Game ketiga lah.
When we last checked in on the overall ranking,
Aurora ada
Gun
gini.
Dynasty pushed out on
Siapa
top
yang
four.
rata tu?
Currently sitting in 5th spot. First 2 games hasn't been kind, and it seems like it will only get worse as Benel hasn't really found anything.
Siapa yang rata tu?
Vegas. And in front of them is BRU, the worst possible entity to go up against in this case. AGAL dispatches of Paradox Gaming's members.
Sneaky, he's also been spotted. It's going to be trouble. He's the last one. Is he close to the vending machine? He's making a run for it. I'm not sure how many coins he has. There you go. He has 1,100. So he should be able to bring back some of his teammates. But you can see AGAL, they're already a run. They do not want to let Sneaky survive. And Sneaky is just running across the compound.
dengan Aurora.
If he can dabble around, confuse the opponents, but it doesn't seem like it's happening. And very soon he will be found and Paradox will be put to an
Oh,
end.
Paradox kata. Okay,
And that's
cantik.
already 3 teams removed
Oh,
from the
Aurora
lobby.
kata. Ui,
At
baik.
the good timing of 4 minutes. Lau gets a full revive here, courtesy
4
of
kill. Okay, baik, baik,
Falcon's
baik.
actually running into Aurora as well, who earlier on got the wipeout.
Macam
Previous
tu
Booyah
lah.
team was Team Apex Gaming. And I mean for Aurora, on a good day, the only thing that holds them back is that recklessness, right? That bloodlust sometimes causes them to kind of tunnel vision. EXO getting brought back should be fine. In fact, it is a fair fight if Aurora gets into a 3v3 against Falcons. Corona does get tagged by Zuez. And On Fire called in as reinforcement with the Trogon in hand. Zuez will now have to take that fight on. Coming in close, but On Fire is the one that gets the chip damage in.
Falcons with Gun Dynasty not having
ada
this
siapa
day,
tu?
they should be there opening
Wih,
an opportunity.
right.
Zuez.
Zuez ni itulah pasal Zuez liar betul dia Lepas tu mati.
And that's going to be another added on elimination, the second coming in for them. But on the other end, damage leader Trap has been besting rushers, youngsters, and he's still been leading the front. But
Azrael
finally
pula
they puts
kena.
him down, not giving him enough chance right now.
Azrael pula kena tu.
But we know the squad, they rally
tu,
up quickly,
Ezel
they
pula
will get
kena.
it back up. But on the other end, EVOS, after the first 2 unfortunate games that
Habis
they
lah.
had, they would want to pick up points themselves as well because they're the defending champions.
Hmm.
They are now
Azrael pula
close to being
kena. Azrael
pushed
mati
down
pula.
if
Jun
Falcons
kerja
make it to the
mengangkat
top
je.
4.
Absolutely, and even for Aurora, this is going to be a tough game because they are getting picked up by multiple teams and having to invest resources in their revive. Demon's Pride still in the last spot.
No, dah kenapa pula game pause?
I think in this case, right, we've seen Demon's
Aduh, dia boleh pause pula.
went out on a whimper, right? They came in, they get a couple of eliminations. But I think it's about time we talk about the placements for them because some of the first 2 lobbies, wipeouts didn't happen early on. It's not like Kalahari where we've already lost 3 teams, about to be potentially 4.
Dan dia dah makan dah baru lepas. Alhamdulillah.
So that
Baru
means
lepas
for
makan.
Demon's Pride, sure you're getting eliminations. but
Aduh,
if you
Zuez
get
kena
the
santai
additional
sikit. Itulah
placement, you are gonna
pasal.
be in that bottom 2 because they have been racking up some digits.
Pincah betul makan apa? Nasi. Makan nasi. Aduh, apal pula pause.
Before your grand finals, if you already make it to the finals, and especially at that time your placement points count, you need to get closer to the champion rush condition, and if you don't, other teams will make it closer.
Siapa yang
and the
problem,
Booyah
ah?
seals the deal of that key and the shield finding a new home.
Yeah, and it has happened across multiple regions. I mean, we look back at 2025 spring for SCA. It was Onyx that got that win when no one thought they would, right? We call it the Onyx incident. The same happened for the region of USA where Mia Corp, not the favorite to win.
Yeah.
They got here because they got that booyah. And that's where consistency matters the most.
Siapa yang problem ni? Tunjuklah yang problem.
Cliche saying, it's not how you start, it's how you finish.
Exactly.
You can have 200 points in the grand finals, but if a team that hits champion rush at 90 points gets the booyah, they are going to be the champion, and you will only come in second for your efforts.
I'm pretty sure nobody would want to take #2 because we know how devastating it is, especially that the champion can walk away with 3 keys that they would want to add on to their trophy while being crushed. And that is something that esports brings the rawness out of every player, every team.
Remember
And that's the
confused,
best part of
itulah
it.
pasal.
It creates a a system of rivalry that they want to again go for an achievement and take them down the next time. But for now, as they're here in the moment, they
Tu kot yang belakang sana kot, yang ramai technical tadi.
Before we resume, Kalahari has already seen 3 teams out of the play, but Buriram, they are on top of it this time. They've been quick to get 7 eliminations. They would want to do a lot more, because every other team, they've been taking it away in the first 2 games that we witnessed, and especially at today's halfway mark.
Sebab tu player okey je belakang. Belakang tu ada lagi yang tadi tu. Tak tahulah apa problem dia.
They need to deny the points to the top 4 teams.
Yeah. And I think in the worst case scenario, if a team really has no more chance, and this is probably when we get into match 5 and 6 for day 2, you can play spoilers.
Yeah.
You can ruin the chances. Kick someone out of top 4. Force them to play 10 more games tomorrow.
There's already Gun Dynasty who have missed their mark today. They've not been able to perform in the first 2. They're already the 5th spot. Falcons, they should have been the best ones to take that 4th spot away, but that's not happened yet.
And I think the worst case right now, I mean, the situation gets worse for Gun
Ah, tu belah kiri you nampak yang atas tu.
Middle of the pack.
Itu kot problem kot.
Gently push out of top 4 by Evo. I say gently, but there was more.
Saya rasa dekat situ lah yang problem tu.
They just got wiped out.
Yeah.
And I think our panel did say, our host, Barney and Luti.
Panel, dia main panel.
During the team that the team that
Dia main panel ke?
of the group, they get the privilege of operating the Crusher.
Oh,
It's 2 keys, but still,
yeah, those are
you
2
hold-
dreams.
you
going
hold
out.
the dreams in the palm of your hands.
That's a lot. That's a lot for as a responsibility, but at the same time, to see your chances just being crushed, powdered down, and I don't think anybody would want it, but that's how Group A, that's how terrifying Group A has been since yesterday. And even Conchita mentioned this, right? Such a drastic change between Group A's performance on day 1 and day 2 of how teams have become tactical, strategic, thinking about their chances, thinking about the number of points they need, thinking about can they make it out and survive further.
Yeah, and I do enjoy the effort of some of the teams, some of the unproven regions. We saw TAG, but we put Pakistan in the conversation, Demons Prior, Paradox from Africa, Titan Gaming as well, DRS, basically those at the bottom. Even Aurora, they're coming out a little bit more harder. They're coming out with more aggression and sure, double-edged sword, but they're getting the work done, right? This is some of the initiative that I think took them some time to get used to, but now when the tension breaks, you see Demons Pride coming out with a couple of eliminations and they need to patch that up with the placement points.
I like that there is a little bit of a tension break also in this pause happening on stage. We ended up seeing the 6-7 and DRS. They have a total of 67 points.
We were literally talking about this, right? Like, are we going to get an opportunity to be like, oh, this, BRU, they have 161 points, and then we move down the list, and it was like, oh, DRS 6-7. Yeah, wish dreams do come true on this stage.
Yeah, for us as well. Something that we wished for earlier, it happens.
And it transcends generation. I think that is the best part right here. Of course, we are going to have it sorted out, and it's good that it's still in the first phase, right? I say in the first phase, we lost 3 teams. It's
and Kalahari.
And it's Kalahari.
It's very brutal on Kalahari as the grapple guns come in. It's an open terrain. Everybody just has an eye on you, even if you run away. Because we could see, right, the run coming in from Paradox to Sneaky. He was trying to move away from
Janganlah gelak. Weh, lamanya pause lah ilah. Apalah korang ni pause lama-lama ni.
Buildings clearly seen.
Mak pendeknya kau.
Open, and whenever Sneaky
Oh, dia main-main pula meja tu naik turun. Bangkit betul. Oh, meja ni baik. Bukan meja kaleng-kaleng ni. Meja boleh naik turun dia. Gila. Oh, sakit kepala aku. Ya Allah. Sakitnya kepala. Ni baca-baca lu kat cincin.
It's also a matter of like you get into the groove, things are going well, and then someone slams on the brake.
I really like how the storyline itself for Group A.
Dia boleh main-main macam tu
When we started, we were kind of talking. I think this is going to be an easier decision made for us. While we're going to be casting, the top 4 teams are already sitting there. They should be easily qualifying. Gun Dynasty in that top 4. But all of a sudden, things have changed. Falcons might have a chance. Falcons have not found the
Dia
best
boleh
of the
main-main
form.
main-main
Yes,
meja macam tu.
141, but that's not completely pretty. If Gun Dynasty end up finding a big game, EVOs don't. EVOs get put out after having only 1 booyah, and they still are not their defending champions. Will be pushed to the survival stage. So much changing in Group A. Completely unexpected.
I think it's a good time to also kind of expand on our earlier conversation about Gun Dynasty, right? Because we saw the interview. They don't feel the pressure. It feels like home. They are very confident and very warranted in the confidence off of day one. But you also told me back in the green room that there's a good chance that GD falls out of top 4. And I want to expand on that.
Now, the main reason, right? This is something that I've seen in circuit of Free Fire, that some of the teams have a lot of energy coming in, a lot of aggression, and it transcends into points. But day 2 is when they have to keep that consistency going on. But by that time, teams get exhausted. Their playbook falls short, and I think maybe a tad bit for Gun Dynasty, that's the main factor to affect. To add on to that, that's where I thought Ali, they should have a chance today later in our Group B matches. Just because they had aggression on the stage. Yes, they were not happy with the result because they also almost had a booyah, but that also helps them refine those mistakes that they did yesterday, maybe to qualify today.
Yeah. And again, the detail on the plaque, nothing is given, everything is earned, written in the native language of EVOS. In this case, it's Bahasa Indo, and it applies to across the entirety of EWC, across the game titles, and it's in the native language of the team that wins it. It'd be great to see it maybe in Portuguese if a Brazilian team brings it back. There is a good chance that has been the story, and I think the interesting part is always that we look at the Thailand as the best region.
Ada je ni WC
because we see them more often, but we get onto that world circuit.
Ada
Suddenly
je.
Brazil is in the conversation, and the playbook completely changes. We even see the bullseyes kind of
Tak
shift
masuk
right.
ni.
First
Memang
it was
tak
just
minggu ni.
PRU down
But
by
dia
1-1,
straight.
now it's the entirety of Thailand.
Straight.
Suddenly just starts to step up. And I dare
Dia
say
straight.
South Asia,
Tengoklah
India,
kalau
Nepal, Pakistan
dia habis
haven't
pun
had a
12.30
chance
tu.
of making
Esok aku nak
something happen.
tidur.
But
Saya mau
even for Demons
kerja.
Pride, smiles on her face, completely different
Besok
from the
ada
walking
bola
today.
lagi. Pusat lagi.
You can feel that nervousness. Now,
Aduh.
I think you're just enjoying the moment, and maybe that's the best way to survive another day.
I think that's something while we were back in the green room, we all were talking, right? Some of the teams need to have some fun. Even Neptune mentioned this.
Masuk. Tak adalah masuk.
At least with a bit of fun. If
Mana
you
dah
too much
masuk.
in terms of thought put into it, a lot being, I would say,
Woi, lamanya dia pause bapak dia lah.
this should have gone better. And all of those thoughts will eventually make you a lot more nervous, anxiety running high. That will end up messing your performance. And I think it's time to have a little bit of fun, to bring back the game that you use in your own region, where you top your region. That has to be brought back. That
Macam
element
boleh start balik
you have to
ni.
isolate.
Itulah pasal.
I think that's what Gun
Kan
Dynasty
kejap lagi kan
channeled
rematch.
yesterday. They
Elah.
channeled back that. Today, they should be back in the top 4 and pushing competition out.
Yeah, if we have seen TAG achieve
Apa nama
that
yang
history
tu hari tu,
for the region of India with that very first world stage booyah, I think Demons Pride
Yang dia
has a
buat
good
push
chance,
hari tu.
right?
Yes.
We were going through the narrative and you were telling me that,
Yang
as
buat
much as we
push
see
hari tu, apa
hot
nama
shot on
dia?
the world stage 2 years in a row, Demons Pride, were technically the better team, but they just couldn't be the ones that qualify. Wow, now they made it here.
Yes,
they made it here, and if they are the rightful ones, they're the ones that deserve that spot. It's a long time
Tak.
coming. Took them 3 years.
Uji
Here they
apa?
are, but
Kat mana?
so far the
Ah, dah
Demons
start again, dah start.
slightly reoccurring, right? With the region still at the bottom, and
Ha?
I'm looking at Demons Pride to change
Ah,
that.
cuba tengok.
One more region to change.
Ah, dah
this
start, dah
match
start.
is gonna be Bangladesh. I want to see Titan Esports
Rasa
come
dia
back
tak
and
dengar
chance
step
the
kot.
region. Unexpected
Ah,
to
mampus
have, but
kau.
as of now it's now
Ah,
1-1.
langsung
But
kata.
the last one gets picked out, and
Laut
it's
dah
gonna be
kata,
enough
okey,
for
ini
Laut
ada
to
Chan
get
Aurora Buyah.
Hari.
When we look at the replay here,
Ui, yo.
just had no way out, and that was the wipeout onto Gun Dynasty as well. That's
Ui, yo.
a major setback.
Bapak nak tanya kenapa kita main mesti matchmaking dengan SL.
Turning up when it's needed.
Sebab SL ramai sekarang.
Also removed.
Gerak lu. Okey, baik. Thank you. Bu, terima kasih.
Already Loud actually got picked off screen.
Yeah. Last player, just as the game resumed, the player got picked off, did not have a chance to go in for a revive, and this is how brutal as we
Dah
get to
memang
the halfway
SL
mark.
ramai
At least
sekarang server kita.
halfway in terms of the 6 games
Betul
they
kan
had,
dia
but they're already
cakap.
at match
Server
9, 3
kita
more games
ramai.
left, deciding
SL.
the fate of whether they qualify directly into the finals or they'll be pushed to the survival
Ah.
stage or completely knocked out of the tournament.
Susah kau nak lawan dia.
Loud's captain Trap, who was there with an interview on stage.
Aurora kat mana Aurora?
The player at the
Aurora.
second spot
Okey,
with
Aurora
most
kat atas.
eliminations next to Russia at 33.
Biar dia
That
jauh
says a
sikit
lot
Aurora tu.
And even the first time when we saw Trap playing on that big stage, we know that this guy is a very aggressive guy, very full of energy. Likes to
Dia orang bot lawan aku, dia orang gendok. Gendok je. Tak boleh juga. Kalau awak nak main pun susah nak lawan dia orang tu. Macam mana awak nak lawan SL tu?
TEC, excuse me, not doing that good as well.
Ah, tu pun sama juga. Itu Taiwan kot rasanya. Taiwan.
Pushes forward, Demon's Pride. This is the ultimate test if they
Ah.
can make it
Ah.
any further.
Ah, rata.
Now with Madara removed as well, becoming top 16 to make this a run and keep
Oh,
it
dapat
alive.
lagi dia dapat lagi. Oh, dia dapat angkat.
It's better than none.
Yeah. It's better than completely getting eliminated. Top 16 position, yes, no, and they are surrounding him, making sure he has nowhere to run. And that was a quick movement coming through. That was just distraction over there for top 16. And he'll also be picked up. AGL scoring total 8 elimination, 4 going in for Dew, and Dew has been phenomenal today. The
He has
sniper
been.
coming into play. They start off with the very first booyah, and they're continuing those spree of eliminations.
I mean, Dew has always been the player.
Aurora.
No matter what
Okay,
happens to
Aurora
the
lagi
roster,
jauh
you
sikit.
want him to be the constant. And
yes,
Dia main jauh-jauh sikit.
so many years. I remember first time seeing Dew, it was back in 2022, and they came
Lawan
close
EVOS
to a global
Falcon.
trophy. That was taken by BRU. Under the
Aurora masih
leadership of
full
Joe.
Ah, masih full.
On fire here.
Masih lagi full. Dia boleh kejar je tu TG tu. Kejar balik TG tu. Falcon dah jauh sikit lah. Tapi still boleh lagi kalau dia nak kejar. At least kalau dia sekarang ni boleh pergi dalam 90 poin ke. Okey lah. Dia ada chance untuk kejar. Dia memang nak rata terus Falcon baik. Dia nak ambil semua tu. Seorang ada 2 lagi. Falcon ada 2 lagi. Aurora pula scan ada seorang lagi on the way datang. Jaga dia nak pergi mission. Aduh. Macam tu. Asyik baik dia sempat lagi angkat seorang Oh.
One of the few imports we have for Malaysian team. In fact, the very
Salah tu.
from Indonesia.
Dia orang biasa lah. Kita je dia nampak macam main panel apa semua. Dia tak sedar tu geng-geng. Aduh, ada EVOS pula depan.
Has made this change and made this move.
Tarik lu. Zone besar lagi. Tak apa, tak sakit sangat zone tu.
2 years ago, like Zuen,
Dia tengah tunggu kau masuk itu sebenarnya.
And, it has paid off so far.
Mampus kau Inggot. Mampus kau luar tu.
Aurora wants to catch up.
Bantai dia orang. Mampus kau. Padai muka. Dapat kill free. Ada Falcon nak datang tu. Falcon nak datang kat Aurora. Dia nak pergi mission tu rasa tu.
But nobody's getting a hit inside the circle because there's nobody at foundation. And finally, EVOS.
Really macam ni. Marah tu dia baran tu.
Which is also not seen action so
Jauh
far,
sikit.
like Refinery, even though there are teams.
Okay. Nice. Okay, cantik. Tak ada orang, tak payah membazir global. Falcon tinggal seorang lagi pun tak boleh ambil ke? Aduh, tak ada orang nak ambil dia ke? Ambil lah Falcon tu. Buriram. DP nampak dia tengah main safe. Dia nak kejar point. Dapat dia lagi. Dapat dia lagi geng. DRS pula.
Seems like A is not going to be sharp enough today. Neptune mentioned he has to be for the team. But another loss for Titan Esports Club. Kutosh and Najat, they're way too far.
Salam anda, Waalaikumsalam, Adam.
And Titan
Adam
Esports might
Faiz.
have made it out of the chopping block for the time
Sehat
being,
ke?
but it's not going to be enough.
Adam sihat ke?
Demon's Pride end up finding
Laju-laju
points. They
dapat
might
lagi
decide
dia
to
angkat
back off.
ni.
57 is where Titan Esports Club is sitting at. Demon's Pride is at 46. Paradox out of this game at least. So if Demon's Pride have an opportunity to score at least 8-9 points, they can instantly take the position away from Titan Esports Club.
Aurora relax lu. Ada 6 kill dah tu, dah boleh dah tu. Santai-santai. EVOS ni bahaya ni. EVOS manjang cari Aurora.
If you add on top of that, if DRS starts getting some
Dia
points,
bukanlah cari, tapi dia macam dia je biasa jumpa Aurora. Tu aku pelik tu.
and it's a scary thought if you
Macam
are Titan
dia
Esports
jumpa
Club.
Aurora lah.
But I guess blessing in disguise is that DP they have been struggling.
Aurora kalau nak masuk kena ikut tempat lain tu. Falcon daripada bahagian belakang ada orang, ada on fire, ada limit.
Are getting fed into the meat grinder.
Buriram on the other end, they find Demon's Pride. We were just talking about them need points. A swap gets eliminated. And if that continues, a lot more problem. It seems like Buriram are also spotting.
Nampak dia bantai je.
That'll also be quickly picked up by Motion.
Okey, Aurora bantai tu.
On the other end,
Aurora bantai Falcon.
Buriram finally going in
DP.
for a full-on fight.
Madara last tu.
is behind a glue wall. Jonas
Madara
also
belakang.
spotted, and the entire squad is rushing to him. And with him
Rata
going
DP.
down, that's the end for Demon's Pride. They wanted to rank up. They wanted to get elimination.
Macam mana DP ni boleh jadi wakil Mantap match ni. Aurora dapat banyak kill. Banyak dah tu. Ada 7. Tak berapa banyak lagi. Buriram lagi banyak. 17. Buriram melanggar saja.
Now is the move to Foundation. At least to the western side of Foundation. You have Kororo planted right in the middle, but Falcons suffered some heavy damage. Kororo is the only survivor, so
Dia langgar semacam pergi sana ada tim boom. Di sini ada tim boom. DRS belakang. Kau relax di situ Aurora. Tak payah nak gelojo-gelojo. Dah dalam zone kan. Duduk di situ dia diam. Duduk dalam kontena tu. Tengok orang belah atas tu ada, kanan kiri ada. Relax, tak payah nak rush sangat. Kau pergi rush, kejap lagi ada tim lain pula dekat. Dah parah. Relax. Berpeluh dah tu. Dia ada seorang member dia kat belah kanan. Dia ada member dia seorang kat belah kanan atas. Tapi dia orang akan jumpa ni Aurora. Dekat Aurora tak ada orang sekarang ni. Tak ada orang yang boleh press dia lah. Sebab kalau tengok TEC tu dia ada DRS on the way datang. Falcon on the way juga kat bahagian tengah. Macam EVOS dengan Buriram dah tentu akan fight punya. So dekat Aurora tak ada ni pun. Dia boleh je relax dulu sekejap. Relax situ. Biar orang lain perang dulu. Ini tengah-tengah orang perang kau nak masuk, kau nak pergi ambush. Memang nanya tak habis-habis buka peti tu. Halah semak hidup siap peti dia ni.
Defenses dwindling for EVOS. AGAL continuously displaying lead and ABAX needs some help.
DRS no pula dah seorang. DRS dia ambil zone. TEC rata. Aurora dapat kill lagi. Baik macam tu. Relax. Aurora jumpa EVOS. Habislah. Dah lah dia orang bertiga. Larilah cepat EVOS. Ada Jun pula kat situ. Jun dengan TEC lagi kat situ. Tersangkut kat kereta. Relax Zril. Relax Zril. La ilah tak payah masuk tengah. Belakang ada EVOS. Belakang ada EVOS tu. Bukan sesuai untuk kau masuk. Okay, nice. Mana kau nak lari tu? Ada orang tu. Aurora pun habis. Aurora nombor 4. Okay lah, nombor 4 adalah juga poin banyak sikit. Nombor 4 ada kill tadi. Okay lah, boleh lah tu. Agak lagi banyak. Itulah. EVOS tinggal seorang. Macam mana nak main?
Nail in the coffin, 20 eliminations. AGAL books the second booyah.
Second
Boyah
win of the
lagi.
day, and AGAL are making sure they seal the deal in the top 4. Do not give the chance, especially with these top teams already taking away the
Demam-demam
point.
pun menang
It's getting very dicey down there for teams at the bottom. They don't know what they have to figure out. Match number 9 is done. 10, 11, 12, 3 more games to go. And at the end of it, keys are going to get crushed, meaning your opportunities here in EWC 2026 in Paris, at least with this season, is done.
Almost done. We're about to close the chapter on 2 of these boats. The halfway point being crossed means that pressure starts to set in for the teams at the bottom, potentially in the red zone. But I gotta say, Evos, sure, no booyah, but they held on for so long. In the battle of attrition, they were on the losing side, and this was the spirit that got them that trophy lift last year, and we're seeing it on display again. Despite no booyah, they still, I think, walk away with a win.
Yeah, and somehow they've always been balancing themselves against Falcons, because Falcons, as long as they survive, they have a chance.
Diorang tak bawa buku tapi print colour macam tu je map. Diorang print untuk rotation. Lepas tu untuk drop spot. Tu lah biasanya yang diorang bincang kan.
I think we spoke about this. Looking forward to placement points, looking forward to booyah is what you have to ideate, especially as you make it to the champion rush.
Yep. Let's listen to what AGL has to say.
Mari. งานสลิงปีนตายหมดตัวเพื่อนโอ้ยเฮียกูยิงอย่างเวอร์ไอ้สัตว์ฉะนั้นผมไปบ้า
Cool, calm, collected. It's a bit of a
Bila orang Malaysia nak duduk depan tu?
It's another day in the office for AGL.
Yeah, it didn't seem like
Asyik-asyik orang Thailand. Thailand dah, Brazil dah. Orang Malaysia bila lagi?
There's a man here. That's about it. That's I think the basic understanding.
Jangan kaji pula lepas ni map
I
ni.
think so too. I mean, these boys have been together for quite
Lepas ni map apa ni? Purgatory ke?
Kind of assemble. Wow.
Dia orang akan kaji pula untuk map Purgatory. Kaji pula map Purgatory, apa yang dia orang nak kena buat, apa yang dia orang nak kena ni. Biasa macam tu lah dia orang. Tak duduk diam dia.
Sort of the deal breakers. This is what decides who wins the championship or who gets ahead of the curve.
Dia coach akan tunjuk dia nak pergi mana. Lepas dia pergi mod house, mana pula dia kena pergi. Lepas pergi situ, mana lagi dia kena pergi. So dia ada predict untuk zone last dia dekat mana. Dia orang tahu lah macam tu lah.
Their opportunities are getting pushed out by some of the teams. The fights, especially between Falcons as well as Evos, is troubling them, and they're getting eliminated.
Memang seorang kena buat. Tak tahu Aurora ada peti ke tak ada.
Thailand taking away the trophy, even on the world stages, even here on EWC, even Indonesian teams now rising up.
Siap demam.
AGL, they've been winning in the region. They want to get
Sejuk sangat ke Paris tu?
global one. Can they do it? Looking at how now they've built up on day 2, there is a storyline that could be written.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm looking at the players, and I think even Gun Dynasty are starting to feel the heat, right? Like again, 3 rounds in a row.
Ini silap sebenarnya.
Came in hot. They were tailing behind BRU. We talk about if we put
Dia pergi masuk dekat situ. Awal sangat, terlalu awal dia nak pergi kat situ. Sedangkan Evos daripada belakang tak habis lagi pakai launchpad tu. Ni Nagal lagi ada. Patutnya dia biar dulu Evos tu pakai launchpad tu habis-habis. Baru dia masuk pula. Dia masuk awal memang kena gambling dia tengah tu. Dengan peti ni lah, tak apalah benda je entah. Peti buka dekat zone last memang tak jadi apa lah. Dekat zone last buka peti memang mampu. Halo Kanda, halo Azgar. Nak bawa balik olahraga. Faham?
We accept your challenge here in Kedia City at the Golf Predetermined Tournament. Lace and glitter. We are going to challenge you.
Dari 94 saya dapat 47. Okey lah tu.
Yeah, you know, it feels like
it might be a little bit
Okey lah
rigged in
tu.
favor for Barney, but I really want the
Baik
prize
sangat.
list talking about because we are going to get an EWC 2026
Dia.
custom printed t-shirt with our name on it, or the name of the winner, really, you know. So that's what I'm aiming for.
Yeah, and we want to win because we love competition. So let's fire away, Glitter. Come on, stand over here. Get the position down.
Oh, ni main apa ni? Main golf. Sekejap Okey, baik. Oh, boleh main golf pun kat sini. Oh, bapa. Dia tengok dia main golf.
8, 7, 6. Don't be nervous. 5, 4, 3, 2. Got to beat the boys. All right, she's got some incredible form here, and all she needs to do is aim for the flag. Not too much power in the positioning here, but it looks like it's going directly there. A fair bit of power behind it. This looks like a good one.
No.
Okay, I'm actually pretty proud of that. I'm not mad about that. 90.5, that does put me above Barney. Lace, I know you can do the same. It does help to limber up a bit, you know? And the tips that I found is, you know, just ignore the audience, okay? Yep, not too much power, not too little power. Just the right amount. Yeah. Keep your eye on the ball.
Siap boleh main golf.
Going towards the pin. You can do this, Lace. We gotta show the boys. Oh, it's looking good. No, it's okay. It's getting close. Rolling in. Oh! You did beat Ludi. You did beat Ludi, though, to be fair. Not too shabby, Lace.
I mean, look, as long as we beat them, that's fine. But of course, we want to challenge our next people. We're looking at you, Severed and Neptune. Are you up for the challenge?
We're definitely up for that challenge. Don't you worry, we'll be able to beat the scores that you guys were able to beat. But one team that's currently challenging everybody is none other than AG. Because my gosh, this squad has now gotten 2 booyahs. They might be going for that third one, but the rotations that they were able to do were great.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're focusing on the south stay, making sure that it is clear out of the area, and even contending off those rotation if someone will be coming in. And one thing that they did, especially in the previous game, is in the 5th circle, the moment that it counts down the 5th circle closing in, they triggered that bolt maker, the lightning zone. So it's a threat to everyone and also damage them. So with all those damage, they can also spot out the opponent, and it gives them more of a leeway so that they will not be rushed in. So smart move coming from AJAL so that they can get that booyah.
I love that we have one of the best analysts here for Free Fire, none other than Neptune, being able to break down all the rotations, the skills in the game. How about we break down that booyah curse? Because Tag ended up being affected by that one. Hopefully AG is not going to be affected by it here coming up.
I guess there's a lot of things that they need to change right now, and just to get away from that booyah curse.
Let's hope that that's going to be the case. Lucifer, Husky, do you think AG is going to be affected by the booyah curse or no?
I don't think so. There is a chance that they want a title. We've been talking about their counterparts, right? They've been taking these titles, the global ones, the world stages, and AGAL have always been getting closer, have been getting the #2s, but finally, is this the stage? Esports World Cup 2026, all gamers global, actually go global.
I mean, I would say they are already global, but it's about cementing themselves on that stage. Funnily enough, the first and only world trophy, global trophy that they have was under the category of Clash Squad. But we know the motherlode, the holy grail is Battle Royale. That's where the spirit of Free Fire is initially sold from the start of time. And I think for AGAL, very good chance. Cypher now second in terms of most eliminations. Still tailing behind the Wonder Kid, who is in first place, but slow overtaking Trap, who unfortunately was wiped out pretty early on. But we still cannot look past the fact that snipers are pretty important, as top 3 most damage are all in the sniper.
Wow, wow kan.
We head to Purgatory.
Wow,
Seems
tak.
like the had its own course of mind, completely southern favored. However, still teams manage to make their way around the fields, but the fight already breaks out just because of how unfavorable
Oh,
the
lawan
fight
siapa tu?
was. Loud are trying to answer back to Falcons. It's been an exchange. Trap will be able to get back next. So 2 eliminations for Falcons. And on the other end, we did end up seeing fights that Falcon want to now stand tall on against Loud. And Loud, with those eliminations, they managed to grab on one. Can they find more? Gun Dynasty. there against Demon's Pride. But as we see the feed as well, it seems like Team Apex Gaming are now, they're breaking their own curse. They found an opening against Aurora.
I want to see the earlier pep talk just now is going to bring some breeze on life in the GD. So far, doesn't seem to be the case. Demon's Pride standing tall. But there is response. Benel, yesterday he stepped up and now he is stepping up finally after the halfway point. David with a great follow-up. Exactly what Gun Dynasty needs.
Tak ada lagi. Aurora dah kena tu. Aurora kena dengan TAG. Apex Gaming. Tahulah rata ke apa. Aduh, penat. Sian ni. Kenapa dia orang jadi macam tu?
Even though the last player is surviving, they've managed to get 3. But we spoke about this the replay where Falcons and Loud were exchanging blows one after another.
Kenapa dia jadi macam tu?
You can see it seems like Loud did manage to get one elimination.
Tak tahu lagi nak cakap macam mana. Dan kita pun tak ada kat dia orang. Macam mana kita nak cakap, betul tak? So kena redo je lah.
I think the expressions has changed, right? We look back at some of the player reactions after round 3. Reality is starting to set in that this could be the third last game for some of them, and certainly going to be an early exit for Aurora Gaming. Twice today.
Yeah.
Out of 4 matches, 2 of them is Aurora Gaming being the first one to leave.
Aurora, yes, they don't look super dicey on points, that they will be pushed out. And their key being crushed, they should make
Aurora rata dah. Tak tahulah aku nak jadi apa. Ni confirm lah turun nombor 9 ni. Aurora. Tak tahulah Zika. Tak tahulah. Silap-silap ni turun je ni. Orang bawah dah 50. And game dah masuk game keempat. Ada lagi baki 2 game. Kalau kau dah direct tu soon, boleh je orang tu potong DP dengan PDX.
That's just one elimination that AGAL will be able to get. But on the other end, it seems like instantly the feed gets lit up loud. Gosha finds one elimination. Evo's getting troubled in this action, and now they're also rushing closer.
Sudah tak faham lah teman.
Right direction, but there's also Falcons in the mix.
Aimgod actually taking a lot of heat as well. Aimgod does bring the Wonder Kid back, but Limit will take out Ray. Once more, brought back by the captain of Evos. This is what we've seen, at least at the Esports World Cup. Evos willing to send the Wonder Kid out on an expedition, and he holds himself pretty well. Trap actually getting removed.
Tak tahu lah.
Evos now diverted onto Falcon. Aimgod tried to take advantage of that, but Pina was ready. Receives the hit, gets another elimination for his own. Apex now committed, comes in.
Baru nak tengok puan-puan dah Aurora balik lagi.
That flash freeze almost looked like he would be able to find 2. Apex, nice try over there, but quick recovery coming in from Limit. And even Neptune mentioned we have to see Limit X7 performing. Snipers have been the recent meta, and he has to step up for the team. We've not seen the best coming in from his end yet. And maybe Falcon.
Wih, dapat dia naik atas. Oh, bermuda ni naik atas. Mampus.
And it seems like it's not
pahal.
working. Kerora, who was about to just land on the roof, will be instantly shut down.
Trying to play some mind games there with the vehicle, but not going to work on Nyx. One of the top stars as well from Brazil. Him and Traps, in fact. That being said, we did see a bit of a stat there, but now
dia orang tak lari ni. Yang biar je dekat situ, memang tak ada lah.
In this match, it's a good chance that they run into Loud Snickers. We'll have to see if GD
Dia tak lari.
found something within them.
Dia orang nak fight juga tadi, habis ya.
Already gotten much done this game, and we saw them get off to a good start. 3 eliminations. That's pretty much it. Now we need to see that conversion. We gotta go further. Disappointment and stress on Aurora Gaming's players' face too. That's the toughest part, honestly, sitting through the entire lobby if you exit early.
Right now,
draw spot dia manjang kena kacau. Tak boleh buat apa lah kalau dah draw spot sama. Apa nak buat lagi kan? Draw spot sama, redo je lah.
And we said the sharpshooter due today. He's been phenomenal. 2 eliminations of his own, and Paradox, everybody who are around the moat house will be forced off. Thankfully, it's not a wipe. They had a teammate across who will bring the whole squad back.
Second win in this game. It's going to continue to be the case.
Apa dia nak buat
Brings
ni?
us to north of Brasilia.
Bukan rezeki dia orang.
Views as center point. AGAL now takes on TEC. Played, snapped in half.
Bukan rezeki dia orang. Amir ada ke? Amir tak ada. Amir mana pula?
He's trying to make a run from this, but he's walking right towards Team Apex Gaming. It's going to be difficult. Last man standing. If he doesn't survive this, it's going to be an end for Titan Esports Club. Their chase towards making it towards the finals. If there is an opportunity, it has to be the survival stage. And somehow Kutush, in terms of his maneuvering, he's been able to cross between both.
Johor Miss tu. Oh mana ada. Ini EWC. Ini EWC. Bukan FT. Salangkan dia nak tanya. Tanya. Maverick. Tanyalah apa. Apa yang awak nak tanyakan? Boleh je borak-borak. Sebab saya dah stres tengok Aurora ni.
Also managed to get 5 eliminations of his own. That's how brilliant he is. And what a play coming in from Rahat here. A quick replay for Titan Esports Club. A quick drive-by, putting the player out, getting an extra elimination.
Mana Maverick ni? Nak tanya lepas tu hilang. Tak naik. Awak cuba potong-potong sikit. Tak naik. Cuba potong-potong sikit, ringkas-ringkaskan sikit. Test. Naik. Kiko. Kiko naik. Komen Kiko naik. Tu komen Maverick tak naik. Dia ada nak tanya apa tadi tu tapi tak naik.
Gotta hit harder. Gotta be a bit more sharper. Missed opportunity there for Gun Dynasty. But now having 6 out of the 8 eliminations for the team. TEC gets full revive.
Anda ambil berapa? 15 je. 15 je.
Look at this quick switch that they did. Went to the drop and then they told what was available and sent Benel out there to quickly grab and make their way back. Gun Dynasty seems like communication in this game is coming into play. The precision as well with Benel performing in such a manner. However, everybody is clustering right now. It's only one team who are out here in purgatory. 11 still surviving. 10 minutes about to be on the clock. And even Falcons are entering into the close compounds. It's a lot of teams clustering one after another. And we'll also soon see a circle shift.
Boleh je. Tapi bukannya satu. Kalau macam yang first tu buat macam tak jadi kan. Tak berapa jadilah contoh dia. Boleh je buka yang kedua. Tak ada masalah pun. Tak payah dah yang kedua tu. Kita buat sampai jadi.
Recovery shouldn't be an issue. BRU now see moving to TEC off screen. But I think even for DRS, they have a very good chance of holding back not just Gun Dynasty, causing some damage to Falcons and Evos if the rotation
boleh lepak dekat DC, boleh lepak dekat live pun boleh. Tak ada masalah pun.
Everybody is trying to bite their own play. Figure out what's the best approach. While we all were thinking
zon ketiga ke? Zon ketiga. Tahulah makin seram tengok Aurora ni. Makin seram. Sebab orang poin-poin bawah semakin mengejar.
Can never get enough points. AGAL double digits. 11 counting. Dinoculus used with scan towards the southeastern side. Or at least the north side of fields. Should be able to rotate there. There's a small compound to work with, but better yet, high ground advantage that puts them within range of proximity of Paradox Gaming. And I think the second Dinoculus have confirmed that. There is Falcons there though.
And Falcons are already busy in a fight. That's going to be against Paradox. Windy already down. Sneaky trying to fend off. It doesn't work. He'll also be taken down.
Bayar dah gitu.
He's closer to the vending machine and he'll quickly
kat FAWS senang je dia main. Itu biasa. FAWS ni kita tak jumpa tim-tim lain. Dia macam dekat sini kita tahu tim-tim banyak yang tim-tim yang padu tau. Drop spot dia salah ke? Mungkin drop spot dia bukan salah tapi dilanggar. Dilanggar. Faham tak? Drop spot tu memang drop spot dia. Tapi ada tim yang datang langgar. Macam itulah. Banyak drop spot dengan Aurora, betul. Memang banyak. Kita tak boleh expect. Rata dengan bom je kepala otak dia lah. Rata dengan bom je, gila lah.
And AGAL breaks the spine and the anchor of Falcons, and that should be it. AGAL once more coming out on top of this exchange.
They always do it. You give them a small inch, they take the whole ground. And Falcons, who are ahead of it.
Kat Nestera lah Purgatory, betul. Banyak dia kena langgar tadi. Drop spot dia kena langgar. Kena langgar ataupun drop spot sama. Rata. Falcon rata lagi. Tapi tu lah sayang. Falcon dah tak ada. Tapi Aurora pun tak ada. Tu yang sayang dia. Patutnya bila dia tak ada, kalau Falcon tak ada, Aurora ada chance juga dia nak kejar atas tu. Nampak ni TAG dah start group fight itu, nampak. Wish 7 kill Saipa. Paradox habis. Okey, Paradox habis, okey lah. DP ada lagi. Nampak DP duk tambah kill tu. Aurora 84, beza 30 point. Ada baki 2 game lagi. Tengok drama si bosan. Kanda dah duk tengok TikTok dah ni.
But DRS, they came in as a surprise. The real soldiers, they want their opportunity. As Titan Esports Club are trying to close the distance, they do not want to give it away. Now they have another challenge that's going to be loud. If they're able to secure some more points, they will not get pushed off by Titan Esports Club because they're still surviving. Look at Trap making a jump and that distraction works out.
Main lah betul-betul. Tak tahulah dia orang duduk. Kanda bagi nombor telefon saya nak main scream Kanda tak ada buka scream. Kanda tak ada buka scream. Kenapa dia tak bantai lagi lah? Elah DRS pun. Orang tu dah knock dah. Kau tunggu pula. Guaza. Guaza tinggal seorang. Pakai launcher macam tu je. Apa lah. Oh, DP bahaya. DP bahaya. Kami ni tengah sorak. FT kalau ada, Kanda tak ada buat FT. Tapi awak kena cari lah. Cari orang-orang organizer yang buat. Sebab Kanda tak buat. Kanda caster je. Orang panggil untuk Kanda ni. Kanda ni lah. Kanda jadilah. Kau tengok bahaya kan. DP nampak. DP ada lagi tau. DP point dia dengan Aurora 30 point je beza. Apek Gaming lagi ni rasa ni. Apek Gaming. Kalau tak silap Apek Gaming lah. Sebab Buriram tengah fight. DP dapat nombor 3. Macam tu je dia tabrak, geng. Apek Gaming ada goal kan? Ada kot.
And I think at this point of time, Lucifer, guaranteed survival round. Guaranteed a second life.
Apa nak jadi? Aurora? Monyok lah Aurora.
Team Apex Gaming, the champs from India. They did lift the trophy in India and now it's time they get closer towards an international stage trophy.
Kesian lah tengok player Aurora nak buat macam mana. Potong le point Aurora. Kita kalah dengan Panipuri, itulah pasal. Nasi lemak kalah dengan Panipuri pula. Panipuri.
The debut on the biggest stage ever. They lock in 2. And it means just much more just for TAG, for the region itself. I think after today, or after we depart from Paris, they are going to be an inspiration for the rest of
Beza kita dengan point DP tak jauh tu. Tinggal lagi 20, 20, 22 je kalau tak silap beza dia. Jadi kita tengok overall.
with a little bit of a help from DP, but overall TAG impressive finisher.
Kalau tusun je Aurora, silap-silap boleh pergi nombor 11 balik. Nombor 11 biar. Tak ada dah lah Aurora besok. Capati dapat boy. Kita tunggu point.
AGL, right? Cool, calm and composed, and that's what Team Apex Gaming do here. It didn't look like they were rattled by it. They clearly position themselves.
Baki 2 game je lagi geng. Apa nak buat? Baki 2 game.
Written for us.
Ber bagi tahu.
In the words of the players.
Baki 2 game nak buat apa lagi?
It's either BRU get their 4th in the group stage, either that or Pakistan gets their 1st.
Halo Suki.
Or TAG getting a 2nd. And we know
Jom main ML sekejap lagi lah.
I mean if you are BRU.
Dah lah tak boleh nak give ni. Baru nak tengok terrain lagi.
With that being said, I'm sure that some of the players have something to say, and we have one prepared with Nyx.
Are we in? Are we live? I believe we're live. I'm not hearing anything, but I'm going to take it. How's it going, everyone?
Nak ajak ke member Suki semalam? Yang mana MM kau tu? Tak payah.
My name's Barney Banks. I've got Carol Bombshell joining us here. We're going to ask some questions. Nyx, let's kick things off. Let's talk about strategy, okay? Because yesterday, it seemed like the gameplay was very slightly different. Today, you seem like you're getting a bit more aggressive. Eliminations are coming in. Was that the plan, or is that just the way that the games have gone today?
Best apa macam berak yang ni. Bukan yang ni kan. Bukan yang ni. Dia ada seorang lagi semalam yang macam berhalkum sikit.
Não, a gente foi mais improviso, mais oportunidades que a gente via na hora. O nosso estilo de jogo é mais centralizado e acaba que os times que estão ao nosso redor, no trap de lança, pá, assim, pô, fica mais fácil também, né?
Well, that was not the plan at the beginning. Yeah, we had to improvise.
Lagi-lagi lawan zaman Nabi. Itulah pasal. Gerengga tak boleh makan Nabi, ya Allah. Nabi split push boleh ya? Boleh. Apalah tak boleh pula. Kuatkan item dia boleh je. Turek rata 8 minit rata kepala otak dia.
That's we like to call. Consider that including the reign champions, Evos, even Team Falcons, Buriram. Thus having all these strongest teams in the same group make it the toughest team in the tournament so far. Tendo times, você considera o seu grupo, o grupo da morte, levando em consideração que tem os atuais campeões, o time da Evos, tem também Team Falcons que venceu no primeiro ano, tem uma Buriram também. Você acha que tendo esses times que são fortes, faz o grupo de vocês serem um grupo da morte?
Eu acredito que sim, porque se não fosse por isso, não seria campeões mundiais, né? São times que são muito bons em game e
Tak kini skor top 5 siapa kan dia?
Dá uma dificuldade assim.
Top 5 sekarang ni. Tadi ni. Tak silap kan dia DRS kot.
Yeah, definitely we consider these teams the group of that. Of course.
Bukan DRS. Rasa EVOS rasa. EVOS.
Like the reigning champions and also Team Falcons who won AWC 2024.
Tak silap kan dia lah. Tak silap EVOS.
The strongest so far, especially because we have all this kind of teams here from Thailand, Indonesia, but also we are not behind them because we reached the top 5.
You're definitely not. You're performing incredibly well so far, and obviously a few more games to go to close out the group stage for you guys. Now, I want you to cast your mind back, because playing regionally before you got here onto the global stage, you guys are playing incredibly well in Brazil. So I just want to know, did that boost your confidence coming into EWC, knowing that in the later stages of this tournament, you're likely to face off against some of your Brazilian rivals?
bom, chegar aqui como os campeões, né, do Campeonato Brasileiro.
Tu India dia orang faham ke orang tu cakap tu bukan India ni Brazil ni.
Consigam jogar um pouco mais
Brazil. India tak ada translator tu sebab dia tak panggil tadi.
Sim, com certeza, não tem nada melhor
Dia
que ser
interview
principalmente
Brasil.
nos campeonatos que teve no Brasil, que é o FFWS e o Clash Masters. Acaba que sim, a gente chega muito confiante porque, querendo ou não, a gente acredita, o nosso time em si, que Free Fire é bastante confiança. Tanto é que no dia de hoje a gente teve algumas quedas muito boas justamente por causa da confiança. Vinha time, nós chegava e matava, oportunidade matava. Isso, querendo ou não, eleva o astral do time dentro das partidas e acaba que sim.
Well, definitely arriving here at the AWC 26 as Brazilian champions definitely give us a lot of confidence. So we arrive here knowing that playing Free Fire, we need to be confident here. So with our team, we had really good talks, really good chemistry, and we team up, and that's the results. The results don't lie. Perfect. Next, for us to finish our interview, one more question.
Dia orang ada Neymar Nohalnya jadi translator. Mana ada Neymar? India tu mana ada Neymar ni apa India ada Panipuri.
I forgot to
Panipuri.
translate. That's okay, that's happened all the time. Nix, você viu, né, as partidas dos jogos de ontem, né, do Fluxo e do time da Luz. Como é que você se sente vendo os times brasileiros também indo bem por aqui?
Cara, eu fico muito feliz, mesmo sendo rivais no Brasil, a gente ainda continua sendo brasileiro. Eu sempre trouxe pelo melhor do time da Luz, dos moleques do Fluxo também. Eu fico muito feliz de ver, porque eu não gosto, sendo bem sincero, eu não gosto desse gringo não, mas só dos brasileiros só.
That was a good answer. You're gonna like this. Okay, for sure, I'm really happy for Fluxo and Los because we are all from Brazil. And of course, we want Brazil on the top. It doesn't matter.
Dia kena call Datuk Syaruk. Kan ada FT ada main lagu ke? FT ada main lagu.
For sure. Okay, thanks so much for the
FT
interview.
ada main lagu tu macam mana?
It was a pleasure to talk to you.
FT ada main lagu tu.
You are back in the studio.
And we're meeting our famous character Backgao and of course our super fan.
Jarang lah ada tour lagu. Ada juga orang yang buat.
Hôm nay cũng là ngày thi đấu thứ hai của Free Fire AWC 26 rồi. Thì không biết là
Ada juga orang yang buat. Dia buat tour lagu Pepeng tu.
khá là ổn khi mà có được một booyah và cũng như là một cái số điểm tương đối để có thể tiếp tục trong ngày thi đấu hôm nay. Thì Backgao có
Jom ganda kita dengar dia orang bla 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 main ML. Siapa dah? Dah Suki tak faham dia orang cakap. Tak payah faham, kita tengok game je. Dia orang bercakap ni kan, kita buat tak reti. Biar dia. Beria-ria sana nak ni sini. Sana nak interview, sini nak interview. Itulah pasal. Ini dia orang tengah rehat ni.
Không biết là Cyrus thì cảm thấy như thế nào ta?
Em nghĩ hôm nay WG phải bắn hết mình để lọt vào chung kết.
Mình sẽ làm gì thế? Con cá thế ảo cả vui.
Thấy là khá là căng đấy, căng hơn hôm nay rất là nhiều.
Suara bapak kecil yang nhiều.
Doesn't feel that good that well about Team Secret since they are doing just only a decent.
Suara macam itik terlekat telur.
Of course, but overall he said that in today we have to try our best, especially get into the top 4. If not getting into the group tomorrow would be a criminal to them, you know. It's
Siapa
going to be
bondo
very difficult, very
ditengok.
hard for them to compete. And of course for our old teammates, here's Cyrus, our old teammates of Team Secret, also having the same discuss with Backgao that they have to try their best in order
Sorry
to
kap
get into top 4.
bukan ni
Today
Vietnam.
is a very important day for everyone, both in Group A and Group B. We all must get into the
Ini
top
Vietnam
4
ni.
if they don't want to be left behind. Of course, if you're not getting into top 4, you're still having chances. But if you're at ranking 11 and
Tengoklah
12,
dia tu.
boom, you are out, not being available into the game anymore. So, as we can see in the chats, ở đây thì em thấy là mọi người có vẻ như là tương tác rất là nhiều. Thì không biết là phần lớn bác con nghĩ như thế nào là mọi người sẽ thường nhắc đến chủ đề gì ở trong cái phần chat của comment mình ạ?
Ở trong cái phần chat comment của mình khi mình
Nak makan pula. Itulah pasal lepas lagi penat orang tunggu tahu tak apa. Sebaik dia comel. Nampak tu. Oh.
tất cả mọi người đều muốn rằng một kết quả thật là tốt trong cái buổi thi đấu quyết định ngày hôm nay của Secret WG.
Vâng ạ, và nghe kết quả có vẻ rất là khả quan.
Muka nak poyo macam putih.
Việt Nam mình rất là đoàn kết với nhau. Thì em cũng không biết là em muốn hỏi là thường những cái buổi
Bro,
livestream mà
pergi
nó
laut
mang tính
ngam.
quan trọng như thế này thì bác Cáo sẽ ngồi xem cùng với bao nhiêu người ở trên livestream của mình vậy ạ?
Thật ra là vào những cái buổi livestream quan trọng như thế này thì xưa giờ mình chỉ xem một mình thôi. Nhưng hôm nay thì có cậu em Cyrus của mình thì tất nhiên là có cậu ấy.
So normally in the chats, especially in those important occasions like this, everyone in Vietnam, because we are having only one representative from Vietnam, especially for the Free Fire World Series Vietnam. Here is Team Secret, or as known as WAG. They are trying their best to support for the favorite team. Overall, as you can see,
Hujung bulan paus baik. Serius lah. Betul gelap dekat situ. Ganda kena pakai baju putih kot. Dia sebab dia atas stage. Dia dekat belah belakang bawah. Ni biasa ni bahagian pemantau ni. Dia ni bahagian pemantau. Tengok tu. Bagilah suara kecil tu bercakap.
Or any Vietnam representative in the game and everyone in the game as well. So it's a very pleasure for everyone to be here with me so we can enjoy this very amazing atmosphere right here at EWC 26. Cảm ơn bác Cáo rất là nhiều ạ. Vậy thì không biết là anh có lời nào cuối cùng
Last match group A ke? Belum.
cũng như là Team Secret của mình
Ada dua lagi rasa. Ada dua.
Các bạn đang coi livestream ở trên toàn các kênh sóng của Revive Việt Nam sẽ cổ vũ hết mình cho
Dah lah yang kau interview orang ni lama-lama nak buat apa?
hành trình này nha.
So here's one last thing I want to send to the viewers. Please continue to support for Team Secret and of course to all of the rest team at EWC 26 Free Fire at this time. Thank you so much for your cooperation in this interview and we will catch you guys later.
Dah cumi.
Seven, the camera's on. Seven, wake up, Seven!
Sorry about that. I was having deja vu. I was dreaming that AG and Tag won again. They did. They actually
Nak Thailand side interview. Dia bayar gaji tinggi kot. Agaknya lah. Saya rasa pun macam tu juga kot. Kan? Itulah sebabnya.
Some of those top teams have been slowing down, and I'm looking at Falcons and Gun Dynasty.
Well, it's really getting tough right now for Gun Dynasty because it seems like the 3 games, it's something. There's a lot more that they can do right now, but I think they might be able to catch up.
Kanda pula gaji buat room ke? Buat room je lah. Kita itu je.
Group Day 1, they actually have a 12.8 elimination.
Bayar mahal kan? Ha.
And 4.75 for placements. And guess what they've dropped
Okay,
down
ni
to?
tadi match.
Uh-oh.
1 for elimination and 3 for placement. That is quite a significant sort of jump from yesterday's performance for Gun Dynasty. And then who is trailing on their tails? Team Falcons. And I mean, I did sort of touch on this at the earlier stages. They needed to have a little bit more of eliminations under their belt to be able to push
Kalau
themselves
Kanda
up
duduk
into
situ
that
dapat
top
apa? Oish. Kanda lain minta eh.
right now. I mean, they're doing it. Although they sort of fell out in 8th place.
Aurora, mak 3 team tak ada mata eh. Tak ada kill. Point placement je masing-masing.
Falcons needed to be able to keep themselves out of that survival stage.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, hopefully
minta yang tu lah, yang tadi yang tengah bercakap. Minta yang tu lah baru jadi.
AURORA Gaming, and it is tough. All right. Hopefully that doesn't affect AURORA Gaming.
You just had to talk about AURORA Gaming somehow.
I said I won't be saying the name once again. Anyways, AURORA Gaming was just like.
Bini tu tak cukup, anda bukan tak cukup. Cukup. Itu untuk bantu-bantu. Buat peneman. Uish. Macam tu yang dia langgar.
One by one, Team Falcons going for those revives. AURORA Gaming is capitalizing and shooting them down.
But this is exactly what we expect to see from the EWC, right?
Sniper dia tam belakang free hit gitu.
Great yesterday, but today 17 elimination points in just one game.
Takut kena marah kan dia. Come on, lelaki kan. Kalau ganda dekat sini jadi cosplay main-main. Jadi main-main dari situ.
So yeah, that's exactly what we're seeing today.
Neptune gave him a nickname.
Laki takut bini, awak je tu takut.
Because it's Tag
tag and AGL just
Beras
went,
beli,
"Yes,
betul.
tackle."
Yeah, and
That's all we
these
got.
are the improvements that we need to see and we
Yeah.
wanted to see from them.
And we got to see those improvements because they might be listening to us. If I'm being completely honest. Lucifer yesterday.
Tu tak ada bini lagi. Tu je cakap awak tak ada bini pun nanti awak takut tu.
I see what you were doing. I'm wondering if you maybe went and told me, okay, you really need to make sure you wake up in the second day. I'm putting my credibility on this. But another squad that has been able to maybe listen to some of the stuff that we've been talking about has been none other than AG.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, from earlier, we were talking about how well they are holding the south side of each circle, how they good rotation is just keeping them safe. And in the previous round, we saw them in the north. So the same strategy that they were able to pull off. And one thing is, even if you make that adjustment, it's not easy. But good thing that they have good snipers, good information getters, as well
Tak
as
cukup
frontliners who
Aduh.
keep those paths safe for them. So the rotation, either way, south or north, east or west, it doesn't matter for AGAL.
Well, let's take a look at the overall ranking because we will have only 2 matches left of Group A.
Ada dua match je lagi.
You had passed the
Tak tahulah apa
200-point
jadi.
mark. I think it's safe to say that all these 4 squads might end up going to the finals unless we see an absolute just crush of emotions in Team Falcons doing amazing.
Yeah, of course. I mean, seeing how AGAL right now has collected 199 points. We all know that AGAL is one of the strongest when it comes to Southeast Asia, but when it comes to the EWC, this is actually quite a surprise. I mean, Loud, EFOS, you guys better get focused, okay? Because what the hell is happening right now? I mean, even Team Falcons.
Bulan depan pula.
Yeah, well, maybe it's not working
Dah
as
bulan
much as they
depan
wanted
pula
it to be.
doh. Wih, bapak banyak poin dia.
So we've been talking about the AGAL and their consistency.
Tu nombor 5 Falcon. Falcon dah naik nombor 5 dah.
Like Loud up to about 8 matches had 10.8 limbs.
Apek nombor 7, Aurora nombor 9 dah. Lagi sikit lagi orang tu nak kejar tu, nampak? Lagi 21 mata je. Dapat 21 mata habis. Memang ke bawah lah Aurora ni. Jangan 2 kali je Aurora tusun ni. 2 kali dia tusun habis. Memang bye-bye lah. Balik je lah Malaysia.
The bottom 2 teams will end up going home with those 2 games left. I see Demon Sprite finally being able to climb up. They're 9 points away from Titan and Paradox as well. Possibly we could see another shift here on the leaderboard, Neptune.
We'll have to fight. Let's see though, because even against AGAL, they're struggling. Earlier, I thought that Titan Esports Club will be able to bring a fight against AGAL, but with Katush, the only one remaining in this point, on 1 point in that game, it was hard. It was
Bahaya
he couldn't use that stealth bite to get away. He couldn't be stealthy enough to pull away from that engagement.
Yeah, I was just concerned about DP or demons because all I'm seeing is that terrible calls after terrible calls, and it's like it's not even about the bad strategy, it's positioning as well. So I'm really racking my brain to like how something more, because it's just sad to see at this point, honestly.
Some of those teams that were supposed to be listening to us aren't listening to us, and the ones that are currently secure in the finals, for some reason, they're listening to us. I talked about this team earlier, actually, and it's none other than Loud. We were talking about positionings with what AG has been able to do. Loud, I feel like this top teams might be using this last couple of games to try something different because we didn't see Loud in the middle of the circle this summer.
Yeah, I mean, they took the position of AGAL on the south side, outside of the circle, so it's a good strategy as well, like halfway through. If you will be read out by the other teams, you will be anticipated by the other teams as well. So you will have to switch it up. You have to change your approach. Otherwise, you'll be targeted so much. And you did mention how critical it is for the top 4, or for them to get in the top 4 and secure it.
Yeah, you can't sit in that top 4 and be like, oh, you know, my job is done here, because there are people tailing on you that also want that position as well. I mean, no one wants to go to the survival stage. They don't want to have to fight again. So this is where these next couple of games are going to be incredibly crucial for these teams. And, you know, we have been touching on, I think Berurium United, you're kind of safe. Like, that is an exceptional lead for them. But, I mean, mid-range of this leaderboard need to be able to be a little bit more cohesive and get those placement points on top of getting eliminations. Because, yeah, cool, you can make it into that final circle, but everybody else wants that same kind of action too. Yeah. So we need to see obviously exceptional eliminations right at the start and a little bit more strategy to push themselves into that final zone and be able to secure a spot there.
Yeah, I mean, there's still 3 places up for grabs, right? So it's everyone's game. I think it is time for us to see what's going to happen next.
Oh, I'm going to save us the curse, and I'm going to send it to the casters instead.
Okay.
Yesterday, we were able to bless some teams, wondering if they were going to be able to get 3 booyahs. We have 2 squads now with 2 booyahs apiece. So Husky, Lucifer, are they going to maybe get that third
go.
booyah or no?
Game yang ke-5.
I am pretty sure at this point of time
Aduh,
that
tak
anything
tahulah
is
apa jadi.
possible, and I'm looking forward to see if AGL can get that third, or maybe TAG. But I gotta say, spicy words from Nix, from Lau, and Conchita's takes have been getting hotter and hotter. Yeah, I'm throwing my book.
Tak boleh lah, dah duit gaji belum.
Exactly, at this point, none of the things that happened yesterday in terms of points, in terms of how storylines were built, are all broken down as we see the flight path. This time at least a tad bit better compared to the previous game that we ended at Purgatory. But yes, a great end for Team Apex Gaming in India. And now another opportunity for AGL to get their third here, and again, like how Buriram did, maybe even AGL do a 3 for themselves.
I mean, BRU hit the 200 point threshold as expected. First team to reach there. Wow, plenty of eliminations on that feed as well as teams started off hot. Well, this is Shoto really coming alive. Paradox, unfortunately, almost snuffed up of theirs. Madara, get a confirmation. That's the second one for Demon's Pride. Should be able to get the pick up there. Jazzy though, under fire. Pressure mounts. There is Apex.
Apa lagi yang kata ni? Apa lagi satu tim lagi kata tu? Dah balik lobby dah tu. Dah tinggal 11 tim je. Si baik Aurora lagi. Aduh.
And there it is. Before going striking, he goes in for a revive. Abax quickly challenged by Demon's Pride. And Shoto going in for another revive. A couple of losses that they had, and Shoto gets all their players one after another back on their feet, going and getting in. One last player left from Team Apex Gaming, and Shoto right now doing the magic to get the Apex back.
And after an extended breather, suddenly this match 11 of Group A turned into the Wild West. They are still going. Top 16 needs assistance. Apex getting gunned down, but Russia that covers the flank. Madara ends up losing out. Demon's Pride needs to find a way out of this. They are slowly running out of gas, but Evos with a choco right around the corner. It's Jazzy confirmed.
DP, okay, DP rata.
Vanquish. Match number 11, this is in Demon's Pride going out at this point.
Aurora bantai.
Their chances and their keys all going out of their hands. Evos on the other, they'll be happy. However, tag not yet because Wolvin just got taken down by Loud. BZP and the team's very first elimination. And Sahil Jad in a complete different direction. Tag spread around the map.
6 kill dah Aurora. Gila lah.
They're unable to replicate what they
tengok Aurora tu.
And I don't know how, right? One game they got a booyah, did not make the best in the second, and then coming back to the next, again another booyah. A little back and forth happening here from Team Apex Gaming.
Yeah, we actually have a terminology for that. It's called the RRQ experience. In a way, sorry RRQ fans. You know it's true. You know it's true, Conchita. I love you a lot. But I gotta say, after match number 10, we already see the clear hierarchy, right? Top 4 confirmed. Even if Falcons go on a miracle run to do it in 2 matches, highly unlikely. So now is the fight to not be in the bottom 2. But even then, with Demon's Pride out, they only have one more chance in match 12 to do so. Paradox hanging on by the skin of their teeth. They gotta find a revival to get back into the game.
But getting the game going is going to be due.
Kenapa kena suspend EWC ni lah? Buat sana so. Nah, EWC ni punya game ni baru tu. Dia memang tak jaga kita orang punya gift. Memang bangkit betul. Kepala banu dia. Dia nak kita orang ni.
And it's only up to Kutosh, and Kutosh has always been the
10
same.
minit selalu kena. Tak, ini terus kekal sampai end live. Kalau nak on balik, kena live balik. Dah live sekarang, lepas tu kena balik. So baik tak payah. Baik jalan je.
Kutush with the full revival there. TAG racking up steady points. Next from Fire actually fights due with a P90
Tak ada give lah. Tak apalah.
will need to be brought back.
Sebab dia ni ada dia bayar dah.
Loud makes that rotation. BZB wants to push the envelope.
Loud. They are in the top 4, and as you said, they're just making sure they seal the deal with match 11 and match 12 on board. AGAL trying to get closer to their Booyah.
Oh, Aurora pula masuk. Oi, go Malaysia. Go. Boleh pun. Gila lah Malaysia. 16 kill babi. Sumpah lah macam ni punya gameplay kau main Marah betul ni.
Aurora has 16 eliminations. What?
Yeah.
How much has happened?
That happened.
Wow.
16 kills yang... Okay, 16 kill, 90 dah ada... Dah ada 90 point dekat sini, 90. Weh, dekat 100 point tu. Baik tu Aurora.
Big picks. They did trouble. Titan Esports Club. Those are some of the eliminations that they managed to get.
Baik tu Aurora. Lagi tu. Boleh lagi tu. Jun pula kena. Jun relax Jun. Bantai dia lagi Jun. Baik tu. Oh gila 18 kill siap. Gila ini baru bersemangat Aurora.
Top teams have decided to silence themselves at least here on next. Aurora are going all out. Another challenge and limit X7's positions.
Apa tu? Scaler kat atas tu. Mampus.
Azriel tried to jump closer. Unfortunately, the landing was not that great. But what can Limit do? He's stuck in a very...
Dia nak cari orang last tu. Falcon kat atas tu last tu.
Unfortunately,
oh ada lagi member dia. Tak payahlah kejar yang tu.
I think Aurora really fueled by the early pickings that they've gotten. Now seems to looking to build themselves into an unstoppable fourth circle, move south. But if Aurora can clear out Limit from the area, they get such a stronghold in that area around Zipway. I think the best part of Aurora
so,
right
thank
now,
you.
again, chances of making it in the top 4.
Let's go lagi ya. Aurora, come on lah. Malaysia punya team ni so dia orang main dekat Paris, London, Paris.
They're already looking to break a record. This is around the 7-minute mark, right at the end of the game. So Aurora in a brilliant run. For the time being, even Evo's trying to stretch that.
Aurora marah tadi dah tusuk. Marah betul dia. Bantai. Bantai berjaga-jaga biar pakai otak. Jangan langgar yang tim keras tu. PDX pula kata.
Just like Demon's Pride, their chances are looking bleak.
Really falling out of the
happy streaming bro. Baik so nanti ada. Minggu ni memang tak dapat lah. Minggu depan lah baru masuk balik. Tak tahulah kejap lagi tengok macam mana. Takut penat pula besok. Apa yang kau buat ni syaitan? Astagfirullahaladzim. Ngebak ke? Apa dia buat tu meloncat-loncat kat situ? Bingai betul. Aurora tu 19 kill tu Chami. Dia langgar lagi. Pergi depan sikit. DRS depan kau tu. Tu dia. Aurora dah marah gang. 20 kill. Mampus kau. Tabrak. Ini baru betul-betul saka datang. Sabar Azril. Tabrak lagi. 21 kill. Gila babi Malaysia. Rata. Senyum Ezel Macam ni baru gameplay Aurora. Geram tu dia orang dah geram gila tu. Next Terra ni biasanya memang pot dia orang. Tak apa settle dulu kan dia mana betul insyaAllah. So AWC ni AWC buat sampai hari Sabtu final lah. Lepas tu free lah. Tapi sebab free tu aku dah pergi Kedah pula tu. Hari Sabtu pagi aku dah gerak pergi Kedah. Apa kita orang anjurkan big screen untuk ni FIFA World Cup final. dengan kerjasama PDRM.
Journey started today in recovery and somehow they are above the chopping block for the time being and especially maybe a blessing in disguise.
Baik si Aurora, macam ni lah Malaysia, barulah betul, barulah penyokong-penyokong semangat. Ini kena langgar mati semua, langgar mati. Dah relax lu Aurora, dah 20 point dah tu. Nak buat 30 kill ke? Buat, cipta nama. Biar orang Malaysia nampak. Nak cipta nama, cipta betul-betul. Baik. Terima kasih singgah layan game tak ada pintu ni. Bapaklah 22 kill doh Malaysia apa. Padu. Tadi tak dapat nak bersorak macam ni. Tadi tak dapat, Malaysia manjang kena langgar je. Ini baru dapat tengok dia orang punya gameplay. Oi, E-Boss nak langgar. E-Boss nak langgar tu, jaga Malaysia. Ini yang biasa tim Indo ni. E-Boss ni, dia biasa melanggar Malaysia ni. Daripada tadi lagi dia duk kacau Malaysia. Apalah ni. Let's go, 26 kill. Let's go. Hai, nampak rasyah gila babi. Tak ada pintu senang nak masuk. Sabar. Relax. Dia orang ada kat sebelah. Sabar. Korang dah 22 kill, relax dulu. Biar je, Buriram on the way. Rasanya Buriram akan masuk side dia orang. So relax di situ dulu. Betul-betul dia marah tau, 22 kill bapak. Baran betul. Macam tu lah baru Malaysia. Daripada tadi penyokong kau tak boleh nak bersuara, tak boleh nak menjerit. Agal pun ada tu. Agal jauh, Buriram ada depan. Dia dekat dengan Buriram sekarang ni. Tapi kalau Buriram ikut side kiri, dia akan jumpa E-Boss. Dia takkan ikut tengah saya rasa Buriram. Sebab Buriram punya style, dia takkan ikut tengah. Dia mesti akan ikut side tepi. Nampak tak? Dia akan ikut side tepi. Mungkin dia akan jumpa jugalah Aurora tu. Tapi tak tahu ikut mana dia nak masuk. Ataupun dia hold dulu. Dia hold compound tu dulu. Sebab tu dua tu dia pecah nampak. Dia nak ambil semua compound tu supaya tak ada orang ambil compound yang dia orang ada. So kalau dia masuk dekat E-Boss, E-Boss kena lah. Tapi kalau dia masuk ikut tengah, dia nanya sebab apa? Sebab Allah Aurora tengah-tengah mampus. Relax je Aurora, tak payah ni. Mampus kau lot. Oi baik Aurora dalam zone. Okey. E-Boss masuk zone. Nampak tau. E-Boss rapat dengan zone. Mungkin Buriram akan jumpa E-Boss. Saya punya predict confirm Buriram jumpa E-Boss. Ui gila. Habis Falcon masuk. Dia nak masuk tu gila. Oh dia block. Dia buat roblox dia. Nah kena juga. Sama kau buka glow tadi pun. Ada lagi seorang. Sempat lagi dia pergi mission. Falcons have him surrounded, cornered, zones closing and Shoto is in deep troubles. However, there's a close vending machine. Dapat lagi dia angkat tu. Tapi Falcon bahaya lah sebab TC ada situ. TC ada situ. Oi, dia lawan tu. Go Malaysia. Ini kali kami nak tengok Malaysia. Go. Buriram lawan Agal. Patutlah bandit suruh keluar balik. Geng-geng Black minat. Ya, dia orang memang minat. Allah, Buriram langgar Aurora pula dah. Kenapa dia masuk tengah Tapi dia ambil bumbung. Okey, alright. Dia ambil bumbung tak apa. Aurora stay je dalam rumah. Stay je, tak payah turun. Blok semua ruang masuk. Dapat free kill. Dapat free kill tu.
Talking about chances dying out, Team Apex Gaming here in next setup. They lose
Biar Buriram bantai boss dulu. Aurora tak payah sibuk.
chances for Titan Esports Club to rake up points, but they're
Rata TC. Aurora ambil kill. Bapaklah 24 kill. Let's go. Dia jangan keluar. Dia keluar memang dia habis. Dia keluar dia mesti habis. Buriram punya spot cantik. Dia atas rooftop. Sekejap lagi orang bawah akan keluar daripada rumah nak masuk zone. Sebab zone ke belakang. Tapi tak apa. Dia boleh santai dulu. Dia tak perlu pun. Biar je boss tu langgar Aurora tu. Langgar tu. Dia langgar Buriram. Aurora go. 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 Okay, santai. Santai. Tarik. Santai. Ada lot sekali tu. Santai. E-boss tak down lagi tu. Buriram hilang seorang. Aurora buyah ni ke. Tolonglah. Allah, Hazel. Skyler lah. Apa ni? Morse lah masuk dalam. Buriram down. Seorang lagi. Ini kompon boyah ni.
Buriram thought they're going to be ahead of the circle. The zone shifting. They wanted to take an advantage of it. It did not work in their favor. Aurora on the other end. Back into the compound. Pummeling bullets towards Falcons as they did trouble Buriram.
You want to talk about David versus Goliath. Aurora is the underdog right now. 25 and counting. Make it 26. Astro.
Falcon dah rata. Loud pun dah tinggal seorang. Go Aurora. Ambil zone. Tolonglah Malaysia. Boyahlah satu kali. Bagilah momen-momen untuk Malaysia. Bismillah. Kenapa pula kau keluar tu setan? Loud habis. Aurora boleh. E-boss ni bila nak mampus ni? Aduh. Hai. Baik doa Hazel ambil atas. Hazel kau ambil atas ya. Gila 26. Kalau kau dapat 30 kill jackpot. Handsome sangat orang mana ada. Jackpot confirm Malaysia ni punya. Malaysia paling top ranking sekarang ni. Kill terbanyak 30. Kalau dia boleh buat 30 lah. Dia perlukan 4 kill je lagi. 4 kill dia dapat pecah rekod 30 kill EWC World Series kot. World Championship. Bukannya Malaysia punya Championship. Tak ada atas, kat bawah Zuai. Santai Zuai. E-boss rush. Kau kepung je, jangan bagi dia keluar. Kepung je. Biar E-boss tu mati kat luar zone. Alah matilah kau ni Kiroro. Alah serabut lah kau luar zone tu. Buat apa? Matilah Kiroro. Mampus pun kau. Okay, let's go. Malaysia Indo. Santai Malaysia. Allah, ya Allah, buyahlah Malaysia. Baik tu Hazel dekat atas. Kau relax je Hazel, tak payah balik bom. Astagfirullah. Ambil damage daripada belakang. Bantu kawan bawah. Dia orang tengah pening. Tak tahu mana arah dia orang nak keluar. Dia orang ada 2 pintu je dia orang kena keluar. Go Zel, pergi ujung sikit Zel.
And how cool is that on EWC a year apart? The circle is going to be the game maker.
Tak. Aurora punya zone.
Neither of these teams have the best of the circle. They're at the edge of it. They're at the center.
Dia kena rapat je dekat situ.
It will come down to a battle, but look at Aurora using all their glue walls, making sure EVOS does not head out there.
Tembak Skyler je kalau ada ni. Alah lambatnya nak masuk.
EVOS also not trying to rush out. This might come down to just their HP.
Dia main kepung siap baru betul lah. Hazel ada atas. Hazel make it Hazel. Make it. Super make it terus. Hazel. Dia tak sempat. Hazel tolong Hazel. Hazel, kita buyar ya. Malaysia buyar. Kita buyar ni. Cepat tu Hazel. Allah. Hei, baru betul lah. Tak ada orang kacau abak sial.
The Tigers.
Tapi tak apa. Nice Aurora.
Helping them out. Aurora.
26 kill kot.
Going on and they could have got a record. But what a booyah coming in from Evos, holding it off. We saw the fight could have broken out very early on. Russia instantly.
Zona, diorang dah kepung awal. Tapi masalah dia Ezel dekat atas tu dah ngam dah. Cuma tak ada ni. Tak ada orang kacau kat bawah ni. Kalau diorang boleh baling-baling bom tu ke, freeze bom ke, okey kat tu. Tapi tak apa lah, kita tetap nombor 1 juga dekat sini. Dekat match ni tetap nombor 1. Menggigil tu tangan diorang tu.
Again, we said highly unlikely the top 4 standings will change, but
tapi kill kita banyak, jangan risau. Alah, boyah lebih 2 point je, kill kita banyak.
They know what the plan of Aurora was. They were prepped to play that healing game. What an impressive round, honestly, from the Malaysian team. I think
tak apa, santai.
we saw back in the SCA back in spring.
Poin kill banyak gila 26 tu.
Willing to make these moves and take on the fight, and god damn they did it well.
Yeah, I wish for this fight to break out in their favor. They should have gone for it a little ahead.
Poin kill banyak ni, serius. Tak 27 28 kill kau tak silap kan dia.
And that's what we talk about, these minute
Abak dekat bawah tu je, tak ada orang press dia.
for those final battles. It helped out Evos over there.
Tak ada orang bantai dia. Dia pakai make kit laju tu rasa.
Let's hear them.
I was ready for a bloodbath, honestly. I was so ready for Aurora to just run
Boyah
in,
lebih 2 point
duke it
je geng.
out, throw
12
haymakers,
point.
and see what
Nombor 2
happens.
9
Chose the
lebih
safe
kurang
way, but
3.
again, no harm, no foul there, you know?
We've been
3 point je beza dia.
booyahs and their comms right at the very end.
Tapi dia orang buat tu tadi dah nice dia tu. Kill banyak kot.
Hey, we understand what Aurora are trying to do. Let's do the same thing. It worked out.
Last game. Tak apa, dah nice sangat dah tu.
Force their way
Itu
out
baru
of the
sedap
toxic,
nak
but
tengok
they're
sebenarnya.
I guess we chill. And then we try to
27 28 kill kau tak silap ganda dia. Sebab dia ada kill Rashah tadi kat luar. Si Azril ada kill Rashah dekat luar. So tambah lagi 1. Dia last tadi 26. Last 26, 27. 27 dia dapat Kiroro tadi, Falcon punya team seorang. 27, lepas tu dia dapat Rashah 28. Kalau tak silap ganda mesti pergi 29. Tak pasti lah, 29 ataupun 28 macam tu. Dia tak sampai 30, tapi tu rekod dah tu. Untuk season kali ni 2026 ni tu paling tinggi tu. Tak ada lagi yang buat 20 26. 26 28 kill tak ada lagi.
And you will have 5 seconds to prepare, and it will start falling down. You will have to catch them all, so there are 10 in total. And once you catch one, you can drop it on the floor.
Wow, this game is going to be very hard. It's about flexible testing. Okay, let's see if I can do it or not. At least I got 2. I think it's a good game to testing your flexible, and of course my hat is falling off, but this one is pretty
Apa
fun
2 je
for
dapat.
exercise. Let's move to the next one.
From that last map, I mean ending it with a healing game and a record almost broken. Can you believe this, AJ?
I can definitely believe it. What I
Record.
cannot believe is the fact that it
Nampak
was a
dia orang cakap
Malaysian
record
squad
pecah.
that almost broke the record of Falcons themselves, right? Massive game for Aurora, but that's exactly what you want to show the Malaysian
Rekod
fans
Falcon
out there,
season
that
lepas
you're not just here to
pecah
fill a
dekat
slot,
Aurora.
but you're here to go all the way to the grand
28
final. And
siap.
because of Champion Rush, maybe even run away with it.
Yeah, it's anyone's
So
game.
sebelum ni
Today had
Falcon yang
some
pegang
crazy.
rekod kill
They
terbanyak
started
ni.
the day
So hari
with
ni
booyahs
Aurora
from
pecah.
TAG, and they had two
Sangat
of them
sangat baik.
despite struggling yesterday, and AGAL still rampaging and finally clinching in that booyahs as well.
Absolutely. It's just
Oh,
juggling in there all day
nice
long.
kan?
This is the moment for Team Apex Gaming to rise
Dia
up in the
pecah lah
division.
Falcon
They
punya
clearly
rekod.
knew it. Yesterday was a warm-up day for them, right? I wasn't too concerned about them at all because we've seen
Gila bapak laju
their
game ni
plays,
dia orang main.
and it is
Sana
all
sini dia orang pergi kan.
patience. It's all about reading
Dah
and understanding
22 kill tadi baru dia orang cool down, baru dia orang stay, baru dia orang maintain.
and today
Baru dia orang
perhaps they might not
tahan
get the
compound ni.
early access into the grand finals, but what they will most definitely do is not get relegated today. Down at the bottom, Paradox as well as Demon's Pride, they are the ones who are in a little trouble.
Yeah, it's looking really scary for them as well, especially as you know it is elimination day after all. You do not want to get dropped today. You either want to be at the very top all the way to finals, or you want to at least survive for survival stage.
Absolutely, and obviously you want to get in there a tad bit earlier, but there is no harm whatsoever in playing that survival stage, right? You've got an extra 10 games to go through that also gives you a little bit of extra warm-up
I agree.
before you play the grand finals. But obviously the Super Titans want to get in there early, and Southeast Asia, as expected, finding dominance there. Now the surprising thing is Loud, even without a dominant run today, are still in the top 4.
Yeah, they still are. They're still farming. They're still going crazy right now. And I am very excited to see what will be happening. So, after this,
After this, we've got the final game. It's the final showdown. It is the final opportunity for the two teams down at the bottom. The ones they are chasing, though, is from Bangladesh, TEC. Now, they've done good enough so far to stay clear of that bottom spot.
Gila 28
A
kill
little
lah.
bit too close to being uncomfortable in the competition. This is that round. I'm expecting them to make a breakout run.
yeah, it's really scary to think about it. But again, anything can happen. We've seen records almost broken as well. And I think that after this, before we go, I mean, again, it's the final game before we go into the second series of the day, right? So, in your opinion, what
Ni
do you
last
think is
match.
on the map?
I want
Kita
to see
tengok last
the
match ni apa
rise up
jadi.
to the occasion, even though Demon's Pride as well as, you know, the ones who are closest to them are not going to find a way to maybe get the booyah at the end of the day. They still need to try. They still need to throw out a lot of points as much as possible. So if possible, get to that final circle before finding your eliminations.
I also agree. I want to see the battle of the underdogs, but who else better to tell us what will be happening in the
Kita
last
tengok
battle of the
PDX
casters? We have Lucifer
dengan DP boleh potong tak? Nombor 10. Dia kena pergi nombor 10 ya. Siapa yang dapat pergi nombor 10 dia lah dapat pergi next survival stage.
Get crushed in this brutal reality of an international competition. Paradox Gaming down at the bottom, followed by Demon's Pride in 11th place. But there is still hope. Even a slight glimmer is what might make the difference for these two teams. We saw TEC, they ran away with the previous map thanks to a bit of intervention. Paradox Gaming have a mountain to climb to even make it to 10th spot. But for Demon's Pride, for the pride of Pakistan, that journey might be slightly extended if they just get a good round.
It needs to be the greatest of rounds for both Paradox and Demon's Pride, as this is the last game for Group A, match number 12. And it starts now with Paradox already taking a dive towards Moat House, but they have trouble. That's going to be DRS, not the great journey as they dive out very first. Sneaky, however, has taken a dive in the other direction, but very close is even Demon's Pride. Both the ones almost at the bottom, out of the race, are very close. This is unfortunate.
Yep, very poetic as well. The last map is Purgatory. And can they survive Purgatory? Pratik making hope look a bit glim there. L2K doing the same. Enrique needs to be picked back up, but L2K needs to be able to hold the fort so far. Paradox down in numbers. DRS with 2 already.
This is not looking great. Windy, he wants to do something, has a vector on hand, but can he do something brilliant? Skill ready, but he doesn't even get to use a single bullet. And he gets taken down by Pratik, the P90 putting him down, but Sneaky. Thankfully there was a revive so he can go for this battle, but for how long can he do this? Paradox need to recover, they need to understand the stakes right now. That if they get eliminated so early, the result for sure is elimination.
Not only that, you're also feeding points into the DRS machine. And that means, at least for this situation, it won't change much. But with Demon's Pride arriving, Gotta make something out of it. As well, finding out 2K. That makes it even worse for Paradox. Whitney will bring him back. Finally, Sneaky getting the job done. Getting the first for Paradox. A step in the right direction. Strowax will want to find revenge. But Sneaky is doing his absolute best to stay alive. But Strowax pulls out the sight and ends Sneaky's streak. Madara now is going to queue up and see if he can make something happen.
Demon's Pride, they also need points. If it was Paradox and they were battling against them, that would have been extra points. But DRS, they're safe and sound. So battling with DRS could be trouble. And they've looked better so far in the entire journey of the 12 games that we've seen. Hope Demon's Pride are prepared for it. One thing for sure, in the intention of moving towards moat houses, the fight is isolated.
La ilah, Jun tinggal seorang. La ilah.
Can it work out? It doesn't. Both top 16 and Madara, they get taken out.
And that does not look good at all. At least for Demon's Pride and Paradox, they're still in it. Still a chance. TAG, on the other hand, not doing that well. Madara gets brought back. Gun Dynasty, watching that top 4 slip away. Now, we'll have to see if they can at least end on a high note. Do it like what Aurora
Habis balik lobby ni Aurora.
Almost 40 bomb. Shairu getting spotted out by Jun. That's half his health bar gone.
3 sampai.
Before this, they had only Jun surviving, but thankfully got the whole team back up. So his life at this point, losing it out is okay. But on the other hand, as you did mention, going out.
Oh, dapat balik kawan dia angkat ni.
Dynasty should expect and should replicate. Because their top 4
Dia pakai lope-lope, patut dah. Si baik dia dapat pakai.
Do or say much here on day 2 because the Southeast Asia and Brazil, they went all out. And again, going in for a battle is going to be EVOS and AGAL. Not yet found an opening. Bullets being exchanged on either
Hampir kan dia, betul? Hampir ingatkan dia tak sempat tadi. Rupanya, oh dia sempat pakai revival.
Confirmation not yet there. Aim got running right across.
Baik dia sempat jadi. Kalau tidak dia rata lah. Tapi rata pun okey lah. Dia tak tersingkir dah ni. Dia ada lagi untuk besok. Jun memang penyelamat. Itulah dia berani kat. Oh pakai lope-lope tu okey lah. So besok ada lagi kita dapat tengok Aurora lagi. Besok lagi banyak. 10 game mampus. Meninggal. Besok dia kena main 10 game, dia kena ambil top 4. Dia dapat top 4 baru dia layak pergi final. Kalau dia tak dapat top 4 memang tak ada lah. Memang besok last day lah diorang. Tapi okey lah, ada juga Malaysia bawa untuk Free Fire pergi dunia kan.
Falcons at central, a UAV to scan. They do not find anything. On the other hand, Aurora, we spoke about
esok biik confirm restock biskut. Cicau ni kepe. Biskut dia habis ke? Biskut dia dah habis Esok saya, oi Ezel pergi dulu Ezel. Ambil dulu kawan Ezel. Boleh angkat 2 Ezel, mantap. Alhamdulillah. Oh angkat 3 boleh. Tak payah main lain. Main Lumber Mill tu je lah. Tak ada orang.
Quick on the revive. Madara had the same intention as well, but at the end of it, it's going to be Madara who gets that elimination, and that's going to be a second. But DRS is still close by. If Demon's Pride as well as Paradox keep going at it like this, their chances of making it up will not work out because TEC, they've already picked up 5 eliminations of this game.
With top 16 going down. Again, a reset, a hard reset onto Demon's Pride. Madara would just have to make that rotation. Blade making good on his opportunity. Takes down Wasana in the meantime. Players of Paradox on your screens. Again, it's going to be tough. Sneaky losing out again.
Super.
And like you said, Lucifer, this cycle of point churning.
Habis ni sekejap lagi kena mandi sekejap. Mandi kejap baru kita tengok grup B. Grup B tu jalan je lah.
And DRS are getting
Chami ada, nanti Chami boleh tolong tengok live kan.
they are getting their own eliminations. They're already, we saw just before this, at 80 points. So a chase towards them is going to be very difficult for both Demon's Pride and Paradox, and especially they losing players one after another.
Tapi tak ada Aurora, dia jadi tak best dah sebenarnya. Tak apalah, layan-layan gitu lah.
And that's what I'm pretty sure every fan of AGL will be happy to see.
Yeah. Russia still in first place.
Yeah.
At least tied out with Cypher. The previous Clash Squad tournament, he actually is the most damaged, the highest damage dealer, and no one could get close to him.
Yeah.
Even though they didn't win the whole thing, and that's the craziest part. Wasana actually getting removed, but now coming to life, Gun Dynasty. That's exactly what they need.
Maybe the last game, but still, give it your all. A warning to the teams who will make it to the survival stage. That's what Gun Dynasty need to look forward to. Paradox, in the meantime, do get another revive again to their teammates, but driving away their chances. A Titan Esports Club from Bangladesh, something that we were looking forward to. When we speak about South Asia, yes, India now looking great, especially after Tag getting 2 booyahs. I'm pretty sure teams from Bangladesh would want to do it because they're Straw Hats in our Group B as well. They've not looked great. At least Titan Esports Club have taken it up a notch.
Yeah. And it could be a source of motivation for Mia Corp too.
Yeah.
And no, it's the first time for South Asia, but they have.
Hari ni GD tak nampak ganas je. Tak nampak kan?
But for USA,
Okay, DP balik lobby lah. Tak ada DP, bye-bye. Pergilah balik semula. DP dah tersingkir tu, dia nombor 12. Balik lah DP. Jumpa pula next year.
the highest of mountains for Paradox to climb, but they're still in it.
These are the numbers that we kind of talk about when teams need to get a champion rush. How far are they? How can they deny teams? But right as now, it's about staying alive. And that's going to be an even tougher task to dabble and work around. And I think Paradox, they have a long statement to do if they have to put up a performance like this. Because we've not seen so far, 11 games they've played, we've not seen them pull off a double-digit game.
Yeah, it would be a lot more reassuring if TC didn't also have 8 eliminations under the belt.
Yeah.
The break even. And that is going to only make things harder as more teams get removed. Strox taken out by BZP. It's a good time to kind of lay it out on the table as well. This last round, a lot of what's happening is inconsequential.
Boleh dah makan roti cahaya coklat. Bawa Eiffel Tower boleh dah. Kan? Daripada balik tangan kosong yang baik pergi ada kenangan sikit. Pergi lah bergambar ke apa ke asalkan ada. Betul lah.
Nice.
Quick on the take is going to be sneaky. Happy on that elimination is also going to be Paradox. But they're
Pergi ambil gambar bawah Eiffel Tower tu. Barulah okey.
Can they forge their very own key that stays alive? At this point, it looks tougher than ever.
And remember, with that elimination, they tie out with TEC again.
Yeah.
27 points. The count starts here. Enough bodies to go through, but with the right placement points.
Not the best challenge right they have. DRS, they somehow were able to fend off. You can see Takuri did get the whole squad back, but look at Loud. This is how they
PDX pula ikut balik. PDX pun sama juga tu, nombor 11.
Thankfully, none of the players from Paradox were close by and Loud.
Pergi ajak siapa tu? Ajak DP PDX kan, pergi sana dulu. Ya, pergi makan cicah-cicah, coklat apa semua kan. Duduk bawah tu bertafakur dulu. BST. Pergilah borak-borak kat bawah Eiffel Tower tu, apa aku nak buat balik ni macam tu kan.
To make it to grand finals, we'll have to play for survival. Gun Dynasty continues to make a statement on the feed as well, taking out Pratik. Spinell is the one that breathes life into the team. BRU as well, finding a recovery. It's Gun Dynasty under the lightning zone, challenged by AJL and deal best Spinell.
2 shots looking for the second on David, but Cypher was close by. As David goes down, even Vega gets taken. This is AGL looking forward to their run.
Bang Ganda, ya saya Supek. Nanti kita jumpa Supek tau. Hujung minggu ni. Saya turun Kulim.
to do in that CQC, it's going to be Nix delivering for Loud.
Tak nak bagi orang give ke? Tak ada give. Macam mana saya nak bagi? Saya tak ada give.
The true kings so far are still the ties, and Loud will have to take a bow now. Guaksha brings Trap back in. Another reset for Aurora, blowing all of
Tak
their
ada give.
steam in the previous game, and now sitting at no eliminations and a rough round.
Oh nak give dekat ni ke? Dekat TT ni ke? Tak ada. Supek kena ni kan? Kena suspend tu kan? Sebabkan copyright ni.
The Paradox can get through this hurdle. Gotta start with TAG.
Which is the best fight for Paradox to pick? At this point, none. But they have
Tak payahlah Pek bagi give. Nanti saya tunggu kulim ni awak belanja saya ayam gunting. Ha, nampak? Saya bukan minta mahal pun. Ayam gunting je. Sabarlah. Tabur je. Memang daripada semalam macam ni Pek. Semalam kena juga. Dapat PS5 kerat 2 InsyaAllah. Kalau dapat nanti mana-mana offline kita pergi, saya bawa. Kita main. Main kat hotel tak apa, tak berhenti. Bil dia orang bayar. Assalamualaikum, Waalaikumsalam. Betul tak PN? Ha. Kalau dapat, tapi susah tu nak dapat tu.
And that is all she wrote. Paradox Gaming briefs Dallas in Paris.
They held that fight for 4
Game ke apa dah? Game last. Last dah ni, last game. Wi-Fi pun free, ya betul. Wi-Fi pun free.
And looking at the best spot is going to be Team Apex Gaming. In the meantime, as Paradox has gone out, the troubles for Titan Esports Club have vanished. They did lose a player, but I'm pretty sure the threat of somebody else raking up a lot of points is not something that they will be worried about. Najat is the last one. A nice hit coming in from Ray.
Besok pagi ada breakfast. Ha, betul? Nak apa lagi, betul?
Evos, they use their binoculars. They spot 7 players. And that's going to be Loud. That's going to be Buriram along with close by Team Apex Gaming. Najat trying to time this perfectly. He's behind all the enemies who've already made it inside the circle, and I think Titan Esports Club are making sure.
Nak apa lagi Cami marah ni? Kenapa awak marah dengan dia?
Yep, they've done just enough.
Kenapa awak nak marah dia?
So from this point onwards, there's no more consequences to whatever happens. But it'd be nice to get the booyah to add on to their record.
Dia marah awak Spek Awak berani marah
18 eliminations.
They've gone big. Gun Dynasty.
Elok tengok yang perang, kau pergi tengok yang ngendok ni buat berjadah apa? Astaghfirullahalazim. Tengoklah tu orang tu tengah perang ha. 4 tim dekat situ, kau boleh pergi tengok yang seorang tu. Apa masalah kehidupan kau ni?
That's going to be Gun Dynasty, but Gun Dynasty, before giving them any heat, they want to take a fight against Team Apex Gaming. But Team Apex Gaming, they've closed all the fronts. Just like how an entry was done by Paradox, no other team is getting an allowance like that. And now Gun Dynasty, they have more challenges in front of them as Evos walks
balik lobby lah kau.
And BRU is listening in closely in separate.
Ada e-sport juga tu Supek dekat ni, dekat stadium ke apa? Dia orang buat kat stadium masa. Stadium Kulim. Ada ke Stadium Kulim? Saya tak tahu pun. Stadium Kulim.
Great angles to intervene in this 4-way fight happening right in front of them.
Last 5 teams, out of which only 1 team has all their 4 players surviving. That's going to be Evos.
Aurora kata macam tu tak ada kill Tak apalah Aurora, relax 125 point dah tu. Okay dah tu.
BZP on the other end is spotting the entirety of
Nah, dia langgar macam tu je. Oh, GD je. Tak boleh, GD tak boleh. Loud ada, Ibos ada, Buriram ada. Loud rata. Mai sempat pergi looting luar zone. Buriram kau tengok, stay dekat situ. Dia tak ambil tahu pun kau nak perang ke apa. Lantak kau lah, kau perang lah. Ujung-ujung aku boyah dia kau. Kenapa dia buat apa dalam rumah? TAG pun macam tu. Dia biar dulu EVOS bantai GD tu. Mampus orang tu pakai machine gun merah kot. Nasib baik ada tayar kereta. Kereta pun meletup. Habis.
Chrono being used. EVOS get closer, damage being done, and that chrono will protect Gun Dynasty for
Kuriram lagi ni rasa ni. GD habis. TAG pula masuk bantai EVOS. Dengan launchernya, dengan apanya.
Every time fight breaks out between three teams, it's always Team Apex Gaming have an advantage. So they want to wish EVOS and Buriram go fight against each other, but it looks like EVOS have their clear intention of who they're going to take this
EVOS
fight.
kena sandwich, kena ni. Buriram kau tengok dia patah balik Wasana panjai. Wah, ini fight ni. EVOS tak tumbang tu budak dia, gila lah. Wasana habis. EVOS lagi ni. EVOS lagi. Nampak gaya EVOS lagi.
Another opportunity for them. Team Apex Gaming, a man down, but they have a lot of hopes. With the aggression they would want to convert on.
Dia tarik ke belakang tu. Habislah EVOS lah. EVOS boya.
Says no and shuts them down. And that's going to be EVOS, your defending champions of EWC, looking forward to making sure they have a statement
Last match ke.
Group A games.
Bapaklah macam tu je. Dia boleh hold tu, padahal dia kena bantai dah awal-awal tadi tu. Kena langgar berapa tim dah. Jelas map ke? Maksud dia macam mana? Tak faham.
People were wondering if that is it for EVOS. So much doubt throughout 4, throughout Global Finals 2025.
Tak faham tu lah.
Spring. And here they are, 2 good days in a row. And that's Paradox Gaming on your screens. The rep from Africa. All love. But throughout all of that, BRU have done more than enough. They are going to be the ones that tops Group A.
What a game coming in from Buriram. I think while we talk about teams of consistency, right? They showed us what consistency means. Yes, this game and the previous one, a back-to-back booyah pulled off by EVOS, showing why and what they are, what they're looking forward to in EWC 26. But consistency is the key. That's what everybody wants to place inside the shield. And maybe Buriram might be writing it for themselves.
Let's listen in on what EVOS is talking about with that win in the final round. Imgo standing up before the fight even ends, but it's set in stone. Even though EVOS got that back-to-back booyah, but again, Buriram Esports done more than enough to be at the top of the group, and you know what that means, Lucifer.
Yeah,
they're gonna pull the trigger.
They will. 2 keys will be crushed. And for Imgo to stand up like that, he knew what was happening. He had taken 2 of the players of tag down, so he knew his teammates in a 3v1 will pull it off. And it eventually they work out. EVOS, but you can see at the biggest of stages, this is how the part and parcel of competition is. Paradox, they're happy on one end that they were able to make it to such a big stage, represent their region, and put a performance that they could deliver on.
Cami ada lagi ke Cami? Saya minta tolong Cami, nanti kena bagi bonus kat Cami ni macam ni. Asyik Cami je kena, Cami cakap.
Yep. Of course, the Latam fans here in full force, and that's just a fraction of it. I mean, for Africa, it's the first time for the region, but for Pakistan, it's not the first year. And that's the contrast that we see on the stage right now. They can still walk back with their his hell.
Cami ada lagi ke?
They have done more than enough to showcase their best on the world stage, and I'm pretty sure there's
Ana Chami ni.
There is a lot. That's what we look forward to from every team whenever they step up on a stage
Hilang dah
like this.
Chami.
And this is how we love to see things like this. But on stage, we have Barney ready. Let's send it to him.
Well, an exciting day in Group A.
Pek, Chami ada lagi ke, Pek?
To a close. 6
Chami ada lagi ke?
teams have secured a spot in the survival stage. 4 have made it through to the grand finals directly, and 2 are gonna go home. And so that's what we're here to do right now. But first,
Hilang dah.
I'm gonna have a little interview with Buriram United Esports, because what a dominant day. Okay, let's set the scene. Okay, let's go back in time. Your journey to this point. World champions in 2025. 5th in the regional finals, so not obviously, you didn't match your expectations for that, but now dominating in the group stage at the esports.
Macam mana Aurora? Okey, lepas besok dia main lagi. Besok dia akan main survival pula apa? Dia akan main survival untuk fight jadi 4 yang terbaik untuk pergi final. Tadi dia pecah rekod dia pecah rekod dunia untuk kill terbanyak. 28 kill tadi. Oh gila, itu memang gempak. Walaupun dia tak boyah tapi 28 kill. Dia nombor 2 tadi.
ใช่ไหมพี่ผมตอบถูกไหมนะฮะคือก็ดีใจครับแค่นั้นเลยใช่ไหมมัน
Buriram dah lepas pergi final lah ni.
Excited that we finally be able to like prove ourselves that we deserve to be here to become the world champ of this year.
Saya nak mandi dulu.
I like that. Now, one thing that all these teams are chasing, obviously whilst we're here, is consistency, and it seems like you guys have that in absolutely mountainous amounts, because you guys managed to secure 3 booyahs yesterday. Today, not so many. However, you're still putting up points every single game. What does it mean to have these teammates with you and performing so well here on the main stage?
ก็ในเวทีการแข่งขัน EWC 2026 นะกรุงปารีสนะฮะในกรุ๊ปสเตจทั้ง2วันนี้เนี่ยเราทำผลงานออกมาได้ดีทั้ง2วันเลยถึงแม้ว่าในเมื่อวานเราได้ทำบูย่าไปทั้งหมด3ครั้งด้วยกันแต่วันนี้เนี่ยถึงแม้ว่าเราจะไม่ได้บูย่าเลยแม้แต่ครั้งเดียวแต่เรายังได้แต้มทุกเสมอทุกเกมเลยนะฮะรู้สึกยังไงกันบ้างครับผม
ก็รู้สึกดีใจครับก็ได้ตามซ้อมตามแผนที่เตรียมมาครับผมว่าคะแนนประมาณนี้พวกผมก็ทำได้เป็นเรื่องปกติอยู่แล้วก็ไม่ได้รู้สึกดีใจหรืออะไรครับแค่รู้สึกพอใจตัวเองมากกว่าที่ทำได้ตามฟอร์มครับ
Actually we are pretty happy and satisfied with our performance because like this is supposed to be our true form and true power, so if we can do it like this over and over again, I think we're going to be able to claim the champ trophy.
I like to hear that. I like the confidence. It's good. Now, gentlemen, it's time to join me. Come on, walk with me. This right here, this is called the Crusher. And as you can imagine, we're going to crush some hopes, going to crush some dreams, and crush some keys. Like I'll remind you, we have 2 teams who have been eliminated from the competition. They need to have their keys crushed. And so, we're going to start things off. Would you like to press this button?
กดปุ่มเลยครับ
It's going to open up. It's going to reveal the teeth. It looks menacing. Let's be honest. We're going to crush these keys. Okay, Wasana, would you like to gently pull on this lever and send them home? Is there anything you would like to say to your teams before we crush them?
ก่อนที่เราจะดึงคันโยกลงมานะเพื่อส่งดึกคีย์ทั้ง2อันลงไปเนี่ยมีอะไรอยากจะฝากบอกทุกทีมเลยไหมฮะกับแล้วก็2ไม่เป็นไรครับเก่งแล้วแต่ผมเก่งกว่าครับโทษที Yeah GG nice try but we are better than you guys sorry
Oh, that's what I like to hear. Okay, pull that lever in 3, 2, 1. Send them home. And just like that, 2 teams have been eliminated from Free Fire at the Esports World Cup 2026. But don't go anywhere because 2 more teams will be eliminated later today. And as we get those groups prepped, we're going to head back to the studio before we continue with day number 2.
Sekejap, Pek. Tengok live sekejap, Pek. Nak pergi ni sekejap. Apa ke? Tolong sekejap, saya nak mandi dulu, geng. Pergi sambung balik. Malu-malu pula GM. Biasa lah dia.
Now, something that really hits close to home, and one of the things that we cherish the most here at the Esports World Cup, is support for our players on the main stage. And one of the most incredible things is, of course, when families, fathers, sons, brothers, mothers are here to cheer for their children and for their siblings on the main stage. It truly is amazing. I've got Shailesh here joining me, Shoto's father from Team Apex Gaming. Shailesh, tell me what it's like being a dad. I'm a dad. I have a 4-year-old son. What is it like to cheer for your son on the main stage at an event like this?
It's great to cheer for your son, especially if he's an 18-year-old son and who is doing something which I don't understand. So you can imagine it's very difficult to cheer for him. But once he won the Indian Championships, before that I was a tough opponent of his. I used to refuse and deny him whatever he asked for. But after he won that, I knew he was passionate about this game. So you can imagine I've got 4 other family members with me. I have spent so much money to come here to support him. So that says it all. Now I am one of his biggest fans.
I love that. We managed to convert you to being a fan of esports. That's brilliant. Madhvi, what is it like being here as a mum? I think that one of the most important things is to teach your children to chase their dreams, right? And now Shoto is chasing his. How does that feel?
It's a proud moment for me as a mother. He's playing very well, enjoying.
He's playing incredibly well, especially today. After yesterday, okay? Yesterday was a struggle, an uphill battle. Today they're playing so well. Yeah, tell me how it feels.
Yeah, I think 2 games is quite the progress, I would say, because I think yesterday it was kind of a struggle for almost every single player in their team. But finally they have proved themselves and made a great comeback, which I'm sure a lot of people, even in our home country, India, are proud of.
I love it.
Shoto's family is going to be happy because Tag is going to survival stage, as we saw the first keys being crushed here for Free Fire at EWC 26, none other than Demon Pride and PDX, but we'll talk about that later because we're going to be talking about the teams that are in the top 4 and will be going to the finals. One of them, Buriram. Very consistent 2 days.
Yeah, consistent as heck, but it seemed like they did run out a little bit of speed from day number 1. I felt day number 1 was explosive for them, and it felt like today they're maybe in power saving mode, but after all, they're still up there in the lead. Do they really need to rush a little bit more?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Loud was on power saving mode as well. They didn't really need to do much. They were just being very consistent, very average games, and they still remained up in the top. But what's interesting is Gun Dynasty kind of slowing things down today, intentionally or unintentionally. Unfortunately for them, Loud has taken away their spot in the top 4 already. They get to move on into the grand finals. But more importantly, it was the storyline of who's at the bottom. And Titan Esports Club, TEC, many doubters out there. Of course, tons of supporters as well. They have managed to save themselves from relegation.
Just barely. It feels like just barely, because at the beginning of the day, I mean, throughout the day too, that squad was just there in contention, doing enough to what it took to keep them away from those bottom 2. But the way you were talking about Gun Dynasty, that's a team that slowed down in a big way.
Yeah.
Lace, boy, did they slow down in another squad that was kind of able to bring it back up as we see the top 4 teams that will be moving on to the grand finals. Was Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, Team Falcons, you know, I sort of said that this is something that they need to showcase a little bit more grunt into it, and boy, did they do that. So from up to about 10 matches, they were about 9.4 average kills and to 4.4 placement, which is actually beating, you know, teams like Gun Dynasty, who, you know, just brought it back in these last couple of matches. So seeing that sort of, like, I guess, competition between these 2 teams, Falcons, Gun Dynasty, is obviously what makes these storylines so fantastic. Clearly not enough to make it into that top 4 we saw in that final circle. It was like looking good for these teams, and then somewhere along the lines, you know, they came in from the eastern side. I know, like, I think it was Loud holding the eastern corner there for quite some time in the position. So it was very difficult for Team Falcons and obviously Gun Dynasty to sort of get that fruition and get those extra placement points that they needed to push them up to that top 4. But look, if we're looking into like survival kind of matches here, this is an excellent feat from them. So I'm pretty keen to see like what happens with like the next group and how these guys will go in contention with that. But like a great, obviously, you know, I guess, team effort from Team Falcons for them today.
Indeed. They need to
Team
find
Falcons.
a way to get those booyahs, because as you saw there in the top 4, it was just squads that were able to get booyahs. Apex Gaming, I mean, we saw what one of the players' families was saying there, happy with their performance. A little bit too late from what we saw in the first day, but a great bounce back for this squad going into survival and taking some momentum with them.
Yeah, it's crazy seeing this team, if you think about it. Yesterday, fairly quiet. Now coming in today, I think coming in really hot. And I think it's really good as well, because day one is more of like icebreaker day. Everyone's just trying to get a feel of each other as well, as right?
Yeah.
Uh,
But another team I really want to talk about as well is AURORA.
Yeah.
Because coming into this,
Don't say that around Neptune.
True.
They were a team. I felt like yesterday they were struggling. They were knocked out a bit too early so many times. We saw the vision, but not the execution. And whatever it is that happened yesterday or today, in fact, they almost broke a record today.
Yeah, absolutely. But I want to bring the conversation back to Team Apex Gaming, right? Because I think this is a whole big win for India as a region who are making it back into the global scene after a long, long time. I mean, many people would have expected these Indian teams to be rusty, and that's exactly what they were in day one, at least for Team Apex Gaming. But today they have shown us that they can play some good fights, they can rip away some good booyahs, but is it going to be enough for them to qualify into the grand finals? Because if you're looking at the teams that are stacked here, that are going to probably make it into the elimination rounds, it's not going to be easy. I mean, in this group in itself, I've got 3 or 4 favorites, but there are only 4 spots left for survival rounds.
And you mentioned it too. I mean, first time being able to be in this kind of stage. It's been a while. We even heard Lucifer saying the first day was going to be a bit of a slow start. The second day was going to be a hyped up moment for them, which ended up being exactly like that for this squad. Going to tag, though, I know you've been at the global finals many times. You've been at many events. What is something that you would like to see Team Apex Gaming do coming to tomorrow for survival? Because only the top 4 will be going, and it's not 2 days. It's just going to be 1 day.
Let me just put it this way, okay? The Indian teams are already winning, okay? Shoto is already winning. I want Indian parents like that, man. I mean, when the common factor for any Indian boy in his house is you become a doctor, lawyer, engineer, or you're a failure in life, all right? So to explore esports, to have your parents fly all the way down to Paris to celebrate you and to support you, I think that's a huge win already. They are setting an example for everybody else out there. I wish and hope those other parents support their teams as well. But, you know, on a more serious note, I think they're doing very well. I'm not expecting them to run away with the EWC trophy the very first time they've stepped back into the global stage, but it's more to prove to the rest of the world what India can do. And I think they're doing a very good job at that.
And Tash, one thing that we saw being able to do from that team was getting the booyahs.
Yeah.
And in regards to those top 4 squads, we ended up seeing they had to get those booyahs. I feel like that's going to transition into tomorrow for survival.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think that one thing's for sure though, when you are going to be running this and you do make it to that top 4, that survival stage, for me personally, I think that having that 1 more day to play gives you momentum, gives you an edge in terms of trying to learn what exactly needs to be fixed and how you can fix it throughout the day. As you go into the grand finals, granted that you do go into the grand finals, it does give you a little bit more of an edge for me personally compared to the teams that already just go straight on to that final day.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, I think teams like Titan Esports Club, they are a little bit more grateful that we've added in more squads, right? They're a little bit more grateful that more regions are in here. So now they are kind of like the veterans in the competition. So they've survived this stage already. But to survive survival stage as a whole is going to be very tough because of the kind of teams that we have got going in there. We've also got Group B who are going to be playing in a little bit as well. Yeah, I mean, down at the bottom, the teams who are already struggling are not going to be obviously a very big, fight for them. But the teams that do make it in there, I think the survival stage is going to be a hell of a lot more exciting than whatever we've seen in the past 2 days.
Yeah, on the broadcast, I think it was the other day, we watched this group and I've been saying that it's kind of like 2 lobbies in one group.
Yes.
We have ahead of the pack, the top of the lead, the AGLs, you know, all sitting up there, and then everybody sort of fighting in your mid-range to the end, which is pretty tough for this lobby. Like, this lobby is exceptionally stacked. And, you know, if we do sort of like swivel over and move over to our second lobby that will be coming up, you know, you're talking about India, SAUL, they're sort of in that middle pack range as well. So it's going to be an absolute grand fight, I feel like, in the survival match. But one thing I want to pick your guys' brains on, if this is okay. Yesterday, Paradox's performance was actually exceptional.
Yeah.
They have now found their way right down to the bottom of the leaderboard.
Yeah.
I guess, AJ, I'll hit this with you. Was there any sort of inconsistencies that you saw being like watching this team throughout their play style today?
No, not at all, right? It's the first time Africa is stepping onto a stage like this. They don't really have a lot of experience in the esports scene within their own country. They don't have a lot of powerful teams to go up against, to scrimmage against. So coming in here, it's all about learning. It's about the experience. It's about, traveling around Paris, just watching, exactly how the culture is like here, having some baguettes.
I mean, it's exceptional just to get here in the first place.
Absolutely
too,
correct.
Isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's inspirational.
That's what you were
for the
saying
rest of
about
the team.
tag too. I mean, you feel like this is definitely a win for that squad. The experience that they're going to be getting is going to transition into later on with some of the other squads. And I think this is something that Neptune was touching about. And we even heard Conchita touching on it too from EVOS. They did have one of the players that was just starting off. They started off slow, but they ended up bringing it back as well. Same with the other squads. AURORA, I know that's one squad you were just talking about earlier on. They were able to bring it up. It's been quite a bit of an inconsistent 2 days for AURORA.
Yeah, they were struggling on day number 1. Even today, I think one thing's for sure about them, though, kind of like tag, right?
Yeah.
You can see that they were making it up with these big hero plays, these big hero moments. You want to play catch up. It's good. But for me personally, consistency is key. You want to be able to go to that next map with at least 5 to 10 points just to keep yourselves ahead of the rest of the teams. That's for me personally.
Yeah, you are being too Asian mom with this right now. We have seen AURORA play for many years, and I think, 2 out of the 4 players on the main roster already have got the global stage experience, but they've been missing the past 2 years, right? Multiple roster shuffles, but now they are kind of getting it together. So this is one of their best performances that we've seen from them in the past 2 years. So based on that, they're doing hella well, right? I didn't expect them to walk away with an almost record-breaking game
That
in
was
the game
crazy,
number
though.
5. Yeah, that in itself shows how good they have come.
Great momentum too, that they're going to be able to take that into survival. And that's the thing though, you can be consistent here when we're talking about groups just to make it to survival, but it is going to be a bit of a level up, a big level up when we end up moving to survival, because the top 4, that's all you get. After that, it's not just 2 teams that are going to be going home, it is going to be the rest of the teams that are going to be going home that are not in those top 4. So going into survival, I know, by the way, there's amazing people that have joined us, Tash, Bunny, AJ, and Lace, especially you two. You guys are going to get a chance to cast that Group B. We'll get a chance to break down Group B with the other squad, but I want to just pick their brain. Who is somebody that you're going to be keeping a close eye on coming up in Group B?
Man, I am not keeping my eyes on anyone, right? That's the beauty about shoutcasting a battle royale. Anything goes, anything happens. Like from what we've seen already in Group A, teams that kind of didn't really do all that too well yesterday, even Titan Esports, they weren't having a fantastic run yesterday. Today is where they showed us what they're truly capable of, right? And that's exactly what I'm expecting to see. Teams who were not doing too great yesterday to step it up. Teams who are doing great, maybe, take a little bit of a pause, just like what Loud did, just like what Buriram did. Don't get too crazy with it.
Yeah, I think for me personally, I mean, I did dig a little bit with Carol about the Brazilian, scene, right?
Yeah.
And she was telling me, like, in the regular season for Brazil, one thing's for sure, the Fluxo was known as the...
Boogeyman.
Yeah, the boogeyman, right?
Yeah.
They were the ones that goes for back-to-back booyahs coming forward. But now, in this tournament, they are the ones that are just farming eliminations.
Yeah.
So they've changed up the way they play. And I agree with you. You really cannot tell what's going to be happening. And I'm so excited to be part of this with you, AJ.
Likewise, Dash, right? And, speaking about Fluxo, I am not too worried about them at all. That's the team that we are definitely going to see at the Grand Finals. I'll be shocked if we don't see Fluxo in the Grand Finals.
I mean, let me give you my little opinion here on the end, guys, because I shouted it from the rooftops right at the top. We need to look at Team Secret, guys, okay? I have placed them as my underdog, all right? The view is there.
Underdog!
Yes, and if we saw from there, like, obviously, groups from yesterday, shaky start, but then they pulled out these bazingers just to skyrocket up the leaderboard. So, I don't want to jinx them. I know we're all about jinxing, unfortunately, but this is going to be one team that needs to obviously make this happen.
Yeah.
And I'm going Team Secret.
I mean, this group has been just talking about when we went to Group A, it was pretty much Southeast Asia. When we went to Group B, it was none other than Brazil. You can hear the crowd in the background. You can hear them getting hyped up. And for everybody currently watching at home, don't forget, support your local team. Get into Free Fire. Make sure you support your local team, whichever one it might be. You can be biased. It's okay. We try not to be biased here, but sometimes it ends up happening. We'll be getting ready for Group B, but we do have an amazing video with Mia.
Yo estaba en el trabajo y ya cuando estaba bajando camino hacia la casa ocurrió los temblores. Ya cuando nos frenamos y esperamos que pasara los movimientos para poder pasar porque iba a pasar por un túnel. Entonces cuando pasó logré bajar a casa y estaba buscando a mi mamá. Ya cuando la encontré se encontraba llorando y cuando pasamos al apartamento le encontramos los bloques, estaban partidos, tenían ya va. Ya de ahí salimos del apartamento porque no era habitable. Ya estaba partido, estaba botando el agua, pasaron muchas cosas. De ahí estábamos esperando reunirnos con la familia para poder llegar hacia donde nuestra abuela, que allá era un poquito más habitable. Ya nosotros nos fuimos a una plaza donde era más abierto y estuvimos ahí en el carro de nuestro tío esperando que las cosas estuvieran bien, porque había muchas réplicas. En un momento nosotros estábamos en la plaza y yo estaba logrando contactarme con el equipo, pero no podía porque no había señal, no había luz, como durante 2 días. Entonces nosotros esperamos los 2 días, nos acostamos en la camioneta, en el carro, y ya cuando llegó la luz pude contactarme con el equipo.
Right after the earthquake hit, I didn't realize how hard the earthquake had hit. It had happened right when we were going to join Discord for a meeting, and I ended up not joining the meeting for another reason, and found out a couple hours later that it was tragic. It hit me pretty hard emotionally. You know, these are my boys, people I spent time with, and then not knowing from them for hours until it became days for some of them.
El medio de la nada accidentado pues. ¿Qué opinas, Capa Flow?
Feo porque nosotros teníamos pensado ir desde el aeropuerto de Caracas, que Maiquetía. Ya teníamos todo planeado, todo bien, pero hubieron rumores que las carreteras se habían dañado por el terremoto y así. Entonces varias gente nos dio opciones, ejemplo, que nos podíamos ir por Medellín, y así fue lo que hicimos, pero fuimos por Medellín.
After we knew that we were going to attend EWC, I already had a relationship with the mothers. So
Bila pula
they
yang awak
knew,
tahu
they
sampai ke
always heard me on
Venezuela
Discord when
ni?
I spoke to them. And one of the things that I told them and I promised
Dahsyat
them was
awak
that I was going to take that trip
Sampai ke
with them
Venezuela awak tahu
from Venezuela directly here, and that they would never be away from me, that they were going to be with me the whole time. And the minute I found out that I wasn't going to be able to travel with them from Venezuela, it
Ni
just
ke?
broke my heart. And I try to make it as transparent, as much communication. I tried to inform the mothers. Up to now, we have WhatsApp group that they're constantly
Yelah kot
receiving
ni,
pictures,
dia
they're
orang cerita
constantly
ni.
getting updates from me, and they know that I've been trying my best to keep them updated.
Lo más difícil del viaje fue separarme de mi familia. El proceso de tomar la decisión
Yelah
fue
kot.
hablarlo con mi familia, porque no estábamos
Dia
seguros
orang cerita ni.
si ellos me querían dejar ir, porque como había muchas réplicas y estamos en familia, no nos queríamos separar. Entonces hablamos de eso en familia y mi mamá tomó la decisión de dejarme ir porque era una oportunidad grande.
Yelah tu sebab ni dia orang cerita ni.
Duramos como 5 horas para llegar
Nampak
a
dia orang cerita.
después 14 horas para llegar a Cúcuta y
Yelah kot, takkan dia nak menipu pula.
para llegar a Medellín.
The day after it happened, I knew there was something that we could do. And
Takkan dia orang nak
bring wider
menipu pula
community as
kan?
well. And
Dah benda
I started
betul lah.
doing some flash tournaments on Thursday, which was that next day. I started putting statuses on my WhatsApp of who in the community wanted to contribute, whether it's a mod, whether it's a narrator, so we can do live, whether it's a producer to do live on TikToks, and also to teams to see who wanted to join and make a donation to be able to play our tournaments. We did 5 on Friday, 5 on Saturday, 5 on Sunday, every day for a whole week. The tournament I named it as Manos Unidas, which means United Hands, which also contributes back to, our logo, which is a logo of my hand, a picture of my hands. So Manos Unidas just came naturally. United Hands as a community, we come together to try to help our Venezuelan friends. And we had a lot of turnover. I mean, we had a lot of people wanting to join it and contributing more than, the normal. When we come back to our homes this coming week, we're going to have bigger tournaments that are going to last for about a week. That's going to be our goal now, to continue raising funds. For them, this is a dream come true. Coming from the whole tragic of the earthquake, it's just makes them stronger, makes them believe more that this is meant for them, and they're gonna do a great job. I trust a lot in our team, and I know that they're gonna try their best to take something back to their country.
Pues que todo es un sacrificio, que sigan su sueño y así, que nosotros pues aquí vamos a demostrar y así.
A team that has been able to overcome adversity with tragedies that happen. But at this point, I mean, they're just trying to reach the pinnacle of Free Fire at EWC 26 and trying to find a way to get into survival, trying to find a way if they can maybe make it to finals. And to be quite honest, it is going to be a hard road once again, because this squad is starting not in the best positions for day 2 of Group B.
Yeah, it is definitely a hard climb for Mia Corp, but hearing what they have to go through, it is such a miracle for them to be here with us today. And of course, it's for them, it is also a milestone and something that they can forever be proud of. So yeah, this is just one of those stories that gets you thinking of how grateful and how easy you have it in life compared to others.
Yeah, I mean, one thing is I personally saw their qualifiers into EWC. I was shoutcasting their games, and this is a team that really surprised everyone. We really didn't expect them to get in that champion rush condition, and I'm like, the story that they have, they fight through it, they manage to just go with what is needed for them, and they didn't have that much of booyah even from the group stage. It's only grand final, so it's just the effort that they put in to get here that is what we are looking forward to.
Yeah, you can just see how much it
Kena
means to
report
them.
ke ni kan dia live? Tak lah.
Through all this
Dia bukan
sort of,
kena
you know,
report, dia attack kita punya
performing
apa?
on a stage like this, but also,
Apa dia kata tu?
on at home and everything around you. So
Macam
just to be able
copyright.
to, you know, really
Dia jatuh macam
guys
copyright je.
make it to Esports World Cup is a fantastic feat in itself, of course. But look, the battle's not over yet. 7?
It's not. Definitely not.
Yeah, the battle's definitely not over yet. 33 points.
Dia jatuh macam tu je lah, macam copyright gitulah.
As we saw in Group A, that's going to keep moving along the day. They just have to make sure they are consistent. And don't forget, those booyahs have to
Sebab
start
apa ni?
coming, because we saw from Group A,
Sebenarnya tak ada pun patutnya copyright ni. Sebab kita ni kot dapat verify kot daripada EWC untuk live dia orang punya ni. Dia orang punya live. Tapi tak tahulah TikTok. TikTok ni kan memeningkan.
From what we've seen, especially comparison of Group A, Group B, we've already talked about like how Group A is a group of death. There's a lot of teams who might be able to go and get those booyah against Buriram United.
Tak boleh pa. PC pun semua tak boleh. Tak apalah pa. Biar je lah. Anda buat dekat social boost je. Dekat SB je, dekat link bio tu je. Tapi kalau budak-budak tak ada, biarkan je. Tak apa pun, saya alright je.
In regards to what we're seeing in comparison to Group A.
Yeah, I mean, even if we look at like the leaderboard at the end of the day, it was super close compared to our first lobby. So they can interchange and obviously work their way up to be secured in that top 4 position. But what I want to do, Seven,
Dah lah orang bagi gift kena potong juga, betul tak?
Team secret.
Lepas tu suka-suka dia nak tutup ni.
Tell me why. Okay, so I want to tell you why. This sitting in 6, you know, I'm always going to look at sort of that middle pack just under top 4. This team in 2025 was an entire brand new roster, right? Talk about storylines. they were not doing well. Okay, it was an incredibly rough start, and this generally can happen with like an interchangeable roster here. But on Free Fire Worlds in Southeast Asia, they won 4 games back to back.
Damn.
Okay, so this team, once the consistency hits, can actually put in the work for this. And now, in relation to our first lobby, they're actually sort of like rivals of AGAL. And if we saw how incredible they
Betul tu, kalau dia tak tolak bolehlah dia tutup. Betul.
beating them in their series. So I'm expecting massive things from Team Secret.
Okay.
I've got the stats to back it up, baby. Okay.
All right, hit me with
And
the-
there's about to be a power shift, baby. Team Secret underdog. Watch this space.
So you have them finishing in top 4 directly to finals.
I think they will just hit that top 4 mark. Yes.
Okay, I love that.
That's exactly what I talked about yesterday because Team Secret won the FFWS Spring 2026 with a consecutive booyah, and that was amazing. But of course, speaking of rivalry, my eyes are drawn straight to Fluxo and Twisted Minds because they have the same amount of points, 90, and the same amount of elimination points, 55. Also, we still have Leon or Lion or whatever you pronounce it.
However you want to say it.
However you want to say it. Because this is actually one of the strongest team that did not perform well on the first day. I mean, just look at it. 7th with 72 total points. And this is not the Leon or the Lion that we knew, especially with all the great players they have. One of them is Games King, right?
Yeah, I mean, I do agree. Games King will be able to bring the fire to Leon, but I'm looking at another team. We've seen how well Team Apex did in Group A. Now, another team.
This is the blessing, by the way. This is the blessing. And
Blessing.
preface.
Right.
You're about to be blessed by none other than Neptune.
Yeah. Total Gaming. Let's see. Total Gaming. They might be able to catch up. I mean, overtake Leon, overtake Team Secret, overtake RRQ.
No, stop. We're blessing, remember? We're blessing.
He's blessing
That's how
all
he
those
blesses his
teams
teams.
as well.
Blessing all those teams.
One team that you were able to actually bless yesterday, Conchita, was RRQ, and it worked out perfectly how you mentioned it. Starting slow, maybe some jitters of day one, but they were able to turn that around.
I do believe that the true challenge lies today because when we talk about RRQ, obviously, the well-known fact is that second day chokehold, second day jitters, and the pressure that sometimes they just cannot handle yet. This is the true test for RRQ, especially for Duts as the captain. This is where he should be performing well. He should be calling all the right calls. So yeah, I guess we're just gonna have to see 88 points sitting at the 5th position with 63 elimination points and 1 booyah. It's looking quite promising, but if I'm talking about the Indonesian team, of course, I am super proud once again to see how Vitality has been performing and has been doing so good in this group, Neptune.
I want to say, Vitality.
Vitality with that voice, right?
Yeah. The new strategy ended up working out for that squad, and hopefully will continue today, right? Because remind everybody that might have not been here yesterday, it's okay, we'll let it slide now that you're here with us. What was the new strat?
Yeah, my strategy of going for double snipes. We've seen that from Southeast Asia. We thought that they are going to let go of that because even Brim United, we're seeing them trying to do the same thing. But out of that, they just capitalize on it. They can easily switch up to, especially for those who are just adjusting to the sniper, they can easily switch up to sniper, mid guy, or frontliner. So that's what I'm loving about Team Vitality right now.
Yep.
And again, going back to Chris Jaw, like the mindset of the coach, it's just so much of things that we might expect from Team Vitality.
And they might be able to start hot right away instead of what we were able to see yesterday. One team that's looking to get some booyahs is Fluxo, because their fans are behind us. And if I'm not mistaken, I think I see, is that Barney and Gerald? What are you guys doing here?
Oh, here we go. We are here with the Fluxo W7M. Incredible fans. It really is amazing. Oh, Sal Cinelli joining me here. Tell us about traveling here with these guys and, you know, what this team means to you in this competition.
My family, I can explain how important it is for me. And it's really amazing to be here because it's my first time traveling abroad, and with the organization, it's like living a dream, and it's so perfect. I love it.
We can't hear you, unfortunately, so I'm going to pass this. I'm going to use this. Talk to me again about this being the first time that you've traveled outside of the country and what it's like to travel with all of these guys to support your favorite team.
Yeah, it's abroad, and I truly love. It's like we are really family. I love Fluxo. Fluxo is my family, and make me start doing live stream just because of the organization. So all that I am is because Fluxo. Saltinella exists because of the Fluxo. So it's awesome to be here, and I know that everyone has the same feeling.
I love that. I'm going to take this mic back off you because we've got to learn some of these chants because they're absolutely incredible. Go on, let's go, Carol.
Definitely. Amoroso. Okay, so yesterday we talked a lot about your travel here. It's probably the first time of most people here getting out of Brazil. And you guys share with me incredible stories. But I want to know if you guys have prepared any kind of song for this moment here.
Cara, preparamos algo muito da hora PWC para aproveitar bastante esse evento. Trouxemos várias bandeiras, inclusive uma música nova. Então, eu quero impressionar vocês.
Okay, so basically they have prepared a special song for this moment. They create a special song for AWC, and even they bought a huge flag. So they are gonna show us the flag and teach us the new song. Come on, guys, I'm with you. Let's go.
Ei, Spotify, puxa aí, tô aqui na AWC, que é a música da AWC, puxa aí. Bora.
AWC song, let's go.
Vai. Puxa aí.
Oh, I love this. Oh, this is good.
E o meu fluxo vai vencer. E o meu fluxo vai vencer. O MD vai deitar. O MD vai deitar. O Putinho vai ruxar. O Putinho vai ruxar. Chama aí o Luquingue. Chama aí o Luquingue. Chama aí o Luquingue. Chama aí o Luquingue. O Gil é muito bom. O Gil é muito bom. Pops vem pra ser campeão. Pops vem pra ser campeão. Brox completa a seleção. Brox completa a seleção. Chama aí o Bentinho! Chama aí o Bentinho! Chama aí o Bentinho! O Fluxo vai ser campeão! O Fluxo vai ser campeão!
Fluxo absolutely popping off on the main stage, and we love it. For now, we're going to head back over to the studio, and we're going to head down to the main stage to kickstart the second part of Group B, Day 2. There we go.
Oh yeah, let's go, Fluxo. Oh, I got distracted. We're back on us. Okay, Fluxo. I see you with the energy right there. Let's go. Let's go, Lace. This is a squad that, as mentioned earlier, they're going to be looking to get their first booyahs. And it was none other than their Brazilian brothers actually stopping them from getting those booyahs, Neptune.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, well, it has been said already. Despite of not getting booyahs, they're still taking the top of the board. So it really doesn't matter at this moment. As long as they can get to the top 4, then it's okay. No booyah, no problem for the moment.
No, I want to see some booyahs out of them. Imagine how if they're crazy right now, if they're being loud right now, that Fluxo crowd, Gachira, it's gonna go crazy.
I know, but that's exactly what I'm waiting for, actually, Seven, because we have Buriram and AGAL in Group A, but we also have Lost and Fluxo in Group A, and that's gonna be interesting.
All right, well, it's time for Group B, Free Fire at EWC 26. Let's get started. 6 more games to go.
Half of our players now know their fate, while the other half is ready now on this Giria City Ride.
That is right. 2 teams have now been eliminated from the competition, so the tension just got a little bit thicker because the consequences just became real.
Indeed, Barney, there is no room for error anymore. With only 6 games left, it's crucial to hit the ground running Day 2s now.
Look, expect insane plays, expect heartbreaks, but above all, expect absolute chaos. And so, with that being said, it's time to introduce your next 12 teams to the main stage to fight for survival, starting with the Mia Corp.
Al-Ali Esports.
Team RRQ.
Twisted Minds.
secret. Fluxo W7A.
Ara, thank you, terima kasih. Salam, thank you Adil. Saya tengah duk cari nak setting saya punya live ni.
Total Gaming Esports AYUH. Straw Hats.
Sama-sama.
Lion. Emmy Bear Loss. S8UL Esports.
I'm back. Aku tengah duk cari ni.
And finally, Team Vitality. Here we are. Our Group B is ready. Anything can still happen, and no one is really safe. We've got $1 million on the line. The survival stage around the corner.
Button klik copy the invitation link from your approval email. Sekejap. Sekejap saya tengah ni.
24 of the most dominant teams in the world will step onto the Gadir City grid for the first time today. Teams who swept through their regions and left their opponents in the dust. But now they stand at the base of a mountain faced with an almost impossible climb. Well, let me take this opportunity to remind you that this is your chance to instill the fear of combat into your opponents. Don't hold back, don't hesitate, and trust in your teammates.
The damage comes through, and Loud, all they have to do is just rush forward, and they're completely surrounded from every single angle. And Loud, once again, a booyah!
MIB are lost, they turn it around, and Box is the last one standing. It's going to be very difficult, but also Box struggling unholy along with the help of MIB are lost, and it's going to be MIB are lost getting the very first booyah of Group B. Looking for the final player, Kororo looking for that recovery, and they won't be denied as Buriram pulls away the third booyah of the day to take the #1 spot on the leaderboard. And Lion are losing players one after another, and as that happens, even Dix gets eliminated, and Games King was the last man standing. And it is going to be MIB lost getting the final booyah of Group B's Day 1.
Our eyes on the teams who are in the top 4 slots as well as the bottom 2. Today is the chance for early qualifiers. Today is an unfortunate moment of heartbreak for 2 teams who will get to go on a little bit of a holiday here in Paris before they fly back home. But who is it going to be? Mia Corp Straw Hats down at the bottom, and SHUL a little bit too dangerously close to them.
Yeah, because today is anyone's game.
Oh, yeah.
Game 1, or at least Group A, was a story where any team could still make it big and survive. And I'm wondering if Group B will tell us the same story. Yesterday, loss went huge. 3 booyahs, ending the day strong. And I'm pretty sure that every other team in this group as well want to replicate that.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, it is a situation where MIBR lost, wanted to control the situation, but also wanted to find out exactly what they can do in a lobby like this. They've already proven themselves yesterday. I'm expecting them to have a little bit of a slower day today. I'm expecting the teams who are down in the mid part of the battle instead to really show us exactly what they've got. Obviously, it's the fight to squeeze themselves
into the top 4. Even if MIBR kind of sleeps on us, giving us average games back to back, I don't think they're going to be at risk of getting kicked out of the top 4.
Absolutely. I think one thing's for sure, though, everyone wants to maintain that top 2 slot.
Yeah.
After all, again, you get that holiday, you get that direct slot to that finals.
Yeah.
And on top of that as well, you mentioned just now during, the desk, right, about how hard it would be to be playing through that survival stage. It's going to be hard, it's going to be lethal, and most importantly, it's going to be mind-bogglingly stressful.
Yeah, absolutely, because we have got the best of the best from around the world. We've only got the 4 slots. I guess a little bit of a blessing as you take these Super Titans out of the race. Now you get to go up against teams who are maybe just a tad bit better than you, right? Because you're taking out the teams who are down at the very bottom, so no easy picking. I think it's going to be ruthless. It is going to be very challenging for the teams to maintain consistency when we get into the survival stage. But of course, beyond all of that, if any teams do manage to show us a constant streak throughout those 10 games, I mean, color me surprised for sure, but I'm looking forward to a situation like that. What's going to be the fate of the Indian teams? Now, we saw the support for Shoto. He's got his family members here, but for the rest of the Indian squads, I hope they're not going to be depending on the support, but they're going to be depending on all that they have conversed, all that they have prepared for before reaching this stage, because there's still a lot
survivor tak boleh dia.
you got to save yourself from Meerkop as well as Straw Hats, who are sure as hell going to be looking to climb up the leaderboard today.
Yeah, and I think what's really important as well is that day 1 is the day that you get a feel of everything. You have an idea, you learn from your mistakes. You have that few hours before coming into today to really fix up your mistakes, whether it be changing your drop spots, whether it be figuring out which teams you'd rather go head-to-head with. And that is why, it's really scary today. Definitely, I think the heat is up. Everyone's playing.
Jom Memel, sabar.
Yesterday, at least from Group A,
Saya tengah susun ni.
I wouldn't be surprised to see it here too in Group B.
Absolutely. Fluxo, the potential of them going all out today, I really don't see it, right? Because
Dah lah
at the
tak
end of the
boleh
day,
git.
this is a team that usually flies under the radar, and when it's definitely needed at the finals, that's exactly when they show you what they're truly capable of. That being said, though, 2 years back-to-back, they had...
Jangan saya nak buat air dulu ni.
Not only were they not able to grab the trophy, they were nowhere close to walking away with trophy here at the eSports World Cup for Free Fire. So perhaps they want to change their tactic up a tad bit this time round. They're currently sitting in the 3rd spot, not too far away from MIBR loss. I feel like 1 game can allow them to catch up. 2 games should allow them to overtake MIBR loss. But that is, of course, a question. Is MIBR going to allow such a thing to happen today as well?
Yeah, because yesterday they were on the streak. They were taking advantage of the fact that everyone is going to be cautious. It was very high-risk play, but it worked out very well in their favor. And now today, hearing about what's happening in Brazil, right? Them in the regular season, how they were the boogeymen, how they were always back-to-back-to-backing when it comes to those booyahs. Can they bring that happening here today? Because definitely they had changed their strats from yesterday till today, but that is why things get really interesting, because definitely all eyes are on this top 2. I'm sure no way in hell do they want to go into survival stage when they have the capability of making it into the top 2.
Yeah, and shout out to Chris Joe as well. Vitality has been whooping some butt out there on the battlefield. Who would have expected Vitality to do even better than their Brick Brothers RRQ, who yesterday did manage to walk away with 1 booyah to their name, but not in the top 4 just yet. Vitality, on the other hand, are doing better than Fluxo as well as Twisted Minds. This is a big factor. I feel like they definitely need the confidence boost. Seeing Vitality make that early access into the grand finals is definitely going to be fantastic for them. We've got the RRQ fans out here versus the Fluxo fans as well.
Yeah.
Who can be louder? Who will have these smiles on their faces by the end of these 6 games?
And also, most importantly, who will be silenced by the end of the day as well? I'm really curious to see who it's going to be. But we all know who's the loudest of RRQ. Conchita in the backstage. She was screaming for them.
I highly doubt Conchita only screams for RRQ. That woman is unbiased. She wants to scream for everyone, but she sees the potential in the kingdom of RRQ. But I have to tell you, the Fluxo fans are a tad bit more lively, right? I want to see that exact same energy from the opposite end as well. RRQ, y'all need to stand up. Y'all need to make some noise, baby.
Y'all need to yell, that's for sure. Give your energy to your favorite team as we go into this game. Oh, they're starting to dance here. There we go. That's
you
energy.
Go. More energy, RRQ. More energy.
Yeah, I want to hear them sing. I mean, we hear a lot of the Fluxo chants, right? Yeah, so I need to hear them start singing, start yelling, because they do have a chant, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we are eventually going to hear it. And I hope they continuously cheer their team on because the kingdom of RRQ just tend to get disappointed a tad bit too early sometimes. And I know RRQ is not really looking to go wild out there on the battlefield today, but it would be nice to have that early access into the grand finals. But knowing the team, knowing how they play and how they do love getting some extra experience out there, seeing exactly how well the rest of the teams can do, I think RRQ might be taking it a tad bit slower this time around as well. You also have to look at the teams who are trying to maintain the top 4 spots, right? Twisted Minds, Fluxo, MIBR Lots. These 3 teams are going to be very difficult to knock off of that perch. The closest ones that RRQ understands in terms of rotation, in terms of their play style, is going to be Vitality. So maybe some infighting. Maybe we're going to find a little bit of a battle between the 2 Indonesian squads out there.
Yeah, Conchita said that's a term for that in Bahasa Indonesia. Perang serumpun, she says.
All right.
Yeah, so that is something that I wouldn't be surprised to see as well. I do agree with you. The rotation is going to be happening. They can go for that as well. And I also really am excited to see if any of the bottom teams could actually just really surprise us as well. I think Total Gaming Esports as well didn't really have the best of days yesterday. Maybe a reset today would be something. I mean, you talked about how this is the first year that India has made it into the big stage as well, right? You want to get
back after a long time, yeah.
Yeah, after a long time. Now, you know, you want to get experience. You want to really get into the groove of things. It's so different playing from the Indian stage to a global stage with so many different play styles out there in the open, and they've definitely learned something from yesterday.
Tough lessons were learned yesterday for sure. I think AYUH Total Gaming, SHUL Esports, they have a very heavy burden on their shoulders because if you look at the size of the fan base in India, expecting them to perform, it's absolutely stressing, right? You know, some of the other teams who don't really have a huge support back at home, they've got nothing to lose. They've got nothing to worry about. Not many people judging them out there. Every mistake that the Indian teams make, on the other hand, you're going to see some harsh comments on YouTube. You're going to see some harsh posts later on. So they need to avoid that. But of course, they need to play for themselves. This is something that they've been working for the past few years. And this is where you really have to go all out. Everything's on the table. But even if they do not do that, I'm not going to be tickled by it at all. As long as they avoid the bottom 2 spots. Because I do want to see more from the Indian squads. So having them at the survival stage, I think I'm going to be quite happy about it.
Yeah, I think I'm also very excited to see this as well as we go into this later. I think one thing's for sure though, when you talk about so many of these teams, compared to say Group A, which means I would say a cutthroat group, Group B I think is something a little bit more anyone can be making anything happen, right? So that is where we really have to be paying attention.
Yeah, absolutely right. If you look at whether or not Group A truly was cutthroat, yeah, you've got so many Titans in there, you see a lot of eliminations, but because you don't have as many Titans in here,
tak boleh hilang kejap kau ni.
You're back to an even playing field, so it's not any easier in Group B at the moment for
buat
survival. You're
air.
still going up against world-class
Pukul
squads
10
out
ni
here.
tak ada
But of course,
kopi
this is
ngantuk.
number 1, ladies and gentlemen, boys.
Diamlah.
As we hop on
Teranglah
into
apalah
the
banyak nak
flight
cemeneh
path is
kau.
going to be dictating quite a number of things, and the first one's going to be who's out of the flight first. It's MIBR Lost, RRQ, as well as Team
Terang
Secret.
sangat,
Team
kan
Secret's
dia?
another team that we definitely
Yolah.
have to talk about. This
Sibuk
team, the
je.
current kings of Southeast Asia, and some may
Tak payah
argue
tengok.
Southeast Asia might just be one
Dia main
of
je, Jo.
the toughest lobbies out there.
Tak payah tengok.
I agree with you. I think, you know, when we talked about that as well, I think a lot of our fingers were pointed toward that Group A, right? We saw what happened from Buram United. It was really scary seeing them on that day 1 as well. But at the same time, in this lobby, you know, Southeast Asia, and we're meeting up
nak
against,
kemas
I would
meja
say, one
sikit.
of the hard hitters, which is going to be Brazil as well. And again, when you
Dan
look
dia
at
nak
the
main
group stage
jauh
leaders,
jauh
Lost
kita ni
really
tengokkan
put
dia
a
tak
big
boleh tidur.
lead between themselves and the rest of the pack as well. Yeah, it's going to be easy to catch up.
Lebana
Maybe
ni.
into a few matches more today if they can
cakap lebana.
maintain that consistency, or many other teams can do so. But right now, undeniably, at least for day 1, Southeast Asia is at the top.
I mean, Southeast Asia being at the top is no
And dia
surprise to
slowkan
me at this
brightness
point
tu.
of time because
Bukan
what
brightness
they've
tu,
shown us
apa ni, lampu-lampu, lighting. Lighting depan ni. Kalau saya tutup gelap sini. Tengok saya tutup. Betul-betul terang sangat. Ya, kalau saya tutup, nampak. Dia jadi gelap. Masalahnya gelap tu dekat meja-meja saya gelap. Ini cahaya apa ni je. Cahaya apa tu? Cahaya monitor lah. Bahaya untuk mata. Ni saya dah tutup lampu pun tetap dia terang lighting dia.
that serumpun you said earlier?
Perang serumpun.
Perang serumpun. That's exactly what we're having out here between the two brothers.
Bukan masalah gelap kat sini, gelap. Bahaya mata. Sebab apa? Monitor ni terang sangat. Yang dekat sini terang gila, ya ke? Tahu? Tak, bukan dekat kanda ni pun terang monitor je. Ni monitor sebab monitor ni besar. Monitor 27. Lepas tu dia tukar. Memang macam ni dia punya cahaya dia.
Straw Hats picking each other right back up, and they're sticking together. They do have a chance in here if they can continue with this level of aggression.
This is exciting already. We already saw or anticipated what was going to be happening early. Now, Vitality waiting in the wings, hoping to see who shows.
Kan dia bila nak main ML ni tengah on.
Waiting, who will be the one to
Saya baru
show
tengah
his
on.
first shot here. Dix takes a bit of cheek damage, but never more than that.
Claim jap.
And for the rest of the team, Vitality, at least for
Saya nak
Dix,
claim
is
dulu.
gonna be completely crunched from multiple angles here. What are you gonna do when this collapse happens?
Yeah, information comes on through, and Straw Hats flood in, getting their 5th elimination. This is what you
Lah
gotta
tak
do.
cakap.
If you're
Saya tengah claim. Claim lu. Tunggu dia orang tengah main tu.
rise up to the top. But unfortunately, only one can be the king of pirates for the squad.
Dia orang sedang bermain.
Between themselves, exactly who's gonna be that Joy Boy, Joel, as well as C-Bank. Team Vitality taking quite a beating very early on in the game. They've got the coins to bring back their buddies though. But only one revival here. Joel still needs to hit those coin machines that are in the compound. Leon on the other hand.
Masuk KG4 lah Suki. Masuk KG4 cepat. Mak ramai ni orang request.
Trying to put a little bit of distance between himself and SHUL. That one shot finding the connection. Della still alive and kicking out there on the battlefield. Troll shut down by Joker. The flank around the right with the BSK. Allows Leon to take control of this compound.
Nah, request lu.
Crazy stuff coming from him as well. And
Request lu.
he was really
Nanti boleh main full squad. Dia orang ni suka main full squad. Yang budak-budak semalam tu.
chilling and waiting and biding for time as time goes. And I'm really curious to see what's happening on this side because Huang has been already knocked out by Nyx here, by Mia. And this is another team that is really trying their best to keep themselves still in the game.
Leon, yesterday, they had no placement points off of Bermuda and 5 eliminations.
Request lu.
Careful to not make that same mistake here.
Yep.
Once again, Straw Hats continues to pop up. This time, SHUL.
Pergi request kejap kan dia hantar lah. Dia pun tak kerti macam mana nak hantar. Sebab dia dah tukar baru kan. Kau dah ada squad, macam mana nak masuk?
And SHUL having their souls reaped away.
It is incredible to see this coming from Straw Hats.
Squad tu pergi ni.
More proactive, in fact, compared to yesterday. Really eager to take these fights around the area. They were 2, 3, 6 already. They've gone head to head against.
Straw Hats yesterday in Bermuda picked a total of 4 points. Now, just through the eliminations, they've got an 8 already. So they're double better than whatever they were yesterday. And we're just kicking this matchup off. And that's the kind of hunger that you see in the squad. How much more can they deliver on this battlefield? They need to keep their confidence at an all-time high, and clearly this first game helping them do exactly that. But if you are Straw Hats,
Kenapa keluar?
you want to calm
Tak.
down a tad bit and focus on those circles, focus on your rotations a tad bit more as well.
Ada
Don't
je.
really want to be playing your luck with too many of these early engagements.
Yeah, now toward Bima Sakti, we are going to be
nampak,
looking at a team. Oh no, looking here over on this side. Well, Jack already sniped to his death so quickly. Joker is on a rampage.
Cepatlah keluar squad tu.
Yeah, Joker's just annihilating with the VSK. Beautiful stuff out of the guy. Once again, 5
Tu
eliminations.
My TV e-sport. Zaman bila My TV e-sport ni?
This is the meta of the snipers, and Joker clearly understands that, wanting to take maximum advantage of that.
Kau yang buat ke?
Catching up with the rest of his buddies as now Straw Hats once again ends up in a very early battle. I am not liking this, but can they overwhelm Leon, who's just not the best at Bermuda in this lobby?
Yeah, they just have to just move away here as well. So Shock is going to try to find a vantage point forward. Della and also the rest of his team quickly finding time here. Who will get a double kill there somewhere? And even bringing his teammate back into the game, but Joker
Dia orang tengah main.
not
Jap.
done quite yet.
One more and game sting.
Padu Twister Leon ni.
From Joker.
Twister pun padu. Lagi teruk grup B. Lebih kurang macam grup A. Ya, dia orang 12 minit tu. Main brawl. Oh, tutup dulu. Gila, atas macam tu je dia bantai. Peri-peri ya harga Q kena. Ha?
Into the game. During an interview, Dutch said that yesterday was supposedly their warm-up day, but they're still facing so many problems by so many different teams in these rotations.
Abe just trying to make some magic work out of this monster. Truck's gonna find that
Ngambil
gravity
ni, siapa nak
is
pergi
not gonna
banan?
be on his side. So unfortunately for him, he cannot drive away. But even if he did try, Shanky
Ni ada kari,
would just snuff
aku
him
mau
out
kari.
in an instant. You've got Aztec there as well with that AC-80, so it's just not gonna be possible for
Anak
Abe to
Aurora.
save himself at the moment. He's just gotta hope and pray that by some luck, AYUH Total Gaming just walks away
Yalah,
from
kan dia
this
main
bridge,
Franco.
giving him a little bit of a leeway to escape this sticky situation. RRQ left with their final player and
ini hook apa? Kena violation tak kena bang. Tadi first tadi saya kena tapi minit yang ke 50 lebih tadi baru saya kena sekali ya. Lepas tu saya try appeal dia tak lulus. Tu je lah. Kena juga minit 40 minit 50 lebih tadi. Saya ingatkan sebab yelah abang kena 20 minit kan. So saya fikir tak kena ni. Asal tak lepas ni saya punya DC ni bang, yang diorang invite ni AWC ni, DC lagi satu. DC yang betul-betul tak ada apa DC tu. So saya kena tukar lah. Kira maksud dia saya switch lah. Lepas tu tadi saya terlupa pula nak masuk. Terlupa nak pergi lepak DC tadi. Lupa biik duk mencari abang cari tadi kan. Sebab saya buka DC yang satu lagi ni, yang kosong ni.
Yesterday was a disappointing run. Not a single match they managed to walk away with more than 5 points. Today, on the other hand, in this first game in itself, Straw Hats sitting on 10 eliminations. In fact, they are on fire with the eliminations. They're the best ones in this lobby so far. If they can keep this up at least.
Sorry bang, besok kita lepak DC bang. Saya terlupa tadi bang. Saya terlupa nak tukar.
I think we didn't really see too much from Lost, but finally they did show their hand just now. They got a pick up onto Abe, trying to bring his teammate back into the game. They did manage
Saya ingat tadi tak kena lah sebab abang cakap abang kena minit 20 tu cakap ish tak kena ke hari ni. Rupanya kena juga minit 50 tu. Tapi dah kena tu saya diam lah, hantar mampus lah. Tapi saya dah komplain tu bang, saya dah komplain dekat admin dia tadi. Tunggu admin dia reply. Saya cakap ini hari kedua dah kita orang kena cakap. Matilah macam ni. Kena tu lah, kena ban gift. Tak ada orang boleh gift. Tak kisah pun pasal gift tu masalah dia. Sebab point tu, point kita orang punya live tu jadi berkurang lah. Kena tolak macam macam kita main ML juga. Honor score ni kan. Dekat TikTok pun ada honor score dia juga. So bila tolak benda tu nanti kita orang punya TikTok ni mudah lah. Cepat senang kena ban.
An area where they're holding on to. No one's really trying to commit to this fight, but it will change very, very soon. Especially since the majority of teams are trying to get into the circle. Twisted Mind's not here yet. Leon is coming in very, very soon. Leon has been really active this game as well. I think 9 elims so far.
AYUH Total Gaming using the bridge to boost them up.
Aku hook carry lah tadi.
Gets them yet another elimination. That's what you need if you're from the Indian squad.
Adidora di kat situ dia stun aku. Contoh dari epic 1 turun ke epic 5. Macam tu lah. Dia punya orang kata rank dia tu dia akan jatuh lah sikit bila saya kerap point tu kena tolak. Sotong paling banyak. Saya tak adalah banyak sangat. Saya tolak semalam 2 je.
Oh, Joker is still
Malam saya kena tolak 2.
and it's a lethal weapon in his hands. Got so many eliminations.
Lepak lu geng. Kau main ni jap. Bro, tadi lama sangat kau tunggu.
Which makes it so
Main
terrifying.
bro.
This angle, he's gonna be able to just really abuse, and it's AHL that he's gonna be paying attention to. Hawk knockdown already, and over on this side here, TS also trying to find their way up onto a high ground.
Yeah, Team Secret just staying a little bit quiet in the game for the time being.
Weh, ayo AURORA weh.
Later on, and because they have been quiet, nobody has really taken away the resources that they've been collecting from the very start of the match. That's going to be
Ada.
making Team
Tak ada stand,
Secret
tak
a
ada.
dangerous squad within that final circle. And we know
Tak miss tu. Relax lah. Kau relax. TikTok pakai apa? TikTok pakai Nabi. Tu dia nge-troll. Itulah pasal. Tak lah. Lah AWC tu lah. Dia orang borak pasal lah kena suspend gift.
And he's far away from any vending machine, and Al Ahly won't be able to find one extra point unless
Pecah rekod tu AURORA gini.
like the troll under the bridge.
Ni kot. Global kill kot.
We were just talking about Team Secret.
Kill
Now,
paling
and
banyak
Evolution and
global.
the rest of the team are in trouble. Dio rushes forward.
28 kill.
By Bobs. They were very much ready for it.
Betul-betul dia tak boyah jadi nombor 2 dia dapat ni. Tapi dia punya kill gila-gila.
Because loss is close by.
MIB Outlaws just
Ya,
taking
dia
advantage of that situation.
tak
but
berapa
now it's
jadi
battle
kat hari ni.
between
Ada kat
SHUL as well as
tusun-tusun dia
Lost.
tadi.
Round 1 knocking Jack down to the ground and taking him out of the
Dapat.
equation. Goes out as well. Akutoro Gaming, what can you do up against RRQ? They've already
Tak dapat.
put up the solid
Dia
walls
top
on
7
top of
kat.
that monster truck just to keep the Indonesian monsters away.
Besok dia main lagi. 40 game aku meninggal lah.
Out of nowhere, courtesy of Vitality, courtesy of Straw Hats with some shots as well. And it looks like Twisted Minds is not going to be as
Fun lah. Tapi besok dia kena try hard lah untuk top 4. Kalau tidak balik lah dia. Hari ni 4 team balik tu. 2 team dah balik lah tadi. Tinggal lagi 2 team ni Group B. Tak tahu siapa yang balik ni. Kenapa pergi tolak?
The rest of the team cross forward here. TG barely alive, surviving for that time being. But now with so many teams pressuring them, Aztec takes a lot of damage already. But they're doing just really lock themselves in behind all those glue walls.
Yeah, Akutoro Gaming has lost a ton
Wah
of
lah
glue walls
bodoh lah
already in the
untuk
battle.
AURORA
They
ni.
need to take Twisted
Aku
Minds
memang
out of
cari
the
kau dulu.
equation,
Kau tunggu.
loot them up so that they can continue to play this all the way down to the very end. But MIB are lost, closing in the distance, tossing out those nades as well. And the God Nade gets a double for them. Rigby with the double, and he goes in for the annihilation.
Nama tim dia Total Gaming Esport IQ. Bapak panjang. Anak dia orang Suren tu. Kita bukan main full party nak Suren.
They have to go for this reset. Teammate brought back into the game, but the timing for loss is too much to deal with. They're fast and they're furious. Knocked down already, but still have to worry about the rest of the team below because General knocked down.
Mana AURORA mana?
Rigby should have no problem bringing General back into the game.
Yeah, recovery is there. A cheeky nade here from Diamond. Can he get one round one?
Tidak
It's all up to
lembunya
Rigby
lah.
and Rigby. An
Apa
absolute
pepek
solid
lah
player
main.
for MIB lost in this lobby. 8 eliminations for him alone, and he was definitely cracking it as the Grenadier of the squad.
Apa benda lah main gitu gata-gata. Relax sikit, tunggu jap.
Placement points wise, they do manage to work away with something decent here. MIB are lost out.
Itu real tu moment lah.
A tad bit too much, but Leon hanging on for their day alive. A huge improvement from yesterday at Bermuda.
Yeah,
Flicker 10 second. Jap. Aku flicker ni sikit. Aku flicker AURORA. Tak boleh. Kau stay dalam. Stay. Jap. Okay, flicker dah ada. BTR Vitality buyah ni. Rasa Vitality. Sebab dia orang dah ambil compound depan. Mana AURORA? Okay, jom.
They take each other on, and Bangladesh shuts down Miracorp, booking an appointment with Vitality.
Mampus kau.
The jump shots are good. Koja on a rampage, and they are chasing for the
Boyah vitality. Betul awak Kiko. Dia ambil compound tu. Sebab dia ambil compound tu yang dia boleh boyah tu. Dia biar team tu fight dulu. Bila team tu fight, ada yang down, dia pergi ambil kesempatan. Dia dalam AWC ni geng, third party je. Jangan kita kena third party, kita jadi third party. Kalau kita kena third party memang habis. Tapi kalau kita jadi third party, kita boleh selamat lagi lah. Global lah. Mana boleh global kau punya tu. Kau ni bila nak naik legend? Sabar jap Tuki.
Yeah, both SH and Mia making it to that top 3 as well. Raking in a lot of points as well coming into this one. So the race is on right now because again, it can be anyone's game. Everyone was thinking the bottom 2 might not be able to come back today, and they are showing us otherwise. Eliminations coming in from SH as well as the tenacity to survive by Mia is something to be praised.
Pergilah ni dulu cari seorang dulu.
So many teams even individually pop off. Leon Joker just now was going crazy. I believe also Games King was able to not only win a 1v2 but before going down to
Cik kawan lah, cik kawan.
5 eliminations.
Absolutely. But of course we got to bring the conversation back to Vitality at a certain point as well. Chris Joe, the main reason why these guys turned from disruptors into absolute monsters out here on the battlefield. He has certainly guided them well to the top. But can they stay at the top? Can they hold on to those top 4 spots?
Dia lagi berapa bintang? Itu 2 bintang lagi tu.
Finals is going to be a big question because the move that Vitality pulled off in the final battle sequence was exactly what caused the booyah. They did not wait for Straw Hats to complete their battle first before taking advantage. They were already taking shots at them. Whatever angles that
Matik lagi Sakai jumpa bala-bala dah ramai. Betul.
to take them out of the equation as well.
Kalau render memang sakit sikit. Kamjat tolong dia epic ni 2 bintang lagi. Kesian pula dia. Kamjat. Dia memang kambing. Duduk badak hijau tu lama-lama. Serabut. Aku jarang main. Ini bukan jarang main, ini bot. Mana ada orang turun sampai epic gitu. Dua game lagi dia naik itu legend. Aduh.
It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Serabut lah MM tu.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go! Tyler Wine, you're done.
How do we do yesterday?
How was your mental after yesterday?
Oh, so we are going to try to do our best today. So we have all the hopes and trust that we are going to make very good than yesterday. So we are positive today.
So obviously, new day, you're saying that you were able to reset a little bit and you feel like you'll have a much better performance today?
Yeah, we are going to do better than yesterday.
What has it been like working with your team here at EWC and competing on the stage?
I mean, we are going to be like try a lot of bad things together, and be here today is like a good feeling that we are all together and can be here competing with a lot of teams.
Well, I know that there's definitely a lot of people pulling for you guys as well. So obviously this is a quick chat, but thank you for taking the time to talk and best of luck today.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are right here.
Pamin, thank you Adil Pamin.
Free Fire at the Esports World Cup 26, and we have a bit of a review for you for the first game of Group B. Is Husky and Lucifer, and things are only getting started. We see Straw Hats making the top 3, and that was something that we were hoping to see from yesterday, and they've done it.
I think this is what I was waiting for. Even in Group A, right? The teams at the bottom make a comeback.
Live yang ni awak spam lah ikut suka awak nak spam apa pun.
There's Bangladeshi team who've already made one through into the survival stage. Straw Hats started off, and they rightfully did from game number 1 itself.
Absolutely. I mean, from what we've seen from Group A earlier on, when TAG got 2 booyahs, I think that really set the stage. If a region like India, who has been trying to prove themselves for so long, can do it, why can't the other people do it, right? Why can't the other squads step up to the occasion? And I think the best part right now is that we have some of the super fans in the house, with Fluxo on one side, on my left, with RQ on the other side, and they are here in full force.
I think this is what we needed, especially Group B. We were yesterday casting on the desk.
Oh, bagi tu nombor siapa?
I can even feel it better, and I know this is going to be added on pressure for the players itself, especially a couple of early losses. RRQ, again, a similar stretch of what happened yesterday is being replicated today as well. I hope it changes for them.
Yeah, and when we look at the standings, you can kind of see the separation, right? The first thing that comes to mind, MRBL loss, still the front runners, still the
Kanda je saya.
really feels like no one can overtake them, even in games that they don't get
Takkan Pluso ni? Oh, Plusun tadi
Apex Predator.
But I think you have to add it on to Team Vitality. They're picking up the pace. They understand, yes, MIB a loss at taking it away, but Team Vitality bringing it out, matching up with pace, toe-to-toe is what they're looking forward to, because they also be at the top 4, they make it to the final.
Yeah, and I think at the end of the day, Team Vitality, RQ, the Indonesians, they have plenty of fans there, even though we saw RQ super fans in droves, but I can assure you, Team Vitality is also on the support list, right? Because again, we talk about second places, heartbreaks, the super fans of the teams that have known heartbreak the most are actually here, and through the highs and lows, they have been with them.
I think in this game, there's one more team that we have to talk about. It's going to be Twisted Minds.
Yes, sir.
Yesterday, later in the games, they started to make a comeback, but right now, they did put up a good performance. Unfortunately, that MIB a loss ended up taking a head-on fight right at the bridge. If it did change out, I think maybe Twisted Minds also had an opportunity for a booyah.
Yeah, I want to try something, right? Since we have the super fans here. RQ! RQ fans! You see me? Yes, RQ fans! Kita cuba ya! Kita chant RQ, okay? Viva! Viva!
Dia punya ulti boleh, tapi dia punya ulti tu dia sekali spam je.
Fluxo, do I even need to start, or is it going to be your drums?
So tak sempat nak masuk apa badan Zaz. Terus habis gitu je.
That's the spirit of Free Fire. We love it so much. And this will only continue to electrify the arena as long as the games are going. We know that there's a lot of expectations. Then we're going to see Fluxo, we're going to see RQ, either in the survival stage or in the grand finals. And this rivalry has extended beyond boundaries. Well, that's it from us on the stage. I'm pretty sure the casters are ready to bring us more Free Fire action.
Oh yeah, we're very, very ready.
Marah Pamin je. Pamin marah saya je.
From the noise, from the sounds, from the fans as well, whether it be RQ, whether it be Fluxo, everyone is ready to see who makes it into the next stage.
Absolutely. Now, yesterday, I have to say it was not the best run for Leon, right? But today, when they opened up Bermuda, I have to say this has been their best performance so far, hands down. 12 eliminations, 7 placement points, a total of 19 for them to match up to their performance at Nextera. And this is exactly what you need if you want to show that you are well prepped for the grand finals. Is it going to be enough for them to squeeze themselves into the top 4? If they keep up this performance, that's definitely going to be the case.
Yeah, now coming into this one as well, when you talk about, just for Leon, just about so many of the teams, we talked just now a bit about what to see at the bottom of the brackets, right?
Yeah.
And now suddenly everything's shifted. What we thought we knew about all these teams yesterday has changed. Mia looks different. Day and night, even Straw Hat starting off very, very strong.
Yeah.
If you had missed map 1, please go back and look at it because it's crazy.
Yeah, from being nowhere close to making a break away from that bottom 2 spot
Tak
They picked up
apa.
22
Orang tak
points.
boleh
And I'm
tak
talking
dia
about
aku.
Straw Hats.
Ni
That
tak
is phenomenal.
dia.
Yesterday, throughout the whole day, we
Ini
saw
datang.
Straw Hats pick up, I think about 24 points in
Kemudian diam.
totality out of 6 games. So to pick up 22 from just one match shows you that they are a very different squad today. You cannot underestimate them. You cannot count them out of the race just yet. But MIAKOP, I have seen better from this squad within their own region. I'm still... I'm unfortunately going to be Asian parenting them at this point of time. I'm expecting more, although they got into that final circle earlier. More consistency for sure. As we hop on into game number 2, this is going to be that battle at Solara.
Yeah, Solara was very, very interesting yesterday as well. It was, I think one thing's for sure though, we saw a lot of not only just moments where people were like running away, but we are seeing on top of the rail fights, chases as well around the map, and it's going to be very exciting. Now we saw a bit of a glimpse of what we could see from SH as well as Mia. I am wondering to see whether our momentum will continue into this map.
Yeah, absolutely. Straw Hats down at the aquarium, but they have to be really careful. They've got a split drop, which means they do have a little bit of an insurance policy. But beside them, the other team that has got a split drop is the one and only Fluxo, who got taken out of the lobby a tad bit too early. I know they weren't too happy with their performance in Bermuda, which means they are the bleeding predators at this point of time. And a bleeding predator is a very dangerous predator. MIAKOP, on the other hand, Beyblade's already sustaining a shot to his chest. But they do manage to quickly reposition off of those slide rails. Looking to find a little bit of extra loot here at Riders Club. MIBR lost up against Twisted Minds though in a very early encounter earlier. And Rigby taken out early, but of course the team's not really going to suffer bringing him back. That's just one. But AYUH Total Gaming could just be taken down here by a good performing Leon. Games King down on the ground. Della for the instant pickup, and they want to put on that pressure. Shanky back in the way. All alone now. Games King with the mag 7. Will take him out instantly. And this is trouble time. AYUH Total Gaming left with one final survivor, but Mafia buying an insurance policy back for the squad. That one revival is going to keep them in for a little while more.
I think it's super exciting to see this happening because we were talking about how Lion just now was having such a great game. They were very aggressive. Hold that thought, shot. Instant kill,
Push
headshot.
tower tu, push tower tu. Ni ulangan grup B ke? Taklah. Yang hari ni Hasni. Hari ni.
A little bit of revenge shot, but great defense there with a double glue wall. Medkit's going to come in handy at this point of time. We'll catch up with Straw Hats later as we spot out the players at the side of Vitality doing battle with Twisted Minds. 2 eliminations in hand already for Twisted Minds, and they're looking to take Dix out of the equation. The Indonesian player, Valiant Dash, breaks down his defenses, and the pass with a sliver of health cannot sustain. As Joel from behind the glue wall hits him with the M82B.
Yeah, he's keeping his teammate alive as well. All eyes. And then he's got the mountain jump as well. A lot of damage onto him, but cannot keep him alive and deny that point because Diamond is close by as well. He's going to try for more.
Diamond's going to go in for the rush
Dia
here.
potong
Gets tagged up by
minion.
Joel. He's got the car 98, so Diamond can't mess around. M82B will find the access behind the glue wall as well. Diamond in a lot of trouble here. Joel!
That's it.
The BSK puts the guy down. And Twisted Minds will understand that they're not messing around with a small squad here. Vitality do go for the wipe. But there's Yankee interfering in the battle. And that forces the reposition out of Vitality.
Yeah, they do not want to deal with this too early
Tadi
as well.
tak
Great
boleh
work coming
makan.
from them. They have so many high grounds and angles held to be able to trade off one another.
Main ML lagi ke? ML lah sebab grup B tak ada Aurora. So kita live untuk syarat je. Tapi kita main ML lah. Tak ada hal pun, sama je kalau kita tengok pun kan kita boleh bercakap apa pun, borak dengan korang. Tapi korang komen kan dia boleh baca je komen. No problem, bahkan dia tengok je live. Nampak? Kan dia korang ni 2 dalam 1 boleh.
Sifu looking for that recovery and gets his own blue wall broken down here, but the backup from GU and the
boleh call yang bawah tu.
and follows up the M590 shot. Al-Ali now in a lot of trouble. As Remind quickly tries to back away, Car 98 in hand, but there's nowhere to run. Fluxo's on the hunt.
Yeah, and you know that while they are chasing,
Dapat,
they are almost like a boa constrictor who does not want to let go of the prey. Shots to an arm to Remind, but he's managing to stay alive
Masuk kandang limau mengaum.
On that pursuit.
Masuk kandang kambing mengembek. Sekarang itu orang sudah kena embek.
Not finding the shots on connection, and Remind actually manages to scurry away. The vehicle on fire though. Remind, what an escape from Fluxo.
Ada orang ni bawah.
Looks like the breeding
Ai tak kena warning ke? Kena warning kenapa Asni? Kenapa kena warning?
play. Still Straw Hats on another level, keeping the dream alive for Bangladesh once again.
Oh yeah, you can definitely tell that
Kena warning yang kenapa?
momentum from map 1. We question it whether or not it will continue, and they definitely
Tadi cooldown. Aku punya skill semua cooldown ni. Kan aku dapat alukat ni. Semua kena warning live FF. Memang. Kanda pun kena juga.
Absolutely, yeah. Titan Esports, they survived group.
Kejap Uranus Tak, tadi aku nak masuk dah tadi. Aku dah bantai lukat, lepas tu cooldown. Tu yang tak masuk habis tu sebab tak nak mati semua.
But of course, if you look at where they sat on the overall leaderboard, it's going to be quite a bit of struggle. So more is going to be needed out of them.
Biasa. Wah, kan kena sound. Relax benda boleh menang kan. Jangan main nak wah je. Sabar lu. Kau tak apa tank. Kita orang ni, lembik ni. Boleh.
As well, they love to keep these guys. They don't want to let it go. There we go. That's the first shot onto Hawk. That's a lot of damage done.
Aku push bawah jap. Sweat lah tu. Bagi tu si Uranus ni atas. Kau boleh dah tu turun bawah ni. Dia push tower Sam. Tak payah recall. Tower dulu. Kanda pun kena tadi Asni awal 50 minit selepas live tadi. Nampak gift Kanda tu mana ada tu. Gift tak ada. Dia suspend gift lah biasa lah. Main macam BR biasa je. Tahu tak apa.
Yeah, that circle hard shift to the right as well, with SAUL being so comfortable in the middle area. And this is where things get super interesting, how the fights are going to be happening and how many teams will be eyeing that compound.
Absolutely now.
Tak, dia orang main kumpul,
Will move towards SHUL as well as MIBR lost. Both of these teams will stay silent for the time.
Dia lot Aku boleh fight lot ni. Ya.
The shot onto Dikui.
Tak apa.
Wang Am on the other hand, M60 in hand already enhanced with the hammer.
Susah babi.
Flanking towards the left. He does have the thrill of battle in hand, but he could just be.
Boleh. Tu dia minion tengah push lagi tu. Boleh kita geng. Kita awal je risau. Tadi tu tak luck tu. Dia orang dapat lot tu. Kau nampak Hanabi? Belakang sikit Hanabi. Backup Hanabi tu. Tak payah fight habis tu. Ada lot tu. Jangan fight habis.
Quite a bit of damage from that corner here. Judge is putting a lot of pressure onto him. Forced to move away, forced out into the open. His teammates managing to rotate across. Dude's close by here. A jump shot forward means Diamond cannot survive longer and will be able to see.
Tak apa. Dia orang tak boleh end. Santai. Baru betul lah. Bodoh lah Ruby ni, memang anak anjing. Ya, modal keras. Sekejap lagi kau tengok lah. Kau relax dulu. Orang baru 2-3 item. Group B macam biasa-biasa je. Dia orang group B ni fokus dia orang dekat tu lah. Twisted ni. Lepas tu yang Brazil punya team tu Asni. Dia orang memang nak Brazil banyak dekat final ni. Dia memang nak Brazil tu banyak team. Kan Brazil kan banyak kan.
For real though, it worked out so well in their
favor.
And now we're going to be looking here at Vitality that's already repositioned themselves quite in the middle of the map as well.
Kita kumpul je, kita kumpul pun tak boleh buat apa kat tu.
Ex-Posse needs to check his eyes.
Jaga dekat Dita tu. Jaga. Biar Hanabi tak payah Hanabi. Biar tank kita pergi atas. Biar tank kita pergi depan. Dia nak ambil kau tu, nampak tak? Nampak tak? Dia nak ambil kau je, nampak tak? Saja dia. Mari. Weh, ada Kadita belakang tu. Weh, masuk weh, aku stun ni. Mampus kau bodoh. Mampus kau tu anjir. Back Hanabi. Hanabi ambil yang dulu. Tak ada dia. Boleh. Sam ada. Santai. Ambil minion ni, peduliin je. Tak apa. Janji member kita ada lagi. Dia Kadita tu dengan Ruby tu yang masalah dia. Aku stun dia. Jauh tak apa. Tak apa.
Come on, PLS1, show us what you got with that sniper. AWM time, baby. Ex-Posse driving away, trying to juke, but the cord lights the vehicle up in fire, and PLS1 with the AWM.
Dah balik. Ada lot. Balik lu.
For Twisted Minds. RRQ did not show them the same courtesy Ex-Posse showed Ma'al.
Oh yeah. Now C-Mox is in trouble as the rest of the Lions look to
Santai.
go for the hunt. Finds him in the corner.
Jaga Ruby tarik tu.
In the end, he's so quick to take him out of the game.
Well, PLS1 stole that one away. Beautiful play.
Tarik lot ni. Tank. Tolong tarik lot. Dapat Ruby. Lot je. Fokus lot je.
But of course, the recovery should be easy for Team Secret. We move on over to Vitality up against SAUL.
Kepala otak lah. Ruby punya ulti susah babi.
Between them, they're not going to find the engagement between each other just yet. Looking to play it safe for the next circle.
Yeah. Southern side here in control of the Lions. Well, meanwhile, close by, we also have Team Secret. I think they definitely had their eyes onto the members of RRQ here.
Alah beria, baru first time menang ke? Alah, first time menang tu.
At the very top of the lobby, it is terrifying seeing this team activated on the second day.
Absolutely. Can we see yet another Bangladeshi squad survive the group stage? Unbelievable survival play from TEC. Titan Esports just showing everyone that the dream can be kept alive, and Straw Hats again, early game, 10 eliminations already. Yesterday, man, they were just down in the dumps, but today, Straw Hats just showing us they're awakening their conquerors hockey. This is knocking everyone out without even...
Rank dah nak master belum habis lagi, belum.
Well, have to find your way
Tak habis lagi.
Because if you let them run away with this, I think they're going to be dominating the lobby eventually. Team Secret, 7 eliminations in hand. And
Mak Sam kau hyper.
Earlier, but he slowed things down a tad bit here. They need to look for a way to get into the next circle. And RRQ stands in their way.
Yeah, they put a lot of damage
Macam mana
and
nak cari?
pressure toward this team as well.
Sam kau tukar lah balik tu.
Not able to really do anything either. Says a lot about how much space as well as power RRQ has. And speaking of power right now, Team Secret on a rampage, looking for this fight against the Lions. Not able to take up too much
Sam dah
space.
hantar dah tu.
Kept out of the zone thanks to all of these glue walls.
Leon, what can they do? A little bit of a panic here because the circle's looking for them. Getting the
Teruk cheat SG ham.
Is trying to gatekeep
Kena redor lah awak main SG ada Sri Lanka biasa lah.
Looking to sneak away the points as the third party. Y'all better wrap up your act right now, Straw Hat says, because we will not have a choice. Whoa, RRQ! God, Nate from the master Grenadier dudes himself.
Beautifully done, and they had so many close calls in the beginning of the game, and they're looking to keep so many of these teams out here. Team Secret in trouble. The Lions taking in so much pressure from RRQ as well. Della knocked down and trying to be able to...
Wah, vitality habis pula. Tadi boya.
At AURORA Esports taking out Vitality. Talk a little
little bit about the aggression from the Indian squads. Team Secret shut down as well. You can thank RRQ for that. Who would have expected them to step out of their own safe zone to take the fight up against two teams who were looking for
RRQ macam RRQ je boyah ni.
action there from the Indonesian Titans. Leon's out of the equation already. We're left with 4 squads in here. RRQ, MIB are lost. Miakop and Straw Hats again getting towards that final circle. But Josh wearing a little bit of a boo-boo there, looking for the pickup from his buddies.
Yeah, time is dwindling and no space to move because Lost is here pressuring the Straw Hats. The shot goes huge. Neil knocked down. Shocked is waiting to be the next one to fall, but they're able to recover. Who as well taking a lot of damage here, but RRQ on a hunt, getting active.
Might be a loss. RRQ taking the fight straight up to them, which gives the big opportunity for the two underdogs down
Zam, jungle Zam.
away with the booyah. Straw Hats and Miakop, they just need to stay silent for the time being. RRQ takes the fight to them. Round 1, Yago taken down. Ma'al with a super snipe. Dunstone traded out. Shock taking advantage. This is Straw Hats hopping on.
Pergilah jungle. Jungle janganlah tu. Mak Sam dibagi jungle mampu. Kepala otak dia lah.
Bangladesh, that's the kind of spirit we want to see here in EWC.
RRQ buyah geng. Gila lah paling bom meletup. Mampus. Gila bapak punya jauh dua orang macam tu Bukan ni Mac paling bom tak kena. Dia paling bom satu bom 2 orang sekali mati. Terus buyah kepala otak dia. Baik tak payah main tembak. Main je bom tu. Scream tu. Mana hero baru ni?
And Solara, not necessarily their best map out there, but they have shown that they have got that veteran experience and a little bit of the circle, a little bit of the action on the battlefield favored them in multiple of those situations. Ma'al could have gotten taken out.
RRQ bawa game. Kita tak ada pun yang dibawa pergi London, betul? Tak, bukan sebab ini bukan Garena punya. Ini private punya. EWC ni dia private. Dia bukan under Garena. So kalau nak pergi kena ni lah. Kena bayar. Kena bayar sendiri.
Onto the Team Secret players because Team Secret was in the best spot to shut down RRQ.
It was honestly crazy being able to see that, and I'm curious to see what exactly the comms were in that fight in particular, because it must have been huge knowing where the nade happened and they just go all
Sam kau tu nak main hyper apa tu? Aduh mengarut aduh.
Kena kiri. Kita yang belakang ni. Sama bola. Nice.
EWC macam Olympic event untuk e-sport. Yeah, betul. Dia bukan, dia hanya player pun dia tak bagi sponsor tau. Dia hanya siapkan tempat tinggal dia. Tiket kena sendiri. Tiket flight kena keluar sendiri. Sebab e-sport. Garena tak ada sponsor pun. Mungkin adalah sikit kot, tak tahulah. Tapi apa yang bos dia orang cerita, tiket dia orang beli sendiri. Tapi dia ada datuk yang pegang dia. Datuk dia pula pengerusi ni Presiden e-sport. So adalah dana-dana dekat situ yang boleh dia pakai untuk bawa dia orang. Gila satu tiket pun korang kena dalam 8 ke 9k seorang. Pergi balik
This is going to
Ha,
show the
pergi
rest
balik
of
dah
the
berapa
world
ribu.
of Free Fire that the dream can always stay alive as long as you make those plays. But of course, on the second page, your team vitality getting knocked out a tad bit too early.
Mana claim?
As well as Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and I think that in this situation, there's a possibility that you're not expecting some of these teams to really go activated on day number 2.
Yeah.
Vitality did try to survive, but they got overwhelmed from so many different teams as well. We saw Dix getting knocked out so quickly, so many times, and separated from the rest of his teammates. I think this
Dia seorang pun dalam 8K. Pergi balik lah, 8K tu pergi balik lah. Lebih kurang lah 8K tu untuk pergi balik as ni. So sampai sana lagi makan-makan mungkin apa ni WC biasa dia akan bagi makan lah, hotel. Sebab kita daripada luar kan. Tapi tiket tu lah meninggal. Kalau pergi dah 7 orang, 8 orang, 8 kali 8 pun dah berapa puluh K. Pulau otak kau. Makanlah kena halal. Biasa AWC dia akan asing kan. Yang halal dengan yang tak halal tu. Sebab hari tu kan dia join yang WEC yang dekat KL tu pun dia asing kan. Tapi makanan dia yang dekat KL tu memang ni lah. Orang-orang luar mana boleh budak Argentina tu siap komplain lagi. Dia cakap kami tak makan makanan penjara. Dia cakap macam tu. Makanan penjara kepala ayah dia tu. Makanan penjara dia cakap. Padahal sedap ya aku rasa. Ayam penyet apa semua. Dia tak nak.
Dan gimana juga cara kamu menghandle tekanan itu?
Dia tak nak. Biadab betul. Ya, serius. Ni bukan buat cerita. Tanya Abang Daus. Tanya Biek. Kita orang perasan dah benda tu daripada hari pertama. Kita orang tengok kenapa makanan banyak sangat Rupanya bila kita orang tanya yang bahagian kulineri tu, dia cakap budak-budak luar negara kebanyakan dia orang tak nak makan. Dia orang cakap makanan tu macam makanan penjara. Tu cakap penjara dia orang ke makan ayam goreng, ayam penyet ni. Dia orang siap cakap macam tu. Satu sebab dia asli kan, satu sebab apa tau? Sebab packaging. Dia orang punya pack tu memang nampak macam penjara lah, jenis pakai pinggan plastik yang Tupperware plastik tu. Lepas tu ada bahagian lauk sini, bahagian lauk sini, macam tu lah. Air pula dalam plastik. So dia orang cakap macam penjara lah.
Nah, ini pertanyaan
tu macam tu. Bagi burger Ramli tak nak. Kau bayangkan malam tu dia orang makan apa kau tahu? Bila dia orang dah komplain tu, dia orang start pakai makan chicken chop. Order pula chicken chop lagi. Baru dia orang nak makan.
Apa pentingnya kalian menghindari babak survival? Karena kan kalau yang kita lihat di top atas itu bisa langsung ke babak selanjutnya.
Order lain kau tahu. Nasi sebanyak-banyak, sarapan pagi. Adalah lebih kurang 50-60 bungkus kot dia orang tak usik.
Kalau untuk ngelewatin survival itu
serius bukan nak tipu ni.
Terlalu jauh lah. Ya, kita pengen
Aku dah war dah kat sini. Duduk sekejap apa lagi. Kau tengok Sam dia boleh clear minion kepala babi ni.
We just want to make it quick. We just want to make it to the next stage and not go through the survival stage because again it is a waste of our time.
Alright.
Dia orang tak makan nasi. Dia orang tak makan nasi.
Yeah, I hope he
dia nak makanan. Hari last tu yang hari final tu dia orang bagi macam chicken adobo, macam chicken apa? Apa lagi honey lemon tu. Yang tu dia orang makan. Honey dew tu campur ketum ni kan.
Apalagi kalau kita bicara di grup B gitu kan. Sementara kalian agak sedikit
Mari aku nak masuk ni.
Sebenarnya seberapa penting sih buat
dah aku dah lompat dah tu dah sekarat tu.
Apa ya?
Tak ada orang siap.
Itu di group stage dibandingkan dengan tampil konsisten memasuki babak-babak berikutnya.
Sam kau macam tai pergi lompat masuk situ.
Ini kan jatuhnya kayak maraton ya.
Mari.
Lomba lari cepat gitu.
Situasional aja sih kalau emang kita lagi pengen.
Mereka roti bijirin biasanya. Betul. Dia memang tak nak
Nggak ada
pun.
penting-pentingnya juga, biasa aja.
Kalau tak makan nasi, cakap je lah kita orang tak makan nasi. Kalau ni, tak perlulah kau cakap makanan macam penjara.
Because of his answers, but basically what he
Itu
said is
menghina
that,
nama
well,
dia.
it is important to play great to perform
Kita
well,
orang
but then again,
sebabkan
when it
tak,
comes to being
yelah
aggressive,
kesian
when
kan
it comes
organizer
to,
tak nak membazir lauk tu.
getting as much points as possible, it is very,
Kita orang ambil, kita orang bagi-bagi je. Siapa tetamu yang datang tu, orang Malaysia datang, bang ambil bang nasi bang.
right now they're just trying to
Sebab
give
apa?
up
Sebab kita
their
orang pun dah
best
tak larat
and
dah.
showing the best performance that
Nak
they
makan
could.
yang penyek sampai ke malam ke?
At least we can see all of the Indonesian teams are on fire right now. They're
Sampai kita orang bawa balik.
getting more booyahs on today. And
Masuk.
Chita for the translating, and of course congratulate you as well for the first game getting the booyah, Joel. And also
Aku
I
tak
hope
tahulah,
everyone will
pepek
keep
je lah.
this fire
Ni.
and play the best in the next game. Thank you for your listening. And
Bantai dia ni,
stay
bantai dia ni,
tuned
bantai dia ni.
and wait more from us.
Mampus kau bodoh. Padam ke double kill. Mereka tak suka teran-teran dekat tandas. Masuk tandas kerap asni sebab saya punya tempat production tu dekat dengan tandas tu. Kira depan sikit lah laluan nak pergi tandas. Pergi tandas kejap-kejap pergi tandas, kejap-kejap pergi tandas.
And we accept your challenge, Glitter and Lace. You guys ended up getting very close there to first place.
Kau datang Malaysia, ikutlah vibe sini. Makanlah masakan Malaysia. Kau datang sini, lepas tu kau nak buat makan macam masakan negara kau. Baik kau tak datang sini. Macam kita lah, kita pergi Kedah ke apa ke, kita nak makan laksa ke, pergi Penang kita nak makan nasi kandar, pasembo. Kalau pergi nak cari apa ayam masak lomak cili api, baik tak payah boy. Duk Negeri Sembilan lah tu. Tak bondo botol kan. Kita datang tompek orang, kita nak makan bondo yang tak do kat tompek gitu. Ni poi sampai ke Penang apa ayam masak lomak cili api ada tak? Baik tak payah. Baik kau duduk di Negeri Sembilan daripada membazir kau pergi jauh-jauh tu. Poi Thailand contoh Poi Thailand jalan-jalan bang ada nasi goreng kampung tak? Baik tak payah. Cik Batu Kiki Bahau ada nasi goreng kampung. Boleh ambil tata. Aku ada alti. Nasi lemak pun mereka tak makan. Serius. Sarapan pagi kita orang sampai satu plastik besar tu ada dalam 7 ke 8 plastik. Satu plastik tu dalam 10 bungkus. Kau bayangkan tu membazir dia macam mana. Boleh makan ni? Boleh makan ni weh. Tarik. Dapat. Mampus kau. Siapa suka masuk situ bodoh? Hidup jangan jadi lembu.
I'm happy to be back here on stage close to Fluxo's crowd, Fluxo's fan. And
Aku dah gerang.
to be here with the chill influencers for Fluxo.
Kau tengok tu batak kill.
Such a great job with the Fluxo's crowd. And I want to know, Raja, what's the feeling to be back here at the AWC with
Subhanallah, elok lah mereka di Azam. Ya betul, asni bukan aku nak nipu asni. Buat apa aku nak nipu kan? Makanan AWC membazir-bazir hari tu. Air tak payah cakap lah. Dia orang pergi air mesin gedegang. Tak nak air dalam bungkus-bungkus plastik tu. Pergi sebab kita orang kan masa tu kan ada Monster Energy yang sponsor. Dia orang pergi ambil Monster Energy je lah. Jap-jap Monster Energy. Air bubble. Bayang AWC pakai air bubble berapa banyak tau. Padahal air mineral sama tak nak. Ada ni cushion tepi kanan. Jom make up bawah weh. Oh, dia orang tunggu laluan situ. Masuklah. Tahu kau. Mampus kau. Padam hitam. Lepas ni golek Kinsey Crispy. Itulah pasal. 3 second. Alti tak ada tu.
Neptune's swing was a little bit off, but don't worry about it because
Mampus kau.
Fluxo will be able to come back. But actually, Fluxo hasn't been performing that well. Sorry, Carol, don't worry. We'll get a chance to talk about that. By the way, Carol,
Ni nak cucuk ni.
and Lace with us. But to recap the first 2 games of Group B,
Batai. Mampus kau. Orang Malaysia 24 jam ada makanan. Ya, kita orang makan nasi lemak dia lah tu lah. Nasi lemak dia sebab dia asin dengan sambal kan. Jadi tahan dia. Sampai tengah hari pun tahan juga. Kita orang makan benda tu berulang-ulang. Sebab apa? Kesian. Membazir benda tu. Sebab apa? Kita orang tanya budak-budak yang bawa makanan tu kan. Dia orang cakap dia orang buang je. Hari-hari dia orang membuang. Satu troli yang kita pergi beli dekat pasar raya tu, troli tu penuh tu dia orang buang. Tu cakap membazirnya. Cakap tak apalah, kita orang bawa balik lah. Cakap kalau ada yang tak habis bagi tahu, kita orang bawa balik.
So I'm just going to hold that in my heart. But look, obviously I've been following the storyline of, Team Secret as my underdogs, okay? So in that position,
Dia mati dah tu.
corner there with Bayside, and it looked like that they were going
Tarik
to
lah.
have a
Mampus
nice
kau tu
little
bodoh
easy
situ.
rotation
Jangan jadi
here.
bodoh.
And I think this is probably why we've brought Carol up here, but they managed to
Jangan
get
jadi
a
budak
T1
bingai, babi.
on Fluxo down in that corner of Bayside, but it was
Okey lah, esok kerja saya out dulu. Baik Asni, nanti kita jumpa lagi lepak-lepak lagi.
held out by the likes of like RRQ and also what was it? I think it was like Team Lion as well. So it was a very tough trek for them. Obviously, we're talking about the pace and slow and steady, that sort of a situation, but they are not getting enough of those E-limbs and placement to be able to beat these sorts of teams. Now, I want to bring into the conversation Lion.
Yep.
Okay.
Brody push tak apa. Ambil load. Abaikan je yang mana tak penting.
They've have absolutely dominated and moved up there. They are in the conversation. They are
Quality.
like those top teams
Hilang.
and being battling it out.
Baru ada gila cooldown. Kau ingat bapak aku buat muntun ni. Tak ada cooldown.
Especially Gamezkick, he was left in there alone. But even as
Tak apa. Dia tak boleh minion besar. Korang push je. Tak payah semua balik. Push je tengah. Ikut je lot tu.
fighting spirit coming from him and the team.
Biar nak tengok dia nak push lagi ke tidak.
And bring down Twisted Minds.
we're gonna look at number 6 because Fluxo, this is a squad that everybody expects them to go directly to the grand finals, but right now that's not the case. They're 17 points away from top 4, Carol.
I don't understand why you guys invite me such in this moment that Fluxo is not doing so well.
Wait, sabar. Jangan mati duk. Aku tengah nak push ni.
In contention, so one bad game doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, I know. I mean, they
Aku nak
really good
push.
yesterday. They had such a good confidence, but
Sementara minion aku gemuk ni, aku nak push lah.
that because last year reminds me of last year when they were not doing so well, and then they lost completely their confidence. So if they keep doing the same performance, probably
Ada dia orang kat tengah tu.
nightmare will
Biar dia
come for
recall.
them.
Bagi bapak dia tu main recall. Sabar jap.
Hopefully that worst nightmare is not going to happen. Now you have a lot of experience with Free Fire in Brazil, and I know you know a lot of these players. They do have a superstar when it comes to Fluxo, right? MT7, the MVP out of that region as well. Do you think this is going to affect him in any way, shape, or form? Because they do need to make... Do you feel like they need to make it in the top 4?
Sabar, dia ada ulti tu. Tu.
Of course, definitely they
Pancing ulti Tigray. Tigray tolak tau.
that can keeps getting in MT7 mind, but you know what? This regular season in Brazil, MT7 was the MVP with 330 kills, 330 eliminations. So he knows what he needs to do to step it up and be on top, and also help his team to step it up. Maybe MT7 is the fire that the team needs right now.
Yeah, we saw some stats there too from Vitality and Loss. Remember, Loss
Wih,
was able to
kalah ni
make some
gila.
wins yesterday with those 3 booyahs. today, seeing some stuff here and there from them, but Vitality, I mean, if we talk about what we saw yesterday out of Group B in comparison to Group A, we saw a bit more
Tak
of a chance for
boleh.
other squads to kind of come up, and that's exactly what we're seeing right now in day 2 when these squads are trying to make sure they push for that top 4 with 4 games left.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm seeing right now is a comparison as well as a cut-off line for getting in top 4. It's much lower right now in Group B because of how close it is against everyone else. So that's one thing that they can take advantage of because it's easier enough for them to climb up like 1-2 spots, especially for those teams who are very, very close to the top 4. But there's still a lot in contention right now. After 2 games, we still have 4 matches. But as Carol did mention, like if you lose confidence, then even with it being easy,
Buang tu si Zam tu buang, itu bukan Sam.
Isn't like so coherent like you said just before, but basically Team Secret is probably that line there at 90 points at the moment. Then
Aku pun tak faham lah.
which is 92. So this is an incredibly close leaderboard for these mid-range teams to sort of intercept there. So like
Tukar
you
tu
say,
Sam,
there's
tak
still a
payah
chance. Carol, don't you
itu.
worry, girl. Like they have every opportunity in these next couple of matches to bring it home for them. But
Tengah
it is
live
incredibly
lah,
close.
tak apa.
So let's hope that we can get the Fluxo spirit here a little bit higher, and they can definitely rile them up and get
Yalah ni kat dalam boleh tukar tu.
You know what, girl? I really hope Fluxo makes to the grand finals, but right now we already got loud, so we already have Brazil in the grand finals, and that's good. And talk a little bit more about Los.
Bila nak habis WC ni aku dah bosan dengar kau bercakap ni.
Yesterday they were the best team
Muka dah
for Group B,
cebapuk.
but it's good to see them still keeping their regularity here. So I think maybe this is one of their secret. They are really good to keep their game regular.
I know the fans want Fluxo to step it up and just start getting those booyahs because they have yet to win one. Let's see if that's going to happen with the 4 games left of Group B. AJ, Tash, take it away.
Thank you very much, Seven. At this point of time, I just want Team Secret to get a booyah just so that Lace can smile a little bit more.
Yes, I agree. Lace, this one's for you, maybe.
Sam, kau pandai pakai Bellery ya, Sam?
As we go into our next map.
The girl almost gave up. She's like, okay, I just want Fluxo to win. I mean, you guys are doing bad
Do you
too.
believe in jinxes?
I do. I believe in blessings.
Do you believe in blessings?
Yeah.
Okay, bet. So
Depends on who's the one.
Payahlah Ben tu sama je. Tadi Ben pun kalah juga.
She's got a kind heart, so it's definitely a blessing.
It's a blessing for sure.
Ben
So
je
what
tu.
are our expectations for Team Secret in this particular one as we
Ben.
go into this next one?
Oh,
After all, this map is not going to be easy after all, since a lot of teams are starting to really amp up. We see consistency across three maps. I mean, 2 maps, excuse me.
I just see consistency from the 2 teams down at the bottom who are fighting for their
Rank
dear
tu lah,
lives.
peduli
And it
apa.
looks like Straw Hats will not stay at the bottom all throughout because little by little they are making that climb. I mean, what a brilliant play so far, getting more than 40 points just off of 2 games. A very different version of Straw Hats we get today, and they're moving all the way out, potentially for a double compound drop here at Foundation as well as Old Hampton. This is going to give them ample loot to play their game well once again.
I am very excited to see how aggressive some of these teams are going to go. I think during the break, we also talked a little bit about Mia, right? About how today it's more how they've been able to be consistently on that top 3, being able to survive a little bit more longer compared to yesterday. And wow, trouble's already brewing.
Bantai je lah. Kepala hati itu.
If they take out Al-Ali, it's gonna be trouble brewing. But IQ Total Gaming might just be in trouble as well. So by hook or by crook, they need to win this out. Perhaps the winner of this battle will stay alive in the competition. Looking at how Mia Cop and Straw Hats have woken up once again. Beautiful time turner off of Shanky. And the charge buster in is
Apa benda kau tembak angin tu setan, matilah kau. Habis. Balik lobby lah. Balik lobby lah kau. Depan pula Leon ada, matilah kau.
Joker will not be messing around. Shock knockdown. MIBR Lost will find the Straw Hats on another part of the map. And that's about it for Al-Ali. They're about to be pushed down to the bottom 2.
Oh, that is
Itulah.
so unfortunate. We talked about not clearing
Yang buat
corners,
live
but
budak
for the
pepeng.
rest of the team here, they do check and find him in the end. Now, TG close by alongside the Lions, excuse me. And they're looking to see whether or not they can continue on this fight. Joker coming close. He had a really good game previously, especially with the long-range weapons. Puts a bit of chip damage onto Shanky, and they want to try and chunk them from
Kalau aku cakap pun bukannya kau kenal pun. Yang ada hidung, ada mata tu dia. Ada je orang cacat. Dia tak cacat, dia ada hidung, ada mata lah cerita dia. Tak tahulah. Rambut dia macam sotong. Gila masuk gila. Mampus. Mampus kau. Mid tak payah gerak biar korang pergi je sana. Sedar diri sikit bila bercakap ni. Ganda Aurora main ke esok? Aurora main esok. Aurora masuk besok dia 10 game lagi ya. Parah dia. Tapi okey lagi lama dia lagi okey rasa. Kalau dia boleh repeat lagi 28 kill macam tadi, lepas lah dia. Favor tu bukan demam
Looking deadly. SKS manages to pull off a quick.
Aku dah curi tu. Aku dah curi tu. Nak curi macam mana lagi?
Man had barely any HP on him. And he was timing that perfectly and he executed.
Tu orang tu curi tu. Yo, aku tengah tolong lah ni. Kau ingat aku buat apa sini? Kau tu masalah dia. Bantai lah, kejar lah, tumbuk lah. Aduh. Prea bawah. Palia. Jangan lagi penakut. Hilang ke absorb dia tu. Lah hilang dengan canggih. Orang kejar pria, bukan tak tengok map kau tu yang gelojoh. Yang ni tak payah nak kejar, mati. Nampak? Sabar, orang ambil ulti kat bawah tu. Pantai lah, peduli apa aku di level 4. Level 10 baik lah, mati ke. Mampus kau. Tu player. Tengok. Tak ada hyper pun dapat kat turtle. Florin ni. Lompat atas dia. Mampus kau.
And is this an interference from another squad? PLS1 trying his very best. Tikui down on the ground.
Bazir Alti. Ya, tak apalah, simpan Alti pun tak apa. Ya, bantai lagi ni. Kena. Dia nak lagi mana? Aku masuk. Aku peduli apa kau. Ada Florin. Jaga. Alah, mana ni pun lah, kejap-kejap habis. Kepala kakek dia lah. RRQ padu geng kat grup B. Tengok lah tu 1-2-2 point dia. Gila lah. Dia lah layak final. So tim Indo ada 2 lepas. Mana habis setan.
The rush forward is here. Fluxo going a bit more aggressive. Bunny getting hunted. Rushing away from his life.
Alti apa tu? Alti minion. Kau sabar jap ni. Cara untuk alti musuh begini. Macam tu. Macam tu alti musuh. Pantai rusuh
compound. Bayfront belongs to them for the time being, but they'll have to move in a little bit as the blue zone catches up with them. But if you look at Fluxo's performance so far, this has been the best with them today.
Kita orang dah kacau
In the
Gusion.
two past games, they only walked away with
Ha.
2 points each of those
Buat apa tu?
lobbies. Obviously
Buat apa
not
tu?
looking like the usual Fluxo. But like I anticipated, I just wasn't expecting them to go crazy here on
hilang.
day 2. I think they definitely want to play the survival
Nak juga. Kau
game.
teringin juga mati
You saw
Gusion.
what Raja said yesterday. Our team will dominate tomorrow.
Yeah, and definitely did. They're showing us the signs of life. Not only signs of life, they're starting to just go crazy. Now, speaking of that as well, in terms of positioning, we're looking at Lost very, very active, getting Refinery super, super early. And I think they're just trying to just move around, scout around, try and find some information about where everyone's going
Siapa
to be.
sudah masuk tengah
Yes, the team
kualiti?
also trying to move around the area. They're fairly healthy. They have
Kualiti dia pergi masuk.
already. And in this situation, we're starting to see a slowdown from so many of these teams as they try to figure out not only where to position themselves in the circle, but also where to go next.
Yeah, Leon needs to be careful a bit here.
Saya mau kira.
Thanks to the fact that Twisted Minds have been having a rough day out here today. They've been able to catch up and now overtake them on the leaderboard, but not through points just yet. They need one more point to equalize. But of course, if they can find the final circle for themselves, overtaking Twisted Minds will be a no-brainer, and I think that'll be a huge success for the organization.
Yeah,
You imagine
anyway.
seeing Leon make it into the grand finals a tad bit earlier than expected.
Mak tinggi dia lompat sampai dekat lencana tu je, kat logo dah.
Well, it looks like they're not going to be getting far enough. SHUL, though, no elimination so far there.
Yeah, in this situation, again, the slowdown is here. Foundation very, very open for SAUL, just really hunker down, bide their time. Close by to Team Vitality, though, if they do decide they want to go take this fight, but have to be wary of Fluxo as well. We've seen how much damage they can do with those long-range weapons.
Sam babi. Kau tengok Sam babi.
Of liberation courtesy of Fluxo. But I think it's
Kau tengok babi sial dia. Kau tengok dia buat apa bodoh. Aku tak faham sial.
That unleashes their gear 5 on the competition in a tad bit. 2 games back-to-back. Straw Hats have been phenomenal. But can they keep this streak up for themselves? Spending a tad bit of time outside the circle.
Kau tengok dia buat apa. Dia pergi kan dia mati. Dia mati.
Before they can purchase the 6th one. Vitality keeping an eye on the rotation.
Hey, Muhammad Sam.
They are lost, making their way in as well as and squad.
Padulikan agenda lain tu.
Waiting for the next contenders. This next circle is definitely going to be bringing a tad bit of chaos in here.
Masalah kau duduk kat tower tu, aku mati kena beduk atas tu.
Run out of their defensive space.
Tengok map. Tengok map.
Hanging around Refinery and decide to move off that area. And now the prime zone in the middle of the area. And it should go head-to-head up against Team
Tengok aku
Secret, I
bantai
feel.
secanggih.
And Team Secret does have a bit of that high ground to play with.
Tak peduli lu siapa.
I would say Lost still bit
Ah,
better
saya
in terms
masuk
of
lagi.
speed and positioning.
Aduh, ada pula Gusion. Pipit tebal betul.
Out super early from this lobby.
Dah dia dah ulti dah tu. Go je lah.
The Booyaka is still hunting down these teams. Regardless of the stage, regardless of the level of competition, you can improve. But running away from the Booyakas, on the other hand, is just something that's just totally up to luck. And RRQ just did not have that luck on their side this time.
No, I was quite surprised as well to see them getting knocked out super early. But again, we are seeing the teams that had a great start to the day start to slow down a little bit now. Who took a little bit extra damage there from those long-range shots. Have to be careful in terms of these rotations. A bit later to the area means that you don't have a lot of space to work with. And most areas are being, I would say, held by players like MT7, like Carol says. Really scary seeing this guy being able to just really work with his weapon.
Absolutely. The AWMY in hand. And MT7, one of the deadly snipers out there. But can he outperform Yago, who was on fire yesterday? Today they've slowed things down. And MT7
Aku push atas tu. Sabar boleh tak sabar? Tadi aku seorang-seorang mati tak ada bising Kena dia mati dia arut pikuk saja dia. Dipepek. 4 orang siap.
He sure as hell is trying and has got the right gun to do it.
4 orang tu.
gonna be easy because Who isn't really showing his hand either, and so is Vin. I'm not gonna lie, MT7, the son of the gun,
Dia dah
is
tak
doing
boleh
this,
tu, dia dah
keeping
mati.
every single player around the area's head down. No one is daring show their heads in case that the bullet goes up into their dome. But if anything right now, Vitality have a chance to take this fight up against
Dia tak ada damage menatang low ni.
and this hard shift should be able to guarantee that
Lot tu pergi tengok. Tengok lot tu. Aurora dapat boyah ke tadi? Tak dapat. Tapi 28 kill. Top 1. Masuk. Jangan tunggu. Macam tu. Macam tu cakap. Betul dah tu. Macam tu cakap.
Just keeping close to the very
kena
edge of
lagi.
this hill, making sure they stay out of the crosshairs of MIBR long.
Babi.
Since they will not be spotted out for the time being, survivability
Tan
is
jauh
there. They
sial
can
dia
sneak
punya tu.
under the squad of MIBR and play survival.
Lot. Dia dah hilang lah tu. 4 orang hilang.
PLS1 spots him, dropping down to the lower ground. But they will still stay hidden.
Tapi dia dapat juara match tu lah kiranya. Poin paling tinggi tadi. Walaupun dia tak boyah. Dia tak boyah tapi 28 kill nombor 2. So dekat situ je dia dah dapat 37 poin. So dia paling tinggi ya tadi. Umpama macam boyah jugalah Im. Umpama lah, umpama mimpi dalam mimpi ya.
Waiting in Brazil, prime angle, just really
kena
pressured
lagi.
out of the zone. And I'm saying that Team Secret right
Bodoh
now,
ni depan ni.
just a terrible position to be in, but SEUL is here, perhaps giving a bit of space and respite for them.
Yago versus PLS1 and SAUL moves on in.
Sakit bodoh. La ilah.
I do not want this platform. They quickly retreat, trying to look for that reposition. Is that a good move or a bad one? Straw Hat's finally taken out of the equation already. Fluxo sending the shots to the spot of Vitality. Joel knocked down as well as SHUL.
Shah Empire.
Team Secret as Vitality finally bites the
Push tower tu. Rhea seorang ni bawah.
They have not been able to find that final circle after hitting that booyah on Bermuda.
Versus maybe a real, not too sure about that, but a team that's being blessed right now, maybe Team Secret. We'll see how it goes because they are currently being pressured. They don't have a lot of space to work with, forced to rotate forward. And Joker keeps a close eye on both these players, barely alive, jumps forward, somehow surviving in terms of rotating here.
Tak ada orang nampak ni. Buat tak nampak sudah.
When the window messes with your aim, PLS1 now trying to get away. Can he? Yes, he can.
Dia jalan depan tu kena bak. Weh.
Gets caught out by Della. AC80 perfection from Leon once again, waking up in the competition to stay.
Itu glow dapat tu.
For the early access into the grand finals. This is perfect from them. But Fluxo's still alive and kicking, and they are catching up. Look at the monstrous run. 14 eliminations strong for Fluxo.
Tiku in trouble alone, somehow managed to get 2 players knocked down, but not able to secure those points. Bob somehow from far away also gone down. And Tiku here trying to find that final member left. A 2v1 in this corner, but the damage is too much to deal with. He heals up and he's just waiting and biding for time as AUL forced to reposition. He does break one and goes for more. Tiku, how are you doing this? Finally going down to Fluxo.
Tiku, you monster! Cap that valiant dash for the final moment and backstabbed them as they would try to run away, but MT7 is the biggest winner of that equation. And Fluxo looking to dominate. 2 Brazilian squads.
Dia pergi ambil buff Gusion.
And it looks like Leon's going to be hopping on into play as well. What can they do? The LATAM squad up against 2 big Brazilian giants looking for the booyah. Jacon gets knocked down to the ground. Riptide Rhythm takes away his
Weh, baru ala pria ni payah siap nak bantai dia ni.
The opportunity for Leon to run away with this game. Fluxo on the other hand, alive and kicking.
Tahu lah aku. Itu pun satu hal juga tu.
This is going to be a good fight.
Yeah, trying to rush forward here.
Dia ada Florin tu, kena matikan Florin tu.
After all alone, but not able to find the angle.
Nice one.
Florin tu free hit daripada tadi.
That's the kind of patience play.
Dapat.
Now Leon staying alive for Latam, but pushes in with the M590. Might be able to take him out of the equation.
Maret,
Too
yeah.
early here, he jumps away, falls with that high ground advantage now. Tagged up by the circle. This is just not the best situation for him. Barricades himself in. MIBR lost spots his glue wall.
Anabi, Suki. Clear lot, Suki. Biar aku pergi push.
The glue walls in general taken out. Round one as well, and Fluxo cleans up house and makes it come back with a solid booyah.
The boogeyman is back, baby, and is looking really good right now. Looks really clean. MT7 was the guy in the spotlight, keeping so many teams away, and every single team kept their head down when they heard the sounds of his shots.
The very first booyah here for Fluxo in the group stage. SI
Fluxo booyah,
anticipated the team flying under the radar, but if they make
Memekak
it
kalau
into the
grup
top
B
four,
serabut
while
loceng
flying
bodoh
under the
tu.
radar,
Terkeli mati.
acknowledge they are a massive threat. I don't think Fluxo's trying. I think Fluxo's just chilling and they're still doing so well.
Yeah, just really taking their time, and it just felt so effortless seeing them play that map. But for the rest of the teams, though, everyone had a labored map. Everyone that was consistently on that top 3 earlier now knocked down super early. You know, as the Straw Hats worked.
Jap. Serik, back dulu.
RQ got knocked out early as well. And it is impressive to see this shift from so many of these teams as we go into this third map already.
Absolutely. And
Tengoklah Skypicer dia tu.
definitely your eyes are going to be on the teams who are looking for the
Weh,
early access
41 tu sakit lagi tu.
Twisted Minds, 3 games in a row have gotten
Nak elak pantai
themselves
omak
twisted
betul
into
kali.
a little bit
Aku
of
suka
a
balik.
confusion because they
Babi
can't
nak haram betul kau.
the big points, but one team that found big points, 33. The one and only Fluxo.
Yeah, they are so hyped, just so you can really hear them really bring in that energy for their games today. We talked about them not trying, but they are definitely excited to just really bring this up the ante and the heat.
Florin tu kena ambil dulu. Florin tu dia bagi nyawa macam tu.
How about that? How insane is that? And then you've got Leon on the other side who are struggling, who are trying their very best not just to survive but to find these elimination points. But they're still one step behind Brazil. This has always been the issue for the LATAM squads. Can they break that curse this time round at EWC 26?
Dah mati Gusen itu boleh lot ni. 9 second lot.
After struggling in the past 2 games.
Rembat Florin dulu. Jom, ni trap Florin dulu ni.
In totality, but they obviously have made up for
Kau terus pusing ke atas kan, Suki.
Yeah, it's looking
Sabar.
really good. And this is where, you know, not only
Tak
are
payah.
they worried
Dia ada
for the
Florin
bottom
tu.
teams, but also
Diorang
for the
tengah alih
possibility
perhatian nak
of
lot tu.
maintaining that top 2. Yesterday, it felt like Made in Brazil lost was just so comfortable, so far ahead of the teams, right? Currently now they're at what,
Tak boleh.
168 points.
Mampus kau.
Vitality and the rest of the squad have like what, a 20
Florin dia tu dah low boleh ya.
the rest of them. But if this continues,
Dah lot Hanabi.
we might see a shift
Hanabi lot.
toward the finals.
This time, Straw Hats only managing to sneak away.
Yang ni dapat turun end je. Saya buang masa tu. Makin sakit pula dia punya Hanabi tu. Leslie dia tu. Ialah pepek betul lah dia ni. Memang pepek, memang babi.
Can they work that back up? That's going to be a big question. But MT7, you know, I asked a question, is he going to be able to show that he is a better sniper than Yago? And the number of eliminations that he pulled away in this game, I think answers that question. But I still haven't seen a clean 1v1 between these two phenomenal snipers. Yeah, Yago pulled away.
Push dia bawah.
Leading up the lobby this time round.
Yeah, after
Florin
all,
ada
it
jaga
was
Leslie dan
frustrating
Semak
when
tau.
you see this. You know, we talked about riding the height in the beginning of the game for Straw Hats, for Mia. Yeah, it was the thing for map 1 and number 2. But now Kalahari comes through, Fluxo is online, and my worry is that they're going to start dominating, they're going to start farming these eliminations. We saw that happen on day number 1. It was changing pace from the usual style play, and now it's currently still going on all the way till now. And I think for many of these teams that want to be in this top 2, well, I think
Tidur
they're
kan
hoping
dia. Belum, tak habis lagi grup B. Nak tengok siapa yang layak. Orang dah cakap dah tadi.
This is a slightly easier lobby compared to Group A.
Ambil tower.
Many teams very
Dah.
capable of pulling away big
Push lah atas.
eliminations there.
Push atas. Dia orang tengah clear minion bawah.
We've seen Leon already 3 games in a row. You got to respect the kind of hustle that they have on their side. After yesterday, it was a decent run. Today, it's so
Push
much
lagi.
better, so much more consistent coming through from the team, right? And now they have to battle against the one and only Fluxo. Twisted Minds, unfortunately,
Apa?
after
Santai
running
duduk
3
belakang, duduk
games,
belakang. Main belakang, ambil damage belakang.
out of the top 4.
Yeah, and I think that this shift is just, I think, something that everyone has been expecting as well.
Yeah.
We talked a little bit, I think I talked to Lucifer earlier as well about what to expect from today.
Kau ingat kau je ada ulti. Atuk aku tak ada ulti ke?
After all, we also are expecting a bit of an area for us. So after this will be...
Duduk kat ulat aku, duduk kat ulat aku tu. Duduk kat ulat.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the
Jaga, Hanabi.
and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of
8 second ulti.
powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the
Aku nak kacau-kacau
making history.
Ambil buff dia tu.
Deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Atas, tolak lagi.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go! Tyler Wine, you're done.
Games 3 ended, and this is our stage hit.
Dah, boleh end dah tu.
Right next to me is Conchita, and of course, hey, let's talk about my team today. I am so proud of them. Did you guys see Kui in that moment with his gun M9590? And then after that, even he's alone, but he still got his 2 eliminations.
Of course, we're gonna talk about your team. I mean, Yun, so let's not forget who gets the booyah. Hello, it's Fluxo's first ever booyah.
Tak payahlah kau
I know
joget-joget
it is a
macam tu,
little bit
comel sangat.
unexpected to see them only getting the booyah on the second day. But then again, hey, it's Fluxo. They're in no rush, no desperation. They have that level of calm that finally show us what Fluxo really is made of. And MT7, I mean, that shot from high up, that was so amazing, and it shows the power that they truly have and why they are one of the strongest, biggest team from Brazil.
I agree. MT7 is one of the best
Ye,
snipers
Kat
that
Dabi.
Brazil has ever born. And of course, let's talk about our games. Only 3 games left too. And the
Kat
last top
Dabi,
4
Kat
go
Plek
straight to the
Dabi.
finals. Currently, we have Lost,
Kau lagi berapa
Vitality,
bintang lagi?
RQ, and now Fluxo.
Yes, Fluxo have successfully
Kat
taken over
Dabi.
the 4th spot from Leon from the booyah that they just secured. And what is even more amazing is the fact that they collected 21
Cepat sikit.
elimination points.
Jangan lama-lama
just
sangat
one
push tu.
game. Now this is what I want to see, because this is what was missing
MM ah.
yesterday. Going against Lost, I do feel like there is
Tak ada
some
Kat Dabi tadi, kita kalah tadi.
going on between these two. But boy, oh boy, I am so proud to see
Tak biar dia
Fluxo
nak push lagi tu,
claiming
nampak
the
dia
throne
pergi
and claiming
push
the
tu.
booyah. Finally today.
Well, finally today we can see
Biar dia pergi
Fluxo
push.
got the booyah, and I'm hoping for
Alah.
more, because you can see the crowd. It's so crazy.
Dah
I really
bodoh.
love them. The energy here and the heat just keep making hot, even though here is really cold, you know. And let's talk about our top 11 and top 12. What do you think about them?
I do think that seeing how the group is doing right now,
Marah
I
ya
agree that
saudara.
Group B somehow
Ni ajak MM tadi, MM tadi.
a little easier
Ajak
compared
Leslie
to
tadi, Leslie tadi padu.
Group A, but hey, anything can still happen. We still have a couple of games left.
Ya,
And seeing how
aduh,
Fluxo is
belagak.
bouncing
Tapi
back,
dia
I
padu
don't
pun dia
think
kalah
the
ke?
top
Cakap
four that
dia,
we have
jangan
right
lupa
now
benda
is
tu.
truly secured, don't you think?
I do, but not yet. Because we only have like 3 games and 3 games left to go. So I think this group 4 still got some change to it. But I'm not sure, because Lion is so crazy. You know, come
Dia
on,
off tu, dia
this
mengajuk
game, he's
MVP
on
kalah.
fire. Like a youth, a very young youth, a really young energy, come to the stage and destroy everything that is like cover his way up.
Kacau.
Man,
Ka-
totally his fun.
Kacau nama dia.
Actually, we talked
Kacau.
about this at the desk earlier, because we do believe
Kacau,
that Leon
perempuan
actually
lah, Kap.
has some more power, something that they haven't really got the chance to show on this stage yet. And yes, speaking of Games King, we know how passionate he is.
Tekanlah
and
Sam,
how
halah kau
great
tak payah
he
serabut
is.
lah
But then
borak.
I do remember one of his posts on social media. He was apologizing to the fans because he
Nak
wasn't
cepat ni,
really
orang nak
giving his
tidur
all.
ni.
Even though we know how hard it could be at the EWC, right? Again, it
Berak
is
kau
the
daripada
World Cup,
pukul
so
6
the
aku live
tension,
tadi
the
gila.
pressure, it is obviously higher and it's so difficult for them. So yeah, I'm just waiting actually for Leon to making a comeback. I mean, if Fluxo can do it, I'm pretty sure that Leon can do it as well.
Well, we only have the left top 4 because in the Group A, we already have top 4 and this will be another top 4 and then 8 teams will go straight to the finals. Don't let yourself step into the survival mode tomorrow because they're only gonna pick 4 teams out of 12.
Yeah, and honestly, it's just gonna be harder for the team because, hello, it's called survival stage for a reason. They're gonna have to survive, and it is not an easy task. But I'm still quite happy because call me biased all you want. I am so glad that we have 2 Indonesian teams right now at the top 4. Can we talk about that for a second? We have Team Fatality. Sorry, I gotta say that one more time. Team Fatality, as Neptune would say, and RRG.
Ambil lah dia suruh ambil apa tu.
Consistent, and yeah, I just can't wait to see the rest of the games today and who are advancing to the next stage.
Well, I'm happy for you. Guess I have to wait for my team. So Conchita.
Yes, I think it is it from now, but let's go back to the caster and see what do they have to talk about. Take it away, casters.
Okay, things are heating up right now.
Yeah.
I mean, after all, we are talking about the teams that are, I think, supported by both Conchita.
Tu boleh, tu boleh.
Teams that are
Tu
supported
boleh.
by,
Apa masuk KG4? Kampung 4 Serangkai.
on top, after all, is Fluxo. They are heating up. They're looking very aggressive. MT7
Cepat.
is starting to come online.
Cepatlah pilih. Alah, ambil lah tadi tu. Yang lompat-lompat tu. Itu. Itu tadi. Itu. Itu. Patut tak cukup korum. Kita orang ada 4 orang ni.
Eliminations to their name. Obviously, that's not going to be enough to protect your throne. But they've already put
Tak lah, ya.
phenomenal distance between themselves.
Yang seorang tadi tu duduk dekat tu. Epic lama sangat. Serabut.
Like I said at the start of our Group B, regardless of what MIBR loss does, I don't
Dia
think
duduk
they
kat
can get
Epic.
out of the top 4.
Kalau tidak
And
biasa
that
cukup
is
ni.
something
5
that
orang.
truly deserves our respect because they pretty much earned their spot at the early access into the grand finals just off of one day's phenomenal run with the 3 Booyahs to their name. But of course, I am expecting some other teams to wake up. We have been talking
Marilah
about
masuk
Straw Hats.
KG4 ni.
We've been talking
Kalau
about
padu
Mia
MM lah.
Gold.
Tak padu tak ya.
Of hustle that we have seen Straw Hats do in that first
Tak, dia kena cakap depan-depannya. Nanti kan sampai MM macam semalam memang aku kick je.
who want to survive or not, right? Al-Ahly, they knew that they were in a pressured
8
situation.
minit
They
tawa
needed to wake
rata
up
siap
in
dekat
the
MM
but
punya
Al-Ahly
lane.
brought
Apa
them
benda
absolutely
tu
nothing.
main
And
macam
yet,
tu.
the team of Straw Hats could not take advantage of that. They got kicked out a tad bit too early.
8 minit boleh rasa
Yeah, and I
tahu.
think in this situation, you could
Tak payah
start to
main.
see what they were trying to go for. They want to try and go for eliminations. They want to move around the map and go for these fights. But somehow,
Takkan semua
sometimes, when you
flicker,
play in
boy.
this situation, you have to be ready to be dealing with this high-risk situations.
Yeah.
And for them, that high-risk situation did not give them any rewards. But we still have another few maps to go, and it's still another 3 more chances for them to play catch-up. Between the bottom 3 teams right now,
tak
Miyakor,
tengok lagi dia main
Al-Ahly
hyper ke
Esports,
lah,
Straw
mabuk
Hats,
tak
only
mabuk?
what 2 points, 4 points between another. And in this
Tunggu
situation,
lagi dia punya mabuk.
only between of them 3, 2 will have to go home.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, it's savage to have your totem
Dia punya
crushed out
farm tu
here
sampai-
within the group
sampai minit
stage in
20 dia
itself.
farm.
But that's exactly how lethal things are at the Esports World Cup. We are savage, baby. You gotta be good enough to step into not just our grand finals, but good enough to step into our survival stage. And the teams who do not step it up, they will be crushed. Not just their totems, but their dreams as well. At least they get a little bit of a longer holiday in Paris.
Yeah, for sure. And I think in this situation, right, I mean, for those that are not going on holiday, you play another extra day. You have to go, you have this stress to try and survive today. You have to survive again tomorrow to be able to go to that grand finals.
Oh, yeah.
Regardless, the next map is now here. I am curious to see how things are going to go today. Are teams going to just change up things? Are they going to be able to just go very aggressive, just start to farm up those eliminations? Or are we going to be seeing a more passive approach for some of these teams as well? Because after all today, I mean, the interview just that we had Joel, they said that they are playing very dynamically.
Aduh,
based
dia
on how
MM nak beli Skype Pizza dulu Okay, beli
they
dulu.
don't want to just go aggressive the whole way.
I say wow because you have more words than what Joel
Beli
gave.
dulu. Tak apa, aku beli kejap lagi.
I was barely giving us any answers.
Bagi
but
dia
you gotta
punya
love
ni
the
dulu.
fact that he was cool, calm, collected. He was confident. He was like, yeah, we're just doing what we always do. We're going out there, we're kicking some good butt.
Santai.
But this time they'll have to watch out though because if they don't start stepping it up, they might have their spot ripped away. Leon is way too close. Although they do have about a 20-point gap up at the top in that second spot. Vitality.
Ni buff dia ni.
Got 3 more
Buff dia ni.
and anything can happen in these 3 games. Leon's going to be dropping straight up into Brasilia.
Ambil apa Sam tak ada.
To the Indian squad. IQ Total Gaming, they have to find a way to make sure they don't get caught up in terms of survival only, right? Because let's say in the final 3 games, Mia Corp, Al Ahly, Straw Hats, they wake up. IQ Total Gaming is going to be on the chopping block.
Oh yeah, for real as well. Now coming into this, I like the fact that you saw Koja get that first pick already, and he's going for a nice separate.
Lambat sangat.
Compared to the rest of his team here, could just keep SAUL busy for the time being. And now Koja getting his 1 pick off already means that he's gonna be able to just rendezvous with his teammate, or he could go to Brasilia, get a bit of a vantage point, an idea what's going on, wait out the initial fights, and then I don't know, third party.
Oh, the drums have.
Jap. Santai lu atas Santai lu atas. Aku ambil ulti jap. Ada ulti kan aku pergi atas pula.
But IQ Total Gaming, Riptide Rhythm, perfect
Tembak
combo
betul lu.
for Mafia. The VSK will not find elimination.
Dia nak masuk
Follows it up with the P90. The knock from afar, Mafia taken down. Hax has got the VSS with the rate of fire and the damage to keep the numbers
Ayo
equal
Shrek,
here.
clear tengah.
It looks like they are
Aku naik
gonna be
atas.
stepping away from that battle. But Della with a tiny mistake there with the ice grenade puts himself out of the equation. Aztec gets knocked out by Joker. Joker holding the squad of Leon together. And he has to find some way to get out of this sticky situation alongside Hax.
Yeah, Hax should be able to get out of there, I think, fairly safely. TG doesn't look like they're going to be putting in that chase as we go.
Dapat. Go.
They have an idea toward where Mia's
Mampus kau. Bye-bye.
And so
Bye-bye.
even the Baz was able to just really fully push forward there. That's 1 more point in the bag. But for the rest of the team here,
Bye.
nothing to do.
Balik lu MM. Balik lu MM.
Want their
Woo.
4 spots back.
Woo.
But what's the odds that we get 3
Sudah.
Southeast Asian teams qualifying from Group B as well? I think that's too much. 2 is a lot already.
It is a lot. I
Yeah.
agree with you. I mean, this is the Esports World Cup. We want to see diversity and representation from so many different countries if we can. And Shaky already knocked down Ahali Esports here, showing a bit more aggression and a little bit more, I would say, proactivity because Wolfgang is going to be shot out of the sky. Takes a bit of chip damage, but able to get away with his life.
Al Ahly stepping it
Di
up
atas
as well.
balik.
They understand.
Orang bawah bawa diri tau. Aku bantu atas ni.
The totems and their
Dia ada
hopes
stage
being
ni.
crushed. IQ Total Gaming.
Mari.
Making sure he lets go of the zip line. It just hit that U-turn a tad bit
Kena
here.
flame shot macam tu je bang.
Fourth was just not
Buat
gonna
minta
have
maaf je lah.
any bit of advantage for him whatsoever.
Mampus kau.
The equation there early.
Okay, clear minion. Push atas.
Mafia crawling around looking for more coins. Rigby will find RRQ's dudes.
Diamlah.
And the battle between MIBR Lost and RRQ breaking off right now. Vitality is going to find themselves a victim.
Kau tak
as well.
nampak turtle kat mana? Jangan jadi buta
Crushed. Not just their players but their hopes as well. They need to step it up. They need to pull those
Nampak
revives back in.
runtuh tu kan?
You really want to be able to do that as well. Vitality want to make up for
5 second ulti, 5 second ulti. 2 second ulti. Jangan maret.
Out in the open, in trouble. There's only so much time before that glue wall goes down here. The Baz will be pressured. But it doesn't stop him from trying to
tolong ni.
himself away. But he is, after all, the one being pressured and get kept away from that zone. Jump rushes forward here to who somehow on the other end gets knocked down.
Straw Hats getting involved in
Waduh,
this
aku
battle.
kena dengan
But it's
api
supposed
pula
to be
dah.
between Twisted Minds and SHUL. We don't even spot out the players on the side of Straw Hats. But they're trading blows with Twisted Minds, and that pulls the attention of the Thai squad a tad bit too long. And SHUL, they take advantage of that situation. Jump's gonna get
Balik,
overwhelmed here. Twisted Minds might not see the
Tak, aku
early
tengah balik, aku
access
tengah balik.
into the grand finals if this continues to happen. But Diamond's just keeping the team alive. In fact, going in here with the revive one after the other. Twisted Minds right back in here as a full squad, but scrambled on the battlefield.
Yeah, we're starting to see like a slowdown, at least for some of these fights. They come through, they go away, they go and revive the whole team once again here. The Lions have been hanging out in this area for quite some time. I mean, yeah, we see those little skirmishes that they go and ahead and have, but never really full commits onto fights, and they definitely do not want to go and overextend and chase a bit too early either. The lack of information about crossfires and where other teams might be is just, the question marks is just a bit too much for them to deal with.
Straw Hats, 3 eliminations already. They are off to a fantastic start. But Al Ahly keeping themselves alive and kicking, making sure they don't get kicked out of the competition too early. The focus, for me personally, is definitely on the lower side of this leaderboard. Who gets their totems crushed today? We've got 3 more games to go for them to save themselves from annihilation. And Miakov's just one of those 3 who are desperately trying to stay alive. Those revives have been solid for the time being. SHUL on the other hand, 90 points on the leaderboard. But 3
Kacau ni, buff dia ni, buff ni.
the state of this Indian squad. AYUH Total Gaming, a little bit of a civil war between the Indian teams. And SHUL will be allowed to survive a little bit longer by the looks of it.
I am very excited to see how it's going on toward this southern side of the map.
Dapat.
RQ and Made in Brazil loss has been kind of hanging around there for quite some time, but never a full commit quite yet. Maybe you see pickoffs, but never really a situation where they want to go on a full 4v4. And we see
Kepong ni.
Team Vitality as well.
Team Secret.
Dah, aku dah masuk lah tu.
Crossing over. One into play. A little bit of interference between the battle of 2 titans. MIBR versus RQ. You better wrap this up quick because Team Secret wants to party. Abe with the Max 7 gets the knock, but PLS1. The shot from afar takes the sniper of MIBR out of the equation first. Yanaral as well as round 1-7. Desperately trying to look for survival. Ma'al, can he find the angle as General scurries towards the compound to find the vending machine? 700 coins in his pocket, he can afford 1 revive. But can he get there?
Atas angin mati. Atas angin mati. Atas angin dia mati.
Of the battle at Central.
They had such good timing getting into the area as well. Finding General, adding another 1 point to the board for them as well. Full control of the side. Now Fluxo is coming close into the area, and this is interesting.
On 7, he's going out surfing. Boy's got his priorities right. He's trying to find the rotation outside the circle. Battle between SHUL and Twisted Minds. Not looking too good for the Indian squad. But they still do have some viability here. No, stabbed in the back by Diamond, but he pulls off a double revive before being annihilated with that VSK up close and personal, which keeps the hopes and dreams of SHUL pulling more points in this lobby alive.
Here we go. Definitely heard the sounds of the rotations coming in here. Looks so close by, but over on this side, the Lions are starting to just find the members of the Al Ahly squad. Moves away into a corner, but cannot break into the compound quite yet here. Hax is close, jumps forward, decides to move away.
Aku tolong bantai, patah aku yang kena pula. Aduh. Aku dah tolong pun salah. Tak tolong salah. Dah dia tu modal mencocok. Modal cocok dekat buff. La ilaha illallah. Atas tu, mari. Mari atas. Mari.
MT7 apologies. Yago's going to be pissed. I left the team a long time ago. I'm not going back there, Pistachio. Wangam backing away. PLS1 understands that the
kita orang tengah pantai ni kan.
That forces them back into a little bit of hiding, opening up a little bit of space.
Kebetulan dah lalu, takkan aku nak hai masuk makan. Susah hyper tu, sekejap lagi aku lagi kena.
They can also pressure Team Secret since they do have to find a different way to get into the zone, and they do just that instead of going for.
Kau maret lagi memang pijak lah dia ni. Kau tengok tu, ada can-can nak maret dah tu. Nas, apa bodoh lah hyper.
As we look at the rest of Team Secret here, have a bit of a top up as well for their supplies, but Fluxo already close to the zone. And it's curiously enough, this fight against Vitality is about to get really hot after this.
I'm sure they definitely have a launch pad here, so they're not too worried about the position outside the safe zone at this point of time. Probably going to be laying it out at the beach and taking a quick jump in. Those binoculars need to be used first. Yago brings back two of his buddies on the side of MIBR loss. And the hope is not lost just yet for them to hold on to the #1 spot by the time we bring Group B to an end. Purgatory is a huge map, and that's why you've seen a lot of these touch-and-go eliminations coming on through. We're almost back to a full lobby as we approach the 12-minute mark.
I can't believe that everyone is still all so healthy as we come into this stage of the game. Usually it's so hectic. The full-on fights
Ramai gila.
and Fluxo catching the members of TG, rotating into the area. TG don't know what to do with this. Decides to just move away, not really paying attention to Fluxo.
Aku baik aku pergi ambil minion dah tentu dah hidup. Kapisa aku baru 20 setan. Takkan aku nak gas gila. Itu kalau kena tolak 7 tu kapisa hilang. Dah 12 minit dah. Ulah time. Aku buat tak reti
Yeah, this is huge because Team Secret is currently not
Tengok
only
babi tu.
outside the zone but also pressure.
Sakit, Agus tu dah sakit.
Option taken out as well. The rotation is going to be annoying. And Troll, despite being able to stay alive for quite some time, not able to do so for time being because Fluxo now is in trouble. Vitality is just really pressuring them. Bunzin knocked down. Koja wants to rush forward here.
Gila 12 team lagi tak rasa pun lagi.
For the time being here, but Bobs once more rushes forward. Koja huge from Bunzin. Take them out of the way. Koja will be traded out quickly. And Joel as well from Ali Esports somewhere in the fray.
Wow, beautiful play by Diggs there. He made sure Butchizin does not get picked up. And now as these two teams are a tad bit busy with each
Estes tu
other,
dulu.
Lost looking to take advantage of the situation. Team Secret in the area as well. Lost focusing to take their players out. Secret can't jump into a full-on battle just yet now.
Sniper kau tengok dia buat item apa.
As SAUL Esports finally bows out of the lobby. GU making sure Wang Arm's not going to get picked up in that situation.
Ni.
But it is Team Secret that has
Sekor lagi ni.
advantage with the zone.
Ni depan ni, dua ni. Ambil buff tu dulu.
Team Secret was the one kept out here, but because of the commotion, they were able to find that space to get here. And now Fluxo will try to just really buy some time and survive. But over on this side here, the Lions are rushing forward. Twist their minds once in on this as well. To be able to steal away a pickup in the middle of the fight could be huge for them.
Tikui pissed off.
Lot je.
So as they drive away, but it's not going to find those perfect connections. Team Secret damaged severely. Not just their players, but
Aku
their
dah cakap
chances
dah,
of
Maret
Booyah
ke ni.
and a phenomenal comeback here as well on this game 4. Secret hasn't had the best of run today. The best has been 12 points from a lobby, and that was at Solara. But now the battle.
Awal kepala ipit.
Look at Abego. Max 7 in hand. Has the valiant dash. But gets
Kau tengok tu siap mati pula, bantai buff mati.
what the A124 gives you. But Yago the only survivor. As Dudes pops them with the M590. And the sniper can't do much but to disengage and look for a vehicle, to look for a vending machine. But Team Secret bows out before MIBR loss gets taken out.
Crazy work, RQ able to come back into the game as well. Yago
Sabar lu. MM. Clear bawah lu.
The RQ squad is just too much to deal with. And they're eliminated.
Abok, aku tengah settle mid tu.
Point away for the squad. Every single sneaky point is going to make a big difference for Al-Ali.
Belakang. Kepala otak dia ulat aku mampus macam tu bebek je.
Knocked down to the ground, MD7 sharp shot.
Ya ilah.
Going to be breaking down the defenses, opening up the house here for Fluxo as well. But they refuse to step on in. Miakov right behind the squad, so Straw Hats can't go anywhere.
Minion. Kalah ni. Aku dah cakap jangan bagi Sam tu hyper. Kawan degi. Hyper tu Maret.
That gets annihilated instead of the Straw Hats.
clearly you cannot cage a cornered animal because Straw Hat now decides to move forward here. Trackstrap already knocked down here as Fluxo tries to find a way into the zone. They're gate capped. They don't have any space either, but they can buy their time. Hoping to see who exactly be crossing paths here. Twisted Minds should be able to backstep onto TG. But at the same time here, Fluxo goes head-to-head against Al Ahly Esports.
Man, Al Ahly Remind is going to be the playmaker here. Put up another grenade, baby. The M79 making magic work for Al Ahly. 3 Fluxo members taken down, make that 4. And reminding everyone that Al Ahly is no easy picking.
As TJ rushes forward,
jari,
there's a lot
tak
of ways to
betul.
work with. But the ones to go down here is not going to be them. Because Twisted Minds completely annihilate this team. Lions cannot survive. Hunted by the Twisted Minds. A lot of space to work with. And now, SH waiting the wings. Who almost get knocked down but survives a little bit longer. As Sek is just waiting and biting for time. But who falls?
The efforts were from Twisted Minds, but the winners of that battle were the Straw Hats who sneaked away those points from them. But that's all they're going to be able to eat off of the efforts of Twisted Minds as they personally take the Straw Hats out of the equation. But a valiant
Kan dia
effort
main
from them
ML nak main
to
kat
find the final circle. Al Ahly,
tengah
on the
penuh.
other hand, with the survival gameplay, will no longer
Kan
be
dia jam
able to pull away points. As they get tortured
Ilah
in the
pipit
hands of
tu lah.
Twisted Minds, looking for their comeback match. And this is it. One more player to shut down, to walk away with a massive booyah for Thailand.
Tu.
The wings here. There we go.
Tak
And
ajak akan dia ni,
always
bukan
it's
nak
going
ajak
to be
awak.
them.
Awak baru masuk live kan.
Coming in from
Kau menekan
Twisted Minds,
aku
just
eh.
completely collapsing. Looking good. A lot of respect given as well to really cinch
Kau
out
baru
that
masuk
game.
live, lepas tu kau tanya tak ajak. Rembat kan.
Twisted Minds in the past 2 games.
Oh, duduk kat live Shrek, masuk kat Shrek lah.
7 from Solara, 3 from Kalahari.
Ya, masuk apa team code ni? 586545. 586545. Dah Shrek kata full. Tadi memang full, ni dah ada kosong. Suki tak naik-naik bintang dia bodoh. Berapa? 586545. 58 58 tak ada. 58. Siapa yang masuk ni? Bukan dia ni. Ni siapa ni? Tak buka. Oh dia. Buka lah speaker setan. Ha kan kena. Suki tengah push seorang-seorang. Sebab dia happy. Tak boleh main dengan kita orang. Nanya kawan tu. Dia tengah
interesting as now they were in a situation that they should have won that fight, but somehow Straw Hats being able to turn around the game. Regardless, Fluxo currently waiting on the stage. Let's see what they have to say.
Hello everyone, we are back on stage here and I'm happy to be here with my colleague Barney. Thanks so much for joining us on this interview, MT7. And actually, I want to hear Fluxo's crowd! Such great support for you, MT7, definitely. That's super fans. Okay, so yesterday you guys had such a great, amazing debut here. Was so nice to watch you guys, even though you guys didn't get a booyah. But today you had a slow start. What went wrong those first couple of games? Ontem vocês conseguiram fazer uma estreia muito boa, mesmo que vocês não tenham conseguido um booyah. Porém, hoje vocês começaram um pouco mais devagar. O que aconteceu nos primeiros jogos que acabou dando algumas coisas erradas?
tak yalah kau mimpi dah boleh lepas botak tu. Memang kena ban je.
Depois a gente saiu para conversar e conversamos legal.
Bahasa apa ni kan dia? Brazil.
Acabamos consertando para a terceira queda e consegui meu booyah.
Okay,
Yang
so
ni Brazil ni.
actually it was some mistakes that each one of us did, like the whole group, the whole team. After that, we team up again, we talked with the coach, and we decided to fix some little mistakes that we were doing, and that's why we got a booyah, because we could finally step it up.
I mean, making those micro
Saya
adjustments
pandai
is
cakap
exactly
bahasa
what you
Brazil.
do, especially in a team of your caliber. Now, MT7, we've got to talk about game 3. You absolutely
Lapas supu dia cakap.
the baby goat And not only that, but also you're like the MVP of your season in the Brazil region, okay? So let's talk a little bit about
Chow, naik dulu Chow. Aduh, aku dah tukar lane pula dah, naik dulu.
hugely popping off on the main stage, playing incredibly well. How do your teammates complement you with their play styles that then allows you to go and play the way that you did?
Obviamente que no jogo 3 a gente pôde ver
Babi
muito
takkan aku
mais
ESP bodoh lah. Bodohnya lah kau ni. Bodoh kau ni memang daripada lahir ke bodoh macam ni.
Você foi o MVP da fase regular do Free Fire e a gente gostaria de saber como é que o time consegue também acompanhar você em todas as eliminações.
Tak payahlah bodoh. Dah tak ada damage lah kalau aku duduk gol pakai tu.
Sobressair no jogo.
Bebal. Orang tua memang bodoh.
A gente passa, já tem mais de anos treinando juntos, jogando as mesmas partidas, fazendo coisas diferentes, porém com o mesmo objetivo.
Sakit lah kepala aku. Tak apa, biar. ESP boleh ni.
Tem um entrosamento muito forte por causa disso. A gente passa horas jogando junto, até quando acaba os treinos a gente joga junto.
Okay, so one thing you guys should know about us is
Masalah ESP aku tak ada.
not only teammate but as a family. We practice every day.
Ada tamus je, tak apa, biar. Boleh je ni ESP boleh. La ilaha illallah, buat perangai bodoh sepasing.
We go out together, we go have dinner together, we do everything together, and that's why explains the good chemistry that we have. Not only me but each one of
Salah
you guys
kacau
know
tadi,
that
salah
they are
kacau
the
tu.
best of the
Kacau
world.
tu salah
And
tadi.
this here at AWC.
Bahasa bule.
Interview, there is
Bule tu bahasa apa bahasa?
to be honest on that, okay? So you were the MVP of Free Fire World Series Brazil, despite not winning the title. Do you think you can win MVP again here at AWC, or is this challenge even harder, even bigger for you? Você foi o MVP, finalizou ali
Masalah siar kau tu panjang. Kau buang pun tak guna.
com mais de 300 eliminações. Você acha que você consegue ser o MVP aqui no AWC ou esse é um desafio maior para você?
Gaya dia aku yang sabih gini.
Que eu sempre quis, que é ser MVP e campeão. Acho que por mais que tem muita, os caras tá muito aqui na frente, mas mesmo assim eu vou ir atrás porque é o meu sonho ser campeão e ser MVP.
By the way, kan ni kau baru. Tak apa.
Possa estar difícil, eu ainda acredito nisso.
Kau baru.
It looks hard, definitely. Is this a big challenge for me? But that's my goal. That's my
Lepas tu
dream.
pakai Laila pula tu memang baru lah. Jadi kau tengok lah. Dia punya Laila.
But also, I wanna be the MVP.
Ha?
I wanna be the winner of
Buat mana
AWC
lagi?
26 and wear the crown
Ada je lagi.
of the MVP of AWC 26. So that's my dream and that's my goal, and I'm
Apa,
going to
siapa
do
tu?
everything to reach that.
That dream could definitely come true.
Oh.
Thank you for joining us in this interview. We really appreciate it.
Tengok lah dulu gameplay dia. Kalau main macam tahi tak ya.
Group stage, and they're going to pop off. We can, of course, imagine, and it's going to happen right here on the main stage. But for now,
Viewer pun kalau main macam tahi tak ya. Serabut. Aku nak flame shot ni. Bantai. Caw. Tu bawah tu nak je. Bawah tu mati lang tahu itu. Pak baru tu lah. Sabar lu. Sabar. Kau je nak farm, orang lain tak payah farm.
Escada.
Tahu Laila, Syawal diam.
Escada. Torre Eiffel. Buia. E você tem primeiro? Vai puxando o VAR.
Sabar.
Põe pra frente não, velho. Não posso.
La ilaha illallah, hai. Ha, ambil.
Macaco.
Dah balik lah. La ilaha illallah. Dia perap dalam tower tu.
Esse aqui tá muito difícil, essa. Quantas letras?
Kau ingat kau apa, Hilda duduk dalam semak tambah nyawa?
Uma palavra. Uma letra.
La ilaha illallah. Hellcat tu bodoh.
Coração. Uma maçã. Banana. Bandana, cara.
Matilah kau atas.
Hambúrguer. Pão.
Lantaklah kau.
Pão de queijo.
Orang nak tetel ni. Tak nampak ke orang nak tetel? Kau tak nampak orang nak tetel?
Você correu. Você corre. Correu. Pão.
Mana nak go ni? Hellcat tu ada tengah ni.
Você correu o pão.
Pergi ambil Laila tu atas tu Hellcat. Pergi ambil Laila tu.
Você
Kau pergi ambil Laila atas.
o pão. Correu. Isso aí, o que é? Isso aqui, isso não. Ah, tá, o pão.
Yeah.
Aham. Hã? Correu. Você correu o pão? Eu matei o pão. Não, o pão. Tá. Correu. Correu. Ele roubou teu pão. O pão correu de você. Correu. Correu. O pão correu dele? Pão. De você? O pão. Pão. E você? E você correu atrás dele. O pão. Sim. Você.
Tutup lampu. Pam. Mati. Hilang. Pam.
Correu atrás dele. Você correu atrás de mim. Correu atrás dele. Isso.
Lari je dia. Takut dia.
Okay, it might be our loss. It might take you a little bit longer to figure out your miming skills. And today's taking a little bit longer to get a booyah too, because this squad has not been able to get one. If we actually rewind it, though, we're going to talk about the Brazilian squad that was able to get a booyah, and that's none other than Flux. So don't worry, we'll be able to break down a little bit more of the game that just happened. But I want to go back to Flux, though, because this is the one thing that they were missing out on, Lace.
Yeah, I mean, if you had to look at that final zone and that split hold that they had, I thought that it was going to be a little bit of a difficult feat after how many eliminations they had under their belt going into that match as well. But of course, they needed this. This is the booyah that they needed, because on day one they were sitting at 9.2 average elims and
Aku duk tolong bawah tu tadi. Jangan jadi buta boleh tak?
They were actually on 0 and 1, which is after match 3. That's not a great time, but that booyah brought them to a
Kau jangan lari Kau jangan lari Kau jangan lari Hellcat. Baru aku tek-tek lepas tu kau lari.
And I mean, if you just look at this fight that they had between, I think it was them and Team Secret, just Central, and they literally decimated them. I want to sort of bring Team Secret into the conversation with Fluxo, and the reason being is that Team Secret are getting eliminations on the edge of zone, but they are not moving from that. You could see the fight that was happening between these two teams sort of in that southwest corner, and Fluxo made the decision to rotate early. They're like, okay, nothing's happening from this fight. We're not winning it. No exchanges are happening. They're like, we're going to rotate. And they did. And then you saw, if you Team Secret try to follow suit, but they were decimated at that end of zone. So these decisions from the likes of Team Fluxo, and we heard it from MT7 as well, saying that they saw that first match. They didn't want a bar of that anymore, so they made a decision to do that, and that's exactly what is showcased.
Yeah, and for Fluxo, this is something that they needed. Not only the booyah, but we need to start seeing them being a little bit more consistent, because at one point, and I mean, when we end up seeing that overall, you'll see how tight everything is within this group. It's not decided just quite yet. A team that was able to get just a booyah, none other than Twisted Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, Twisted Mind, aggressive?
At last.
Finally. I mean, Twisted Mind, I mean, they are aggressive way when the first time we saw them is now showing up once again. I mean, there's one thing that we expect out of Twisted Mind, and this Thailand team has been one of the threat that doesn't really care about the booyah. So I don't even know why they got a booyah. I guess they're only getting up on the elimination, just getting on the board right now. That's the aggression of Twisted Mind. Just different from what we've seen in other teams from Thailand. But now they're going strategical. They're not going aggressive right now. Half, if not 3/4 of the game, they were just hanging tight, just waiting for the opportunity and getting all those eliminations.
I know why they got the booyah. I was following them yesterday, Neptune, okay? It was after such a, they started at those first 3 matches, throwaways. It was not great for Twisted Minds, but then they started their rotation
Epic
and getting
outplay,
those placement
killing
points. And what did I say?
spree.
The kills come to them. So it was only a matter of time. I thought the booyah was going to happen yesterday for them, I was really hoping, but they got it today because they're following the same formula that they were doing in those final 3 matches of groups yesterday.
A team that's putting
gotta pick up my
themselves there.
cards.
Yeah, I was about to say, you just
I
threw
need
them
them,
back.
bro.
There goes all your notes over there on the floor.
I will pick it up after production, I promise.
Now, Conchita, actually going to some of the Indonesian teams as we'll see the overall ranking here.
Yeah.
You can see Team RRQ right now in 4th place, but they're being followed by Fluxo.
Yes, it is not safe at all. I mean, just by looking at what Twisted Minds just did in the game that we have just finished, they sneakily crept up to the 2nd position, and that was supposed to be the safe zone for Team Fatality. I mean, by the way that they're playing today, the consistency that they've been showing, apparently it is still not enough. And if we're talking about RRQ, like I said before, this is the true test that they need to face. Are they ready to really be clutch about this couple of last games? Because if we're talking about them, usually shakes, and I would really hate to see that happening again.
Gotta be looking at the teams that are currently in contention to just make it to survival or end up going home, because this race is actually tight as well. You got Al Ali there with 92 points. Straw Hats trying to chase them down with 85, and it's who's gonna be going home and who's gonna be going to survival. Even Mia, if they ended up having a good game here, with 2 games left, they could put themselves in contention for that last game to make it to survival.
Prince, belakang sikit, Prince.
Making it difficult for me, Corp, as well.
Belakang sikit. Aku nak lompat. Aku lompat kau ni. Okay, dua.
Passive approach to just buying their time, making sure that they
Dia kena dah tu, nampak tau.
and then that's when they meet up. They're not even getting that lot of elimination, so that would be difficult for them. And we also saw on that last match in Purgatory, we're in Al Ali. They
He was practicing that backstage, by the way, guys.
Kau betul, mati.
It's the same boys making a comeback. The Neptune special.
Oh yeah. I mean,
Okay, modal ulti babi.
From Remind, that grenade launcher was just deadly, and he timed it well. Everyone's in a compound, everyone is one space, and he just wrecked them with that M79 grenade launcher.
Yeah, we just wish that we could have seen this sooner. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Like, this is something that we need them to show from yesterday, day 1. This type of hunger that
Lot dah. Dia orang main kat lot dah.
to fight for their place. I mean, the next game, next era, this should be interesting.
It should be
Dia orang tak dapat, tapi dia orang tengah set up. Dua bawah Shrek. Jaga je. Ada 2 kat bawah.
In game 5.
Well, I have 2 teams that managed to get a booyah already. We have MIBR loss as well as RRQ. But in terms of numbers, especially in terms of placement point, MIBR loss has been consistent in this map. There's also Lion who might be able to catch up, because in terms of when it comes to elimination, it's quite even across the 3.
It is very even across those 3. With loss, I mean, if they do end up getting points, this squad is just going to keep propelling themselves even higher to 1st place, because nobody's going to be catching them unless we see something crazy. Well, did I just curse them? Hopefully that's not the case. But for some of the other squads, right, RRQ, we're talking about Vitality as well. They need to make sure they come in clutch, as you've been saying. This is the time for those Indonesian teams.
Kejap.
We're not. Well,
they need to be clutch.
They need to be clutch, and this is something that Fatality has actually proven that they can be. But again, if we're talking about RRQ, this is where the true testament really comes, because I really do want them to
letak map,
I
so
really
tengok.
want them to finally overcome whatever it is, whatever curse or whatever jinx that they have right now. But that is not what I've been seeing on the last couple of matches, because again, I feel like they are slightly declining, and that is not good. So this better be a wake-up call. I mean, Al Ahly came out of nowhere and really performed well on that last game. That should be something that could wake
Tak perasan bawah tu.
in right now.
Now, we'll see though. I mean, RQ, when it comes to the map, Nextera is their 2nd best. Only 2-point difference when it comes to Solara as well as Nextera. Their averages is also high in there. So I have confidence.
Kalau bot tak payah nak attack lah, bodoh. Pergi belajar dulu main Hellcat tu.
But I just don't want any surprises come from the other teams.
And the thing that happens when we end up going to the final 2 games is that we usually end up getting surprises. And I'm excited to see which team will be surprising us here in Game 5 and later on in Game 6, because this is Group B and these are the last matches. We'll be finding out who's going to be going to the Global Finals Survival and the last 2 going home. Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, Seven. And I think Al Ahly's definitely feeling the pressure, right? And although they did make a phenomenal comeback here at Purgatory with a
Okey
total
tak?
of 20
Okey
points,
tak?
they are
Okey ke
still
tidak,
going to
enemy?
be in trouble if they don't continue this kind of a point hunt, because the only thing still keeping them alive, keeping them away from the final 2 spots down at the bottom, is the fact that they performed decently yesterday.
Ada orang
61
cak
points for both MIAKOP as well as Straw Hats from the first 4 games played. They're both hustling big
Jangan
time
duk,
today.
dia visu
And Al
80
Ahly
dah ni.
has only pulled away 31. So you can
Bazir.
already see who's more hungry, who's more consistent.
Yeah, we
Tak,
start to see
ada
the
cak ni,
urgency
cak.
come online as well for so many.
Lari dia, hai.
Again, we talk a lot about Al Ahly being at 92 right now, a bit uncomfortable, but at the same time, SAUL as well with 94, also in with the possibility of getting knocked out of contention if both the
Kat
Straw
jaulet
Hats and
tai.
MIAKOP decide to get a little bit more active this game. Straw Hats has showed us the capability of them to go a bit aggressive, to farm up those eliminations, to move around the map and take these fights head on. And as for Mia, survivability
Kat
has
lasik
ensured
tu.
them surviving into these very, very deep runs.
It honestly would be insane to see 3 teams from Southeast Asia make it out of Group B as well, right? We saw that phenomenal run from SEA in Group A, and to see it here in Group B as well will definitely be stunning. But obviously, Fluxo, Lion, these 2 teams have got a good chance to ruin the party here for one of the 3 Southeast Asian teams. And Twisted Minds, after that phenomenal victory that they just showed us in the previous matchup for their comeback game, they've jumped into that second spot. And right behind them is Team Vitality as well as RRQ. Indonesia needs to step it up a tad bit as well.
Yeah, and no one is even comfortable at all in this lobby because anything can happen, either be at the top or at the very bottom, as Dix takes a bit of damage from that bottom side of the terrain. But no full fights quite yet, as Diamond does keep his eyes onto Koja. They want to go for this fight. Nah, Diamond said, I will just put in the shots, but not really go for this full-on fight.
See what they can pull away from this battle here. Vitality. Fair fight 2v2, but Diamond's gonna get caught out. As his partner was just a tad bit too far, the Bears catching up. Finally, an Exposé with a Punisher off their M24. They lose 1, but they pull away 2. Math-wise, let's check it out for Team Twisted Minds.
Very patient on that as well, allowing Diamond to go down and leave them into this false sense of security. Regardless, Vitality easily being able to bring the 2 back into the game. But the fights are happening all around the map. If you see that kill feed, a lot of things are going on right now as Mia does go for 1, but trades out Water, brings back Mia, his teammate, back into the game. So right now, Mia looking really good, starting off with 2 points, and should be a big step to just really climb that mountain.
AYUH Total Gaming's not at risk of being relegated here based on how they've performed so far. But they can't let their guard down. Anything can happen in Nextera and Purgatory. If they literally pull away nothing from these games, then perhaps that relegation might just be a possibility. Obviously, they don't want that for themselves. They just need to put up an average performance, and that should be good enough to get them into our survival stage.
A lot of rotations coming in for so many of these teams here. Mia just now holding on the area, also being able to be chucked down there by the Twisted Minds player. But for now, for the rest of Twisted Minds here, very, very healthy and happy in Frontopia. Meanwhile, for Team Secret here, want to take this fight against Mia. They weren't able to get a few eliminations earlier onto this team, but the rest of Mia hunkering down, taking their time as well, hoping they don't get discovered by the rest of the team. As Nyx puts in a bit more pressure to Anshan 7. None of the damage actually clipping onto him, allowing him a bit of space to reposition for not so long. Huang Am tries to do something and even trades out his teammate, looking really good, which Biblix tries to come forward and try to do something to make it happen, not happening.
The crossfire from Team Secret looking solid.
Request Pepe tinggali.
Twisted Minds might just drop by to say hello. MIAKOP bumping into Straw Hats at the
Tak,
wrong
dia
time.
situ tak boleh pakai. Kau kena request awal-awal.
Straw Hats looking for the hunt.
Letaklah awal-awal baru tahu.
By shock. And Kappa's not going to be able to get there.
Boleh.
Oh, a sliver of El Kappa allowed to bring in the revive, and Mia Corpo survive a little longer.
Kotak tu dah naik.
Right in the nick of time as Knicks finally back into the game. Just need to survive. As for SAUL, TG had been hunting them for quite some time. Water waiting for his teammates to be able to just move in together with him, so that he's not able to give him this isolated 1v1s. Don't even need it. So quick with that Valiant dash.
Beautiful stuff from Water. Feeling a bit thirsty now. Mia Corp, ay. Out way too early here, not looking good for the team that qualified through the Free Fire World Series USA. Team Secret versus Twisted Minds this time round. Will the Vietnamese squad be able to wake up and shake down Twisted Minds after their phenomenal game earlier on? Valiant Dash missed by Bass, but it still fights Not7, who could not get away in time. And the backstab is perfect. Twisted Minds dismantling Team Secret. And PLS1 left all alone. No stealth bites this time around off of that Morse. Has got the Skylar, but the Skylar's not going to be useful for survival. But he is going to luck out. Twisted Minds not close enough to take him out of the equation just yet. AYUH Total Gaming, on the other hand, bumping into MIBR loss. And this could just be a huge loss for the Indian squad if they don't manage to wiggle out of this water. Beautiful Valiant dash to stay alive for a little bit, but Ra17 with the Winchester clips him. Shanky's now going to be spotted out as well, and he's going to hold the fort as the distraction for AYUH Total Gaming as Mafia scurries away to revive the rest of the team members.
Yep. Should be so quick, so I think hard for him to be able to find that last final elimination. Perfectly done. Now, Made in Brazil already with 5 eliminations so quickly into the game. So we just see them get active on the map here as the Straw Hats now shocked, now knocked down by the Lions. But still 2 more members to stay alive for the time being, but not for long as Hax quick to find Nil. Barely alive right now. Tries to keep the wall up for him to have a bit more space to work with.
Oh, man.
But not too much. The pressure just too much to deal with. There's a double kill elimination already.
Yeah, Gamis King is finding that angle towards the right. Taking out the player from the side of Straw Hats. And they are absolutely broke on their revival run here. So it's going to be a rough one for the Bangladeshi squad. They'll have to catch up with them in a little bit. The binoculars used here by the Lions as they are trying to snuff out the squad that they were just engaging with, the one and only Straw Hats. Binoculars finds nothing, but if they continue on this pathway, they are going to eventually, and the Straw Hats are scrambled on the battlefield at this point.
Dia orang pergi duk mati tank sisi tu gitu.
Not really breaking down.
Orang ku ni awal-awal mana ada.
But Not7 just got caught out. Wrong place, wrong time, could not get away.
Orang tak ada level 2 lagi tu.
Vitality on the other hand is going to get caught out here by Al-Ali.
Yeah, taking a lot of damage, but Ali also well being able to take the Hawk back into the game. Not first advantage because RRQ decides to join in on this fight. Ran steals away one member of Vitality here. C-Box as well taken despite the valiant efforts of this team, and RRQ is the one that is reaping the benefits.
Absolutely. Say full max 7. And Diggs just ran straight into that one. But how much can you walk away with Al-Ali? With RRQ here as well. Survival is going to be close to impossible. They find Tifu. They put him down. And Al-Ali is out super early.
Seeing a lot of these teams getting knocked out super quick and super fast. In RRQ, this time around, timing is just so good, so aggressive as well, not allowing any of these teams to recover from any of these fights. SAUL as well will be joining in on that lobby. Things are getting really hectic as the pressure mounts. We are running out of maps after all as we hit the end of the day.
5 eliminations strong for RRQ, who wants to make sure they find the access into the grand finals as early as possible. Allowing the rest of the regions to fight against each other. Southeast Asia is looking to take a break tomorrow. I wonder what they'll do with the extra 3 day. As they can just sit back and watch those rotations, do a lot of homework, see those drop spots, and cherry pick who they want to punish with a couple of hot drops on the grand finals day. It's a big advantage.
Mari.
Skip over the survival
Atlas nak lambung.
MT7 still very happy and healthy there, being able to just go for these long range pickoffs.
Tak ada arti duk nak lawan apa gini ni.
Straw Hats who able to just really survive for the time being, but
Tak boleh, kena ambil arti dulu. Ada arti baru kita boleh langgar.
how long he can survive this. Maybe hopefully steal away a pickoff, not happening. Quick to just
Standby,
take
aku nak lompat ni.
down
Standby.
the glue wall and just
Tak
finally
apa,
go down
mampus
to
kau.
General.
It's not the right strategy here for Straw Hats as they just scrambled on
Ezop
the
tak ada
battlefield. I
Ezop tak
understand
ada
as well,
match dia.
because both the players just looking for those coin machines, trying their best to revive their downed members. But that has kept them scrambled continuously without the support of each other.
Mampus kau.
The rest of the squads are going to have a
Atas
field day.
cici boleh makan tu.
Them picking up easy points one after the other. Luck is still keeping them in the race. Those Straw Hats have got one final survivor.
Tank dia datang, tank dia datang.
Reviving the
YS.
rest of his team members. Let's see
YS
if not
belakang.
Nil will be able to pull that off for the squad.
Aku dapat ulat.
Over toward the southern side here, Twisted Minds and Lost
Kejap.
is about to get super hectic there as the rotations are happening. RQ looking very comfortable just over toward the Deca Square. They have compounds in
Kabur aku nak keluar.
But as for the
Kabur. Rasha.
it's going to be a problem. So does General gets knocked down here. The Bats leading the charge early in this fight. And it's looking very, very terrible for this team. The Bats knocked down, stolen away. 11 eliminations already for Twisted Minds here. As Lost
Mampus juga kau.
to keep themselves in this game. Barely alive, knocked down there. Rahone tries
Lagi
to
tak?
get a different angle to work with. Not able to do so. Finally find one in the end. No, it's Diamond with the long range pickups to really just knock them out of this map.
Absolutely dominant battle from the Thai squad. Twisted Minds, twisting MIBR Lost. Inside out on that.
Dia seorang tu tak boleh nak buat apa tu. Dia.
To take down a player from the side of AYUH Total Gaming. The pickup is instantaneous.
Main bantai. Stun dia. Stun dia. Macam tu. Mati je dia.
Team Secret will not be able to continuously punish the squad. Great rotation by the Indian squad.
Main. Tahu. Ambil kau. Jaga YS.
Still away this compound from
Dapat. Mampus.
But kept at bay for the time being thanks to these glue walls. Just has to find a different way into the area instead. Want nothing to do with it, but Twisted Minds are here as well.
Nil just got shot out of the equation here.
Wih, ya Allah, sakit ni Melissa ni. Apa kepundek dia pakai ni.
In this lobby is because of him. A phenomenal triple revival. And Straw Hats standing chance to overtake Al Ahly as well as SHUL in this game in itself if they can get to that final circle and pull away some solid eliminations. They've got 3 survivors to complete that run. AYUH Total Gaming.
Go.
Vitality spotting him out. The Lions are saving themselves as Team Secret send that Riptide Rhythm their way. PLS1 deadly with that shot.
Tank tu buat apa tu?
The active skill will not give them the elimination points as the Lions quickly reposition.
Yeah, and Team Secret is running quickly out of space as well. Like you're gonna have
Memang
to
mampus lah kena lompat dengan dia ni.
this fight. But it's had to be a bit more patient, hoping that the Lions just move away. After all, the circle is
Franco nak lari. So the
rotation should come through.
Mana
But
nak
have to be
lari.
careful because over on the other side of TG and Vitality just hogging on to that area.
Whose Dinoculus was that? Either way, AYUH Total Gaming and Vitality.
Kabur.
Looking at each other out. Vitality spotting out Straw Hats as well. They don't care who they shoot at as long as they can pull away some extra points before getting into the thick of the action. Thinning down the numbers of your opponents regardless of who they are. That's the game plan here for Team Vitality. RRQ versus Twisted Minds. Great rotation by the Thai squad. Those glue walls used perfectly.
Stand
And
it.
Straw Hats being
Stand it. Oh.
Final
Allah.
survivor, the game where they could overtake Al Ahly as well as SAUL. Both those squads can
Alti
thank
tak
Team
ada
Secret
pula.
for giving them a huge advantage now. And it looks like it might be over, but extra. What a phenomenal play, but that would not continue. 2 knockdowns. But he's eliminated from the lobby before he can find the confirmation. And AYUH Total Gaming faces the same fate as well.
Yeah, MT7 online as well. All eyes and so
Ya,
aware
tank dia
of the
datang.
rotations coming in from the different parts spots of that map. Anyone crosses the peripheral vision immediately has the dome of their head popped here. But Team Secret finally into the circle and into the waiting arms of another Apex Predator. RRQ putting in a damage and stealing
Ni
away
ada
these
tank.
eliminations before they even
Pergi ambil atas tu.
Yeah, too good. Unfortunately, Team Secret did not pick the right spot to jump
Cici
away
kat
to.
tengah ni.
But shot out of the air and annihilated by two squads through those shots. Twisted Minds looking to make a back-to-back super bomber of
Gila empat tengah siap.
stitched together.
Tengah ada empat weh.
Can they go for the back-to-back booyah after avoiding the booyah like a plague, focusing just purely on eliminations on the first 8 games they played through 2 days? Southeast Asia looking for the dominance, but Brazil and LATAM still having some representation here. The Lions as well as Fluxo both have got great defensive spots. But the Lions are going to be pressured here.
Jaga tank dia nak lompat tu.
waiting in the wings, buying some time. You can hear a lot of pressure coming through from both these teams.
Wait, tank dia kena stun ni.
Opening it up onto the Lions. Della knocked down as well. Twisted Minds decided to just chunk down all of the members of the Lions as well. They are pressured and they are crunched.
Dia boleh masuk. Nampak tau. Dia boleh masuk. Dia tak peduli pun. Mampu juga kau. Sakit gila. YS dia kau tengok lah setiap isa dia.
And RRQ now, like the birds of prey, staring down at everyone with his vantage point. And a smart play executed by Twisted Minds. They quickly run below them to take away the angles from RRQ. So that vantage point is not going to give them a very big advantage. But if Twisted Minds continues to make this very early rotation, maybe they can take advantage. And then Riptide Rhythm breaking down their defenses. And
Dia unlock kan?
crucial glue wall flurry from Twisted Minds to keep themselves safe.
Yeah, somehow despite all that pressure, they're still unmoved, undeterred, and just repositions themselves onto the other side. And they rally back. A bit of damage onto Ma'al.
Kepala otak dia lah.
Make it two. Tosses it up here, but RQ manages to just walk away. A bit of damage is enough. But after this, there's just safe and sound inside of the compound. But Abe goes huge with a knockoff onto Exposé.
M249 response by Abe, just pushing away Twisted Minds. And Fluxo's just sitting back watching this. You Southeast Asians, get it done, man. We'll just clean up the lobby later on. MT7 high ground, huge advantage for the super sniper.
Dah. Santai lu, jangan paksa. Boleh ni, late game boleh makan. Jangan beria kau ni.
Look at the space that Fluxo has, the high ground also.
Tarik dulu lot tu. Aku nak tarik lot pergi tepi ni.
Terrains, angles and crossfire set, and Twisted Minds wants to wrestle this space away from them.
Beautiful jump pad use here by Twisted Minds, just keeping the angle low to not give MT7 a very big advantage there. Not taking too much of air time gives them that survivability.
Lot dulu.
MT7, are you gonna break an ankle when you try to get off this roof? That's gonna be a big question here.
Tak mahu dah ni.
But the AWM might just be able to give the Brazilian squad some extra advantage. Dudes now spotted out, and a beautiful connection, ran stacked up, and the Riptide Rhythm breaking down their defenses. But MT7 can't put anyone down just yet, and RRQ makes a perfect rotation right behind the wall.
And as that's happening, Twisted Minds rush forward as well to steal away that space. But Dude's head is out there in the open. He's knocked down, but the glue wall keeps him alive for quite some time. RRQ hunkered down, waits off all of this pressure. They're not done. Not quite yet. Twisted Minds though decides just wait this out.
Tak ya bodoh dia. Dia orang bukannya rule MM bodoh.
Since they have no more space to work with, a lot of damage done. Ma'al knocked down. Abe barely alive.
Survival play, you see everybody drop their coins. I think it was Ma'al that picked it up. But you got to respect what RRQ did in that sequence. Although they were getting pummeled by all of those shots, they quickly patched each other right back up.
Suki kau makin jatuh pula dah.
Winchester level 2, but more importantly the M79. The grenade launcher should be able to dismantle RRQ, but he's keeping that for the very final moment. And MT7 making great work off of this vantage point.
switching between the AWM as well as the M82B. With a great big advantage, Miles going to get taken out of the equation as well. As Twisted Minds now books a fair fight up against Fluxo with one final survivor on the side of RRQ.
Can't do more than that here, just really cleaning up the house of Team Wipeout, and even Fluxo will be able to get this Booyah finally again. Aggressive and sharp, a lot of space control as well. This team is looking to dominate and kill some dreams.
MT7 vantage point on a double
Siapa
snipe with
suruh
setup
pakai
with
jungle?
the Skylar.
Orang dah cakap tak payah.
Tide rhythm definitely caused RRQ a lot of problems, but you see the veteran survival skills out of the Indonesian squad. You can knock them down, but you can't keep them down. They had the time turner.
Alah bodohnya lah budak tu. Mampus kau. Tak nak main tak yalah masuk tadi. Ha? Oh ya. Ingat dia ni. Sebab tengok dia left macam tu Amirul, thank you buat tapping Amirul. Terima kasih. Baik tu Amirul.
In this very last day, what Brazil is able to deliver. Regardless, as we look at the rest of the team here, the bottom three is the one that intrigues me the most after all. Because
jagi.
a bit too early. The rest
Tak nak masuk sudah.
Quickly as we only have one more map to go.
And of course, the superhero in that final battle was Butch's in the M590 in this monster's hands. He was unstoppable. The mechanical supremacy of Butch's in up close and personal is going to be the threat for the other squads. Whether or not they get access into the grand finals, you can bet you're going to see them there if they keep this up.
Riding the high, and the fans definitely love it. Throughout the entirety of this game, they were loud. The energy definitely felt by this team. But as for the rest of the teams, we talk about the top, where right now the Thai team, Twisted Minds, looking very comfortable. I think 13 points ahead of Fluxo right now. Should definitely be able to catch up if they do have another standout map, especially since we do have one more coming soon.
This battle sequence definitely should push Vitality out of the top 4, but we will see exactly where they stand as we catch up with you guys in a minute.
Jangan kui ni tak ada damage kau.
Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower.
Sebab dia dah ada Anabi tu.
Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it.
Tak payah nak sweat lah cipap. Lepas tu sekarang jadi kelang kabut lagi.
Well, my God, if that didn't get you pumped, then I don't know what will. It's Lace and Neptune here to bring you that match recap. And my God, Fluxo. Holy moly, I consider me impressed there. Not only did they have that height position, Neptune, but they managed to get so many eliminations within that final zone.
Yeah, I mean, it's just difficult to get away from that. We've seen Twisted Mind, we've seen RRQ try to get close to them, but the elevation, especially with MT7, it's just difficult to tag him. And with the zones
Enemy tu memang dia jadi serabut lagi.
Couldn't even get an angle to snipe him down.
I mean, and when you have like Twisted Minds and their rotation that they had to
Orang nak bagi try combo-combo tengoklah combo ni pula.
You know, having that eyes on top of RRQ is something that, you know, Twisted Minds are probably like, thank you, because they were able to position themselves into that. But obviously we want to talk about those sorts of teams in that mid-range there and who might be going to have to work a little bit harder in this next game. And of course, Lion, you know, we want to sit in that top 4 position.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting tougher and tougher for Lion right now because earlier, before that game, like there's 3 teams above them. And now that they got eliminated a little bit early, those fights or those teams are still alive. They managed to get a few more points, but there's a little bit switcheroo in terms of the order, and we might be seeing something being forced down once we see the overall.
I mean, this leaderboard is very close. And of course, you know, we talk about that last game in RRQ and how they were sort of sitting in a nice position early on in that stage. But obviously having Fluxo on that height in contention, it didn't really pan out for them to be able to push the way in. And the fact that, you know, they need to be
Suki siap turun ni gitu. Hilang satu bintang. Tadi yang kita di 4 dah turun 3 lah dah.
Fluxo right now, especially with how they got their booyah, the consistency they have, the elimination that they had as well. I think it
Itulah tu dia tak naik gitu.
Favor. They might have pushed team vitality away from the top 4.
Tak tahu dia.
What's difficult at this point in the last game is they're still very close. I mean, they can smell the teams that's following them.
Kan dia punya bukan tu yang budak tadi tu, yang epic dia tu. Yang epic tadi hilang bintang dia. Elok 2 bintang je dah jadi 3 lah dah.
AHL, we're looking at the SAULs being knocked out early in those matches, may have paved the way for Straw Hats to sort of move up and get out of those bottom 2 eliminations, but was it enough, Neptune?
I don't think it's enough. I mean, it's very, very close.
Ramai tu. 3 tu.
They managed to pull off the match before that. So that's already a huge run that Straw Hats need to do. And who did eliminate them? It's Team Fluxo. So it's getting tougher and tougher for those at the bottom too. It's just unfortunate as well that even MediaCorp couldn't get a
Meta Kelam Kabut nama dia.
more than points, and that's enough to catch up to Straw Hats.
Meta Kelam Kabut.
It's just unfortunate that they keep beating up against each other. And they should have been splitting away from the rest of the squad, trying to keep it safe, final circle. But if that's the same
mampus kau.
position for everyone, then eventually you end up
Sampai 3 naik Bukan main beria kau
what is happening there. Obviously, they are sort of going in that bottom spot, but I don't believe that there's enough run in this last game to push them out of that bottom 2. I mean, unless they pull off some sort of crazy action like Fluxo with these eliminations, but it looks like, you know, it's going to be a little bit difficult for them to be able to just get out of those elimination spots so deeply down. Of course, you know, I'm always an optimistic Neptune. I'm always like, yeah, you know, someone could do something crazy here. Might not happen for MIA, but for Straw Hats, it could be something where they can bop them out of that bottom 2. And I mean, we're rearing and ready to go for match number 6. Let's find out exactly where these teams are going to hit. Casters.
Wow, you can see how loud the RQ fans are down there, AJ.
It's dangerously close.
Lancelot datang.
Up at the top, down at the bottom.
Lancelot datang. Baik tu.
You can count these points. Up at the top with just one hand. Down at the bottom you may need 2. But it's still under double digits.
Lasit tu. Geramnya
They need
aku.
to have a breakout run this time around, and they need to hope and pray that either Al Ahly or SHUL does not get any.
Lancelot balik Lancelot balik. Boleh ambil tu.
Straw Hats as well have that exact same
Lancelot balik.
opportunity. We saw a explosive start from them today, but
Tak apa,
in
biar.
the first 5 games it was mainly recovery from their inability to pick up those massive points yesterday, and they've done well. Recovery has been perfect, and now it's all equal down at the bottom. 4 teams fighting to not end up down at the very bottom. You're talking about SHUL from India. You're talking about Al Ahly. You're talking about Straw Hats. You're talking about
Aku protect lot tu daripada tadi tu. Kenapa tak ambil tu?
3 Southeast Asian teams find the early qualifier out of Group B because MIBR lost. Obviously, they've guaranteed a spot here.
Jap.
But
On way.
slowly but surely bringing out the beast mode within them. 98 eliminations so far in their group stage run, and I don't think they're done just yet.
No, they are definitely a team that really wants to ride off that high as well. But I have to say, looking at Twisted Mind,
Kau nak momen yang lembik-lembik ni Sam.
throughout the second half of the
Momen yang
game is
lembik-lembik.
really
Aku
scary.
nak
I mean,
hati.
these are teams that just not only super aggressive early, but also active, moving around the map, and it's
Balon je lah, momen je lah. Separuh nyawa dia tu.
how they want to take these fights, and most importantly,
Jangan.
when they enter these fights as well. There's so many fights that between these 2 teams are happening, any 2 teams are happening, that somehow a third party comes in and just completely dominate as well, and they get so much of the rewards from the weakened teams.
Absolutely. Can see all of the comments coming on through. Everybody setting their wishes to the teams out there, and
Jaga.
Group B is more diverse. I mean,
Jangan turun balik tu.
even here on the EWC stage being highlighted. This guy is a super fan for sure in the world of Free Fire esports. But of course, Mircorp, they showed us a lot out of FFWS USA, but here they just haven't shown us what we have been looking out for their side. They have always been very proficient at finding that final circle, but this time, somehow their rotations just keep getting cut off.
It's really nak tolak dia tu.
Where exactly the rotation is going to be happening, since everyone is just so proactive and moving around the map as well. And I think in this situation, I'm thinking just now, Lace talked a little bit about the middle side of the map.
Min telur dah.
Talked a little bit
Dia
about
tengah
the
min
Lions
telur.
that I think had a great start to the day, but
Ada badang ni, ada badang.
toward the end.
Turtle lah, jaga turtle oi.
Really hot, and they just weren't able to really secure some fights as well.
Woi.
Be able to secure, their positioning on the top side of that ladder. And as things get super interesting here, top two, maybe we might have an answer as well. But at the same time, it's getting more and more aggressive, more and more
Santai. Boleh tu, boleh makan tank dia tu, boleh makan tank dia.
Had a bit, we heard Daz talk a little bit about Team Secret, but they weren't able to have the most stable of fights, even recoveries as well, despite their best efforts.
Nabi tu buat apa tu?
Team Secret is not going to find the early access to the grand
Jom Sam.
And I just pity the rest of the teams because
Moment terus.
When you really push them to the edge, but they've got their backs to the wall, they don't have any.
Boleh tu.
They'll fight you for it, and they most probably will walk away with a victory as well, knowing them. Let's not forget they became the kings of Southeast Asia recently with 4 magnificent back-to-back booyahs. Nobody saw that coming. Everybody was shocked.
Tahu.
For them, they were cool, calm, collected. They saw that all the way. They knew exactly what they could do. But for me, it's not about what's happening around the mid part of the bracket. It's all about who gets the early access into our grand finals and who survives the crushing blow. Down at the bottom 2 spots will get taken out of the equation. Is it going to be Mircorp, Straw Hats, or will Al Ahly as well as SHUL Esports get pushed?
Ada glow.
This one game, the final match of Group B, will tell us exactly what their fates are going to be like.
Here comes the drop, and things are getting interesting. The crowd definitely has their breath baited right now to see who makes it all the way to the grand finals and who will be going home right now.
Boleh.
We start to see an
Tank dia
early
dekat tengah tu.
in from Fluxo. And as for the rest of the teams here just dropping through, TG as well as Lions dropping side by side. These early fights are going to be super
minion ni pun
exciting to see who
lembek
makes it out
setai.
alive.
Man, this is not the kind of hot drop you want if you are AYUH Total Gaming. But then again, how much
Tel. Alah, apa tak ada pula.
Even if they do get eliminated early, I feel like they have started off the day fairly fine. They've done enough to stay in the competition to make sure relegation is not a danger. They'll have to see. But the super hot drop between the two teams down at the bottom, it's not going to be helping their cases at all. I cannot take a pick. I love them both equally.
Tak. Usuh. Aku ada ulti.
This deadly encounter, it's Mircorp with the big advantage here off of that vending machine.
Yeah, SH with who knocked down as well. They
Dah.
get numbers advantage and shots. Really hoping
Tak apa.
equalize. The sprays are there, but only chip damage is around as the rest of Mia looks to collapse. Not
Ya, aku serabut dengan dia tu lah kepala otak dia.
to buy some time. But as for the team not
Tahu.
having shots,
Yeah.
will be next to fall. His teammate tries to follow through. Neil able to find one in exchange, but not able to secure that point. And is looking very, very terrifying for SH.
SAUL hearing the
Mampus. Ilah God ni lah halah kelang kabut lah nak keluar laser punai dia tu.
off the side of Mircorp. That was a valiant effort there from the players on the side of Straw Hats.
Dia pun buat kelang kabut dia lah nak buka time-time tu.
To just hold Mircorp back, distract them. There's one final survivor left the compound to play those revivals. And Mircorp, they look for those points on Straw Hats. But it looks like Karma is going to catch up fairly quick here as SAUL dawns upon them.
And India's definitely good with the karma game.
Woi,
As they rip away
main
the
atas pula
points.
dia dah.
Mirkop, the sacrificial lamb in that sequence. And Troll, can he stop Kappa? Kappa, does he have
Tahu, tahu.
Kappa does
Ya,
not
ya,
have
on way,
points,
on way.
but he doesn't need to. He's already gotten the deed done off of that vending machine.
Mari.
Revivals will keep Mirkop in the
Dah ilah pundek amat betul. Mari.
But not able to really take this 1v1.
Apa? Mati. Janji dia mati je. Peduli lah.
That falls.
Mampus kau tu.
Back for SAUL, that's 4
Belakang weh.
eliminations so
Ah.
quickly in this early game.
Ada.
SAUL, Straw Hats, Mirkop, we just highlighted them before we stepped into this match. They're down in the bottom 4. Any way those points go, they're going to be crucial points. To dare shoot that horse, I tell you, Vitality. There you go. Good job. They quickly disengage. Shocked is going to get run over here.
No.
A tad bit shocked that he was run at, but Dix will be able to lay him out with the Drogon, and they continue their journey.
Yeah, Vitality really taking this step by step in this situation, but remind
Tank. Peduli tank. Mari sini tank.
While everything is going on here. The rotation from Vitality will cross paths against SH, who is back into the game, steals away one more to his name. Dix falls, immediately brought to the game.
Dapat kan?
Taking down Kyong. This guy, you do not
Ya, tak ada nyawa tu.
so proficient, is going to be one and one more to the bed. And Biflix also will join in onto his elimination count.
Mampus.
Their backs up against the wall, but Straw Hat's not giving up just yet. Who pulls a triple to survive those encounters, and 2 Titans on the side of Vitality snuffed out.
Ada god.
Catches up with Nil, showing us a little bit of a drift as well. But Straw Hats are split up on the battlefield. They need to regroup. Al Ahly on the other hand.
Follow lot. Dia seorang je tu. Mampus.
Looks like they want to hunt themselves.
Boleh. Habis.
Mind waiting here, being pressured somewhat.
Tolak tengah tu sama.
But very undeterred, being able to just really get a rendezvous once again with his teammates.
Tak
As
ada.
the rest of
Dah
Lions
bubuh.
weren't able to
Dah
get any
bubuh.
pickups from there, they too decide to just move away
Dah
from the area.
bubuh. Satu je
Has
LT
looking
ada.
for a better area to just really hold on to as the circle shifts.
MIBR Lost just pulled in a triple revival. I
Mampus
wonder
kau.
what happened to them. Who bumped into the monstrous
Meninggal.
Brazilians who are currently topping
La ilah.
the leaderboard of Group B.
Ada god. Laser dia.
Either way, they survived. They're right back in it. On those revivals.
Suki okey ke Suki? Turun ke apa tadi? Nampak macam turun dia.
No sniper in the hands of Nil. They miss an opportunity of getting a extra elimination off of the squad. Now 4 on their side. Straw Hats definitely looking confident this time round. With 90 points on the leaderboard, 4 points behind Al Ahly. They'll need to stay alive. They'll need to pull away a lot more if they want to make sure their totems and dreams don't get crushed.
We need to see them really go and start getting a bit more hungry like we saw them in the beginning of the game. Unfortunately for them, a bit slowed down toward this last few maps regardless. But as for the rest of the team here,
Suki dah ni ke? Suki.
and also barely surviving
Dah
as a
okey
team,
ke tu?
being able to just really
Ke belum
lock in
okey lagi?
and rendezvous with the rest of their teammates here. We've seen their power, their teamwork as well when they move as a unit together, being able to overwhelm 1 to 2 teams in the beginning of the day.
Who would have thought that it would be Straw Hats to potentially ruin the chances of Southeast Asia getting 3 teams in the grand finals early out of Group B, bumping into Vitality early, snuffing them out. And because of that, Vitality is at a massive disadvantage up against Twisted Minds now, who have been cool, calm, collected, picking up all of that loot. And now they bump into them. There is a vending machine at Ski Lodge, but it is not camped upon by the Vitality player. As I say that, they do manage to snuff out the aggressor from the side of Twisted Minds, and you see Twisted Minds quickly retreating from the compound. Straw Hats, on the other hand, a full squad recovery as they spend their time outside the zone. They've all gathered right
Botak
back
kena
up.
ban.
There we go.
More importantly, this is that play where we saw who shine earlier.
Yeah, really good coming in from Who as well. And I feel like in so many of these, I would say, rounds as well, I mean, Who has been such a big standout for Straw Hats, just really kind of rally the team and just get them super aggressive into today. Multiple, I think, multi-frags he was able to pick off.
Team Secret, do you pop off in this game or do you just chill and not show up strong?
Tigre lu. Tigre Sam. Kan kena pick up pun mampus kita ni.
Regardless of how you slice it, Team Secret is not going to find that early access and they're not going to get relegated. Too far away from the bottom, too far away from the top. Team Secret in limbo right now, but I think that is intentional from the Vietnamese squad.
Really just take their time. Nice shot coming in, runs in there. A lot of damage onto Rahone. But for the rest of the team here, they're just really being super cautious. They don't want to go into this full fight quite yet. Made in Brazil lost, decides to just really find a different angle or different area into the zone.
Yeah, on the hunt though. AYUH Gaming with a survivor outside the circle, trying to see if he can survive the whole Brazilian squad from annihilating him and causing the squad a little bit more points or coins. Shanky brings Aztec back in. The play's looking solid, but S8UL cannot rest on their laurels just yet. As you can see, if Straw Hats catch up, if Al Ahly gets to that final circle with decent eliminations, S8UL, they'll be on the chopping block.
Oh yeah. This circle shift toward the southern side, it doesn't make it easier for many of these northern side teams either. TG still very far out there in the wild. A lot of late rotations coming in. There's a lot of caution. But at the same time, when you are coming into the zone this late, you just have to be so wary when you're rotating. We saw so many long-range snipes from teams that are already so comfortable having these areas, these zones, these high grounds fully in their control.
MD7 with some wild snipes, and this is definitely one of the slower games of the day, and it's courtesy of Purgatory. You've got a lot of compounds to rotate around, to focus on the loot, avoid engagements. Those vehicles are littered all around for you to quickly reposition. And that has resulted in many of these teams still surviving, but if you have too many survive to the next circle, all of chaos will break loose. Regardless of whoever you focus on, you can sure as hell bet either your knocks are going to get stolen away or somebody else is going to end up shooting at you. Because as we approach the 11-minute mark, we have a full stacked lobby.
Starting to feel very reminiscent of that previous map as well, right? With the only team
Dia cakap apa tu kan dia? Translate Zat.
where only one player had been knocked out here. Now these rotations come through as well, as Twisted Minds should be able to come through, and this full 4-on-4 is
Dia cakap ni lah.
a lot of damage.
Dia cakap banyak damage dia dapat kat sini. Knockout stage dia cakap macam tu lah. Habis rata. Ada lagi seorang tu.
He will not continue to pressure Mircorp, but Al Ahly with the sneaky shots from across, calling out
Dia cakap gitulah.
as well on Mircorp. And Mia almost got annihilated there.
Barely alive right now, but still able
Biarlah
to
Balmond.
prolong their run. Lions are just running for their lives, and once again, it's Joker all alone. Hasn't been spotted quite yet, but still taking some chip damage from so many different angles. Vitality out here on the hunt. And finally
Kau ni kenapa sampai lantawa orang kau masuk ni?
Joker wasn't laughing in that situation, but he'll definitely go down smiling. Valiant effort by the Lions. They will not get the early access into our grand finals.
Oh, maksud dia suruh minta demo kat kanda gitu kah? Mampus. Halah.
Geared up to rest tomorrow after hustling all throughout the day. But out of the 11 games played so far, Twisted Minds have only gotten one.
Sabar lu Sam, sabar. Nak apa kau ni? Kau ni kenapa sampai lantawa-tawa orang kau masuk ni? Apa yang kau cari ni?
They're going to take the fight
Huh?
straight up to Vitality. Vitality, if they can
Apa
get a
yang kau
match,
cuba pamerkan sebenarnya?
they stand a chance to make the early access. But Twisted Mind says not for you. And one Southeast Asian
Memang
squad
babi yang ni pun.
does not get that early access, which means two Brazilian teams will stand
Dah.
a chance to do so.
Aku tak ada hati dia lah ada tadi mati dia tu. Gila zone kecil dah pun. Tinggal 10 tim lagi. Buat apa siang? Anyway.
It's always a party when Southeast Asia gets involved in a battle. And RRQ the biggest winner there.
Tu. Mary. Weh Benman ambil kill dia gila. Pepek lah Benman. Bodoh lah.
Not gonna survive that crusher. Bobs for the desperate revival. RRQ on fire. Oh, knocked down by the
Lembab sial dia main. Hege-hege. Campak ya.
Is going to get snuffed out of the air. But that's the warning shot that will keep the rest of the RRQ players using the jump pad.
Yeah, a bit too aggressive and a little bit
Setakat kau ambil lasik tu, minion tu boleh habis hand tadi.
but at the very least you do still have two more members at Duds and Rans still alive and in the game but forced to go for a bigger rotation into the zone.
Tunggu jap. Kau tunggu aku buat Skypicer aku ni. Sekejap lagi kau tengok nangis tak nangis.
But the pickup was instantaneous. The best though, a sliver of health left on him. Taken out of the equation, but Al-Ali farming Twisted Mind from the opposite end. Straw Hats just pushed the point straight towards Al-Ali. And these two squads are
Dia mana damage dia pakai roam tu.
both one diamond for themselves.
Dia buat roam.
Cannot move at all. He peeks out immediately. He will be knocked down here. But the zone is not in their favor.
Jom bantai je atas tu. Mari.
But this high ground should give
Mari.
them a bit of advantage.
MM.
But aware that SAUL is close by. And now Al-Ali Esports just decides to wait in the wings. No space, no HP.
Will India help out their buddies this time round? AYUH Total Gaming Mafia doing a number on the Al-Ali players. Simox can only depend on his medkits at this point of time. RRQ.
Ya Allah di lambung-lambungnya aku.
Not much of a chance to walk away with a booyah. And dudes shut down by Mafia.
Mampus kau.
Al-Ali. Simox goes down right here, right now. The potential of
Ada lot block kita orang ni.
surviving the crusher. This potential of Bangladesh having two teams play in the
Ada lot block kita orang nampak. Alot tu boleh. Kucing. Dapat dah. Jap. Unwin.
And Straw Hats will have the advantage with the circle.
Ali Esports also now down and out as
Badman buta. Nampak Badman buta main brawl.
putting in the damage and the pain to the players of SAUL.
Orang nak nge-kill mana ada kira sabar gila.
Instead, their packs out there in the open, but Shanky puts a bit of save space toward them as well. Nil top side and their crutch. TG.
Modal alti tak kena bodoh. Babi tu lah. Alti tak kena. Alti rumput tu buat apa? Tak kena. Flame shot tu nak apa tu si Arlot tu padu dia boleh lari-lari. Wow. Ajar. Standby lot standby turtle.
From the bottom all the way to the very top. Night and day, yesterday and today. This
Dapat.
show us what it looks like to climb from the bottom. The upward hill is not too
Lagi MM dia ni.
too high for them to climb.
But damn, it was difficult to take Pickens down at the bottom. Al-Ali They tried, they struggled, and you saw the fight in them in
Penakut.
this final
Dia main
game.
belakang je tadi. Dia modal dia LT je MM tu.
But sometimes luck comes
Dia
into
nak
play.
peti-peti je. Ria dia duduk belakang.
With their positioning in that final circle, the zone started moving with a
Elok ni
massive
main ni.
advantage for Bangladesh. But I also have
Ni
to say,
punca air
they
batu
took their
tu.
own
Kejap-kejap tu
proactive
beku. Kejap-kejap tu beku.
to focus their pressure on the Indian squad to make sure Al Ahly as well does not get away too far.
So siapa yang balik grup B ni? Grup B siapa yang balik?
Run was just so beautiful.
Oh,
Unfortunately,
bergaduh
for
seh.
Al Ahly,
Koyak bodoh budak tim Pakistan ke ni? Koyak ni.
And honestly, we started off the day with an idea of what the bottom of the bracket is. But today the switch up
Apa?
happened, a new mindset and mentality came in. Many of the teams stepped
Payah
up,
nak
a
ambil
different
unlock ni.
style of play, a different idea, whatever weaknesses that they needed to fix on day one, completely done.
Mari.
We saw the struggles
Mari
coming
tolak
from
Sam.
Al Ahly Esports. And most importantly as well, the Bangladeshi team, Straw Hats, not only did they manage to claw
Wih
their
babi
way
you.
up,
Asal nyamu dia macam tu weh.
push themselves up onto the ladder, further up than just the bottom three.
Wih koyak tu tim Pakistan tadi tu rasanya. Bergaduh dekat meja. Janganlah koyak. Pakistan ni relax lah. Baru balik. Bukan suruh kau mati pun.
when they most definitely needed those points, they served it up hot. But Al Ahly gave their best, and they were so close. Like I said, the difference in points, you could count them on one hand between Al Ahly as well as the Straw Hats. Let's take a look here at the overall leaderboard. Twisted Minds at the top as Southeast Asia sneaks it away from Brazil. But of course, MIBR loss is not going to be too tickled by that at all. They were not trying today. They were just sleeping, snoozing their way through, and they sailed on through after showing what kind of a monster they were yesterday. But down at the bottom, Straw Hats jumping over AURORA Esports to show that the dream is real. But unfortunately for Mircorp and Al Ahly, the same ends right here after this game set.
You could
Gapong.
to them as well. They were
Oi.
They look very dejected despite their best efforts. I mean, who would have thought that day 2 would bring in this fire from the bottom side of the bracket?
I thought you thought, everybody thought.
Right.
It's day 2, man. It's the day of survivals, day of early access. Everybody giving their all. Everybody said that it was Group A, that was the group of death, but this was the exciting grouping.
No,
It was so difficult, it was so close, both at the top and the bottom tag.
Yeah, the struggle happened everywhere. It was anyone's game. And for now, we are going to be going to Barney, who will be looking at the teams that will be
Wih gila kerasnya alok dia ni.
rushing the keys.
Thank you so much. Twisted Minds just edging out that Group B leaderboard, placing top. And congratulations to you boys. Obviously the journey is only
Kepala otak dia lah. Habis dah aku mampu aku menyudahi babi.
How does it feel to close out Group B?
Wih kepala otak dia lah alok. Sakitnya.
ด้วยนะฮะที่ชนะมาได้จนถึงจุดนี้นะครับก็ตอน
Keras gila tu dia.
กับการที่เราจะเป็นแชมป์นะฮะถามว่ารู้สึกยังไงบ้างในตอนนี้
ก็รู้สึกดีครับ แต่วันนี้ก็มีปัญหานิดหน่อยครับเลยอารมณ์ไม่ค่อยดีนิดนึง
Well, to be honest, we are very happy and excited. Like we didn't know like we're gonna come this far, and to be honest,
standby dekat lot tu.
the mood is not that good today. So, but in the end, like
Dia orang dah berani attack lot tu sebab alok dia dah keras.
He closed down an really impressive lead that was taken into day 2 by MIB.
Dia lot tu.
And you managed to catch them up, finish in first place. Now,
Dia memang dia berani alok sebab alok dia keras dah tu nampak tau.
you guys need to work on either tomorrow or just before the grand finals on Saturday.
Ni aku dah buka hati ni. Aku dah ambil martis dia ni.
นำขึ้นไปใช่ไหมฮะแต่วันนี้เนี่ยเราก็คัมแบ็กกลับมาได้เนี่ยฮะตอนนี้เนี่ยเราคิดว่าเราจะทำอะไรต่อไปบ้างฮะ
Alah babi je lah nak arai ni.
กันบ้างกับรอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลฮะ
ครับ ก็เดี๋ยวจะกลับไปทำแผนครับ แล้วก็ปั่นจักรยานไปหอไอเฟลครับ
Lasik tu.
we're gonna go back and revise all the plan again, and after that, we're gonna ride a bike to the Eiffel Tower.
Nice. A bit of culture. I
Tak
like
kena.
that. Gentlemen, follow me. Let's go.
Okay, stand by LT. Stand by LT.
First in your group, you get to crush the 2 keys from
Okay, load dulu, load dulu.
Okay, so let's do this the right way. Okay, firstly, can one of you press the button and open up the crusher?
ขอหนึ่ง
Just press the button.
ขออาสาสมัคร1 คนครับกด
No
ปุ่ม
one
ครับ
wants to do it. Just press the button.
แค่กดปุ่มก่อนเลยเบาๆกดเลย
Here we go. The crusher is now activated. The teeth are spinning, ready to crush these keys. Is there anything that you would like to say to the teams before you crush their keys?
ก่อนที่เราจะได้ดึงคันโยกลงมาฮะเพื่อส่งเดอะคีย์ลงไปนะฮะมีอะไรอยากจะฝากบอก2ทีมนี้แล้วก็ทีมอื่นๆไหมฮะ
ก็เดี๋ยวเจอกันรอบชิงจะแก้ตัว
Yeah, to the team who qualify to the finals, see you soon. We will have our revenge.
Okay, I like that. Okay, I'm very
Weh,
gently.
tak boleh saya nak bantai.
Send the 2 keys home. Okay, there we go. Congratulations, placing first, destroying the keys, and making it through to the grand finals on Saturday. Now, of course, we are not done here. The
Gila
survival stage
keras ya Allah tu bapak lah.
got plenty more action coming your way, but for now, let's head back to the studio to round out the group stage.
That's right, Barney. I mean, there's plenty of action for Free Fire at the Esports World Cup 26. And what a heartbreak, to be completely honest.
Yeah.
Mia Corp, for everything that they have gone through, honestly, congratulations to the squad for even making it here, for even being on this stage, Neptune.
Yeah,
Ambil unlock ni dulu, unlock ni dulu.
through a lot already, and now despite
Tak apa, layan dia je.
they have, it was just going down for them. And again,
Mampus
the reason
rata kau.
why it is happening
Api.
is the battle at the bottom really didn't stop even towards the final game, and it was difficult for Mia Corp to really catch up because even those at the top are trying to beat them down.
Hyper jangan mati. Boleh lock ni. Hyper jangan mati.
That they couldn't make it, but it is what it is.
And a huge surprise, too, to see Twisted Minds end up in first place out of this group. We thought it was going to be lost. They had such an insane lead, but they were able to just knock it down little by little. Little by little, they climbed to that top spot, and you heard them. Even though they didn't have a good day, it was still a great performance out of that squad. SAUL Esports. Oh my gosh. What? They were just trying to make you sweat. They were trying to make it uncomfortable. By the way, welcome back to 7WG. None other than, sir, please introduce yourself to the crowd.
Sasuke.
Yeah, that's right. Neptune and
Jangan lock
Lucifer, SAUL Esports.
Pergi lah KS ke apa lock tu. Mantap bodoh. Dah balik. Jangan. Abaikan je.
It got so close, especially because of Straw Hats. Imagine, yesterday they were sitting at the bottom.
Alti.
4 points in total, nothing
Mesti
their
alti
way.
ya.
And today 90 points and a booyah is what they've gotten, and they almost shook even Total Gaming.
And it came down
Bila
to
asyik
this
tu.
game too. But you can see the overall ranking. The top 4 teams going directly to the finals. You got Twisted Minds.
Dah. Lain celot. Jangan layan lain celot. Biar.
Team RQ, Conchita, I know you're
Sabar. Pergi ambil yang dulu. Biar aku dulu.
And Fluxo finally getting those booyahs that we wanted to see.
Biar aku pula mencuba. Aku tak peduli. Boleh lain celot. Mampus. Kan?
But similar to MIBR loss, they also tapered off in
Hmm.
the second half of the day. And the only reason why Vitality was still there
Okay, aku nak ambil mid.
some of the mid-game crisis, right? Taking down teams like Leon, and the Lion, and at the same time, the bottom feeders were also fighting amongst themselves.
Oh, you did mention about Vitality. They were crushed. The angle that they took on that launch pad, I think that is something that they would regret up until tomorrow. If that was our
Ramai
game,
yang sini.
they could have made it. They could have made it work, catch up.
Tank. Xbox lu.
Get that ticket into grand finals. But again, you make some bad
Dia
decisions.
tak ada immortal lu.
This was risking a lot.
It was risking a lot. One team that was willing to risk it all in the final match. As you can see, the Fluxo fans being happy, not only because their team gets to
Dia
go
buat
directly to
union
the finals,
tank
but
tu.
because they also get a day to rest. They've been non-stop.
Jangan war dulu dok.
Playing drums.
Martis.
I think more than the
Martis tu.
These fans need a day's rest. We had around 3 to 4 hours of broadcast for Group B itself. These guys were
Gas. Minion ada belakang.
so brilliant. We
Gas. Aku ada ulti.
stop jumping to the beats.
Yeah, we were surviving purely on the vibes.
Yes,
The
exactly.
vibes were feeding us.
One thing I was
Cepat. Esport dia nak hidup. Let's go. Aku ulti terus ni. Mampus kau. Dah ulti dah pun. Tower dah weh.
phenomenal. The fans is the winner at this point. Not just Fluxo, but the fans out there. It is true the storyline that we have back home. If they have that energy, they are winning the fights. And
Mati aku bodoh. Halah cipet punya tower.
Ended up showing up. I mean, we heard the interview from
Tower
them.
tu attack tak ada ampun.
We heard it backfired. It ended up happening what I thought was going to happen. It came back around, that full confidence, and bit him in the, you know what I'm talking about. Before that squad, they still get a chance to go to survival. We will have a bunch of teams, but don't forget, tomorrow, only the top 4 will get a chance to go to the grand final. So all those teams, they're going to be looking to fight for those top 4. They're going to be looking to make sure they start off hot because we don't want to see what happened in Group A.
Tak boleh nak go MVP ni.
10 games tomorrow, right? 10 more gruesome games, and a lot of the teams they are used
Wih, serabut aku dengan lot tu sumpah tu.
They don't make it to the grand finals, you don't make it to champion rush. Tomorrow is 10 games, and if they make it to grand finals,
Habis mana aku dia tak mati lagi, kau tahu tak?
So at this point of time, it has become a battle of endurance. It's a marathon.
Okay, dah habis kan? FF dah habis kan? Boleh dah end live lagi. Dah habis dah rasa.
And that's something that cannot happen in this situation.
Bukan kejar itu, aku kejar WC punya wash.
We get a chance to go back to our hotel room and
Tu-
relax. That's not going to be the case.
700 USD bos. Dia bayar. Ingat apa? Ada view tak ada view pergi mampus.
Disappointment of not making the top 4. They have to work even longer for tomorrow. So hopefully they rest up.
Janji tak payah ban.
Keep in mind that they also have a lot of they still have a lot of study that needs to be done. So it's a balance of both.
Itu
Balancing
yang dia orang kejar. Sebab tu dia orang macam sotong kena ban give apa semua dia orang buat tak peduli.
point elimination, same words.
Tapi itulah point turun lah bila kena suspend macam tu.
That tomorrow in survival, you're going to be keeping an eye on how they start. I remember what you told me about tag. Trust me, we've been talking about it the whole time, baby. Day 1, it was going to be slow. Day 2, completely different. But tomorrow, survival is just one day, 10 games.
One day, 10 games. As he mentioned, it is a battle of endurance tomorrow. And I think keeping up to that is going to be very difficult, and a team that I am looking forward to is Ganda Nasty. Towards the end of the day, they managed to pick it up, and I hope tomorrow they manage to do as well.
Dora lah peduli apa aku.
In form. And when we talk about the players in Sniper, I think there's been a lot of big names who have not yet fired as well as we wanted. MT7 did it. On the other end, I think one more team to look out for is going to be Lion. They pumped today. We saw them alive, and that is the team I'm looking for action tomorrow.
For all the teams that I'm going to be looking at as I
Ya,
was being draped here with all this swag.
Ambil toyu yang keras sikit, tak apa
It's
dia
gonna
ada
be those
minato
teams
tu.
that are going to be going to the finals. They get a chance to relax. They get a chance to VOD review, see some of the other squads, what they're going to be doing, maybe how they can adjust.
Grill naik
We saw
lah.
it from the beginning in Group A
Carry
with some of the
terporak
squads
je.
that were actually towards the top. They were being able to try something different. I can't wait to see what's going to happen tomorrow in survival stage. Make sure you stay tuned.
Minta dia ambil roti grill. Dia
EWC
kalah.
26, the action doesn't stop just yet. We still got 2 more days. A special shout out to everybody working this show, not only the casters, the analysts, and everybody at the production. Make sure you stay tuned. Tomorrow, survival stage.
Jangan penny tu. Ambil yang keras sikit. dia bukan nak tak boleh mengendong legend sebab partner korang ni. Weh, tutup lah tu mic tu. Haruk sangat tu. Well, now flicker. Diorang turun ni. Diorang turun. Dah, duduk. Ada turtle. Ada turtle. Apa? Ikut turtle. No. Apa kau buat ni? Dah mati. Masuk weh. Dah. Look. Tu. Ni Dora datang lagi. Tora datang lagi. Sabar.